At the tender age of 6, I merely bestowed a kiss upon the toad Maru, unbeknownst to me that I would inadvertently harness the energies of nature. Not only did I naturally comprehend the flawless sage mode, but I also forged a pact with the toads of Mount Myoboku. Upon awakening, I found myself surrounded by unfamiliar surroundings. In the next instant, a flood of memories surged into my mind. The great toad, Mount Myoboku, was the world of Naruto. Before I could fully recover from my astonishment, a mechanical voice resonated nearby, announcing the binding of the sign-in system, which had been successfully linked. My initial task was to venture deep into the temple of Mount Myoboku and sign in upon encountering the toad Maru. It dawned on me that meeting the sage toad would not be an easy feat. At that moment, the sound of a door creaking open caught my attention. Turning my head, I beheld two diminutive toads entering none other than Shima and Fukusaku. After a brief exchange, I learned that they had been the ones to rescue me. They elucidated the nature of my surroundings, to which I responded with curious delight, inquiring if they were indeed sages. With unabashed pride, Shima nodded, prompting a sly smile to cross my lips. If you are sages, then surely you know the whereabouts of Toad Maru. Employing a mix of provocation and flattery, I was led to the inner sanctum of the temple. The sight that greeted me was nothing short of astonishing. A colossal figure seated above, radiating wisdom from its eyes. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Ah, is it you, Shinya? I cannot discern your fate," it continued, "nor do I find any guidance in dreams. Yet, I sense that your every word and action will profoundly impact the human realm." A familiar electronic chime signaled the completion of my sign-in task, inundating my mind with a torrent of information. A peculiar energy began to transform my very being. Witnessing this, the languid sage toad's eyes widened in astonishment. He was all too familiar with natural energy, yet the power emanating from me felt utterly foreign. Beside me, Shima and Fukusaku clung to one another, murmuring, "Have we not brought back a veritable monster?" Moments later, Toad Maru slowly spoke. "Deliver him to that little girl who is utterly devoid of merit save for her lecherous tendencies." Just then, the natural energy within me reached a crescendo, and my ebony eyes underwent a transformation. Golden pupils emerged, marked by two intersecting symbols. Fukusaku, witnessing this spectacle, nearly lost his composure. This mere child of 5 or 6 had, without any guidance from predecessors, independently grasped sage mode. The sage toad's eyes gleamed with golden light, yet he refrained from questioning, unable to glimpse my future. Shortly thereafter, Jiraiya arrived at Mount Myoboku, scrutinizing me intently. "Little one, have you truly mastered sage mode?" he inquired. I nodded, having already encountered Toad Maru, thus attributing all credit to him. Jiraiya felt a twinge of concern. Mastering sage mode at such a young age, would it hinder my innate talent? At that moment, he lacked a clear understanding of his own teaching abilities. After a brief pause, he finally spoke, "Demonstrate sage mode for me." With a calm resolve, I prepared to enter the state. I could have effortlessly entered sage mode, yet for the sake of prudence, it is wiser not to display too much brilliance. Approximately 10 minutes passed, and two golden-red shadows appeared around my eyes. Jiraiya, with an exaggerated expression, grinned widely. "10 minutes, I said, gazing at Jiraiya with an innocent demeanor. "Is this acceptable, senior?" Upon hearing my voice, Jiraiya nearly choked on his saliva. "Well, it's passable," he replied. That moment, a mechanical voice resonated in my ears. Mission issued. Sign-in location, Ninja Academy. Mission requirement, become a student of the Ninja Academy. Mission reward, basic mastery of ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. With Jiraiya's endorsement, my entry into the Ninja Academy was assured. The foundational mastery of these 3 techniques holds significant importance for a ninja. Thinking of this, I turned to Jiraiya and innocently inquired, "Do you know where I can find peers my age?" Jiraiya, placing his large hand on his face, appeared somewhat weary. "In that case, you should come back to Konoha with me." Jiraiya escorted me away from Myoboku Mountain and casually asked, "Would you like to sign a summoning contract with Myoboku Mountain?" I nodded enthusiastically, of course. Due to my connection with Sage Mode and Myoboku Mountain, the contract signing proceeded smoothly. Before long, we returned to Konoha, and Jiraiya promptly enrolled me in Ichiraku's class before attending to other matters. Suddenly, a familiar electronic voice chimed in, "Signing complete. Mission reward successfully distributed. Host has successfully mastered basic ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu." With that, a wave of information flooded into my mind. Jiraiya had placed me in Ichiraku's class. Upon entering the classroom, I announced, Hello everyone, my name is Shai. I look forward to your guidance. However, the welcome I envisioned was absent. These children were mostly unruly. Irika pointed to a seat towards the back and said, "You can sit there for now." After school in the afternoon, with nowhere else to go, I settled into an inconspicuous corner of the playground and began refining my chakra. Before long, I fell into a focused state as the sky grew darker. Suddenly, a sneaky figure approached me silently. A mischievous smile spread across my face. I had entered sage mode during my training. My senses were heightened, and I casually picked up a few stones from the ground, launching them in the direction of my perception. I heard a muffled ouch from the shadows as the figure collapsed. Moaning in pain, I exited my training state and approached the figure, revealing a disgruntled boy with yellow hair and blue eyes sitting on the ground. Wasn't this our protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki? Recognizing me as the new transfer student, I extended my hand to help him up, and he bore no ill will. However, upon noticing the paint bucket and rope on the ground, I couldn't help but inquire, "What are you planning to do with those?" Naruto's expression turned mischievous as he leaned closer and whispered, in preparing for something big. Instantly, a thought flashed in my mind that it certainly wouldn't be. The familiar voice echoed once more in my ears, detecting the host's current predicament. A special mission was issued to sign in at Hokage Rock, requiring me to deface its surface with graffiti. The reward was a Genin-level chakra capacity. The appearance of this new task filled me with a sense of delight. Although graffiti on Hokage Rock may not be deemed a severe offense, it certainly bordered on the reprehensible. However, upon seeing the task's reward, I clenched my teeth and muttered, "When a bird falls, it soars to the heavens. Immortality lasts for an eternity." Thus, I turned to Naruto with a beaming smile. Utilizing my silver tongue, I managed to bewilder him thoroughly. Naruto gazed at me in disbelief. "Are you suggesting that I take you along?" Everyone else avoids him, yet I am to partake in his mischief? This sentiment evidently touched him, as his expression shifted to one of unwavering determination. "Then let us embark on a grand adventure." Under Naruto's guidance, I soon found myself at Hokage Rock, where I beheld four faces, both familiar and strange, invoking a wave of nostalgia. I adjusted the paint bucket in my hands and decided to start with the first Hokage. Channeling my chakra to the soles of my feet, I ascended the rocky surface of Hokage Rock without any auxiliary tools, commencing my artistic endeavor. Naruto stood, mesmerized, gazing at me perched upon the rock face, murmuring, "Is this also a form of ninjutsu?" Half an hour later, the system's notification chimed, congratulating me on the completion of the special sign mission. The rewards began to flow forth, and soon, every cell in my body surged with vitality. My chakra blossomed, reaching the capacity of a Genin level, leaving me feeling invigorated. Meanwhile, Naruto completed his task, adorning the third and fourth Hokages with comically exaggerated faces, creating quite the spectacle. However, it was at this moment that our presence was detected. "Capture those two little rascals." Suddenly, several ninjas rushed toward Hokage Rock. A loud shout suddenly drew several ninjas rushing towards Hokage Rock. They leaped from the buildings and quickly closed in on the two. Seeing the situation, Naruto felt a bit of a chill and whispered, "Chiba, should we run?" Upon hearing this, Chiba couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Panicking now? Where were you earlier? Besides, with so many ninjas surrounding us, you still want to escape?" Facing the encirclement of the ninjas, Chiba remained calm, but he was already preparing his countermeasures in his heart. As for Naruto, he could only pray for his own safety. Hopefully, he would be okay. Chapter 6. The best measures to avoid punishment. Chiba felt quite resigned and put down the paint bucket, waiting for the ninja to arrive. Seeing this, Naruto also felt embarrassed to leave Chiba behind and obediently stood beside him. As the first person willing to do big things with him, Naruto had a good impression of Chiba. Or rather, Naruto himself was someone who easily trusted others. A moment later, Irika hurried over after hearing about the incident. He looked at the two young boys in front of him with a headache. Those were the statues of the Hokage from previous generations, symbols of Konoha's honor. Upon hearing this, Naruto mumbled a few words, but his voice was too low to be understood. Meanwhile, Chiba pouted, signaling Irika to look at the group of ninjas nearby. Irika instinctively looked in the direction Chiba pointed. He found that the expressions of the crowd were blank, all staring towards Hokage Rock. This made Irika's heart sink. Could it be that these two kids had written something outrageous on Hokage Rock? He quickly looked towards Hokage Rock. To his surprise, The statues of the third and fourth Hokage were covered in colorful graffiti, looking quite in line with a child's prank. This immediately made Ichiraku's heart drop. However, the situation was different for the first and second Hokage. Next to their statues, black paint had been used to write long passages. First Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi, lifelong achievements, pacified wars, suppressed tailed beasts, established Konoha. Looking at the second Hokage's side, it read, Second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, the fastest in the ninja world, lifelong achievements, assisted the first Hokage, maintained Konoha, taught the next generation. These two simple passages clearly outlined the lifelong achievements of the two brothers. Most importantly, the handwriting was exceptionally beautiful, giving a pleasing impression. Ichiraku was the first to regain his composure. As Naruto's mentor, he was well aware of his student's abilities. At least, he understood Naruto's surface-level skills very well. Just this handwriting alone was definitely not something Naruto could produce. So there was only one possibility. Chiba, did you write this? Ichiraku asked with a gentle expression, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Naruto felt an ominous premonition well up in his heart upon seeing this. Chiba nodded and explained, Jiraiya-sensei told me many stories about Konoha on the way here. These are all things he told me. Since Jiraiya wasn't around at the moment, it was only right to shift the blame onto him. As for the handwriting, that was a skill he brought from his previous life. Having practiced calligraphy for a long time, he had a deep understanding of it. His writing was excellent, but when Ichiraku noticed the content, he didn't know what to say. Let's leave this to Lord Hokage to handle. The people around suggested. Ichiraku nodded in agreement. As a loyal fan of the third Hokage, he believed the third could handle everything well. Moments later, in the Hokage office, Ichiraku stood there with Chiba and Naruto, looking quite settled. However, Naruto's expression was clearly one of defiance. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, sat behind the desk, resting his chin on his hands. He had already understood the whole process. At this time, Jiraiya stood beside him, looking at the evidence on the table. The photo was incredibly clear, and the handwriting was also very legible. Jiraiya glanced at Chiba in surprise, not expecting him to have such skills. Hiruzen's gaze shifted from the photo to Chiba and Naruto. He was already quite familiar with Naruto, but this was the first time he had seen Chiba. Previously, Jiraiya had even returned to Konoha because of this child, which showed how significant he was. Hiruzen's gaze made Naruto's scalp tingle. He lowered his head, unable to stop avoiding eye contact. However, Chiba showed no signs of fear. He boldly met Hiruzen's gaze, his innocent eyes free of any impurities. Moments later, Hiruzen withdrew his gaze. The handwriting is good. Let's keep it. But since a mistake was made, you need to take responsibility. The first half of the sentence made Ichiraku breathe a sigh of relief. However, the latter half made his heart rise again. As a qualified ninja mentor, he regarded each student as his own child, and he had deep feelings for Naruto in particular. Hiruzen paused before continuing. Let Naruto clean off all the graffiti from the two statues. As for Chiba, Chiba fell a bit speechless. Why couldn't these so-called great figures finish their sentences in one go? Leaving half the sentence hanging, whose bad habit was that? Also record the lives of the two statues. Before Chiba had a chance to speak, Ichiraku quickly answered for him. Thank you, Lord Third. Chiba didn't complain. It was just a matter of writing a few more words. After the three left, Hiruzen's voice echoed again in the Hokage office. Jiraiya, is this the child you brought back from Myoboku Mountain? Facing his master's question, Jiraiya hesitated for a moment before nodding. He didn't reveal the whole truth. It wasn't that he didn't trust Hiruzen, but he didn't trust Konoha as it was now. Having been one of Konoha's former high-ranking officials, he had seen too much darkness. Since the great sage Toad entrusted Chiba to him, it represented trust. If he couldn't take good care of Chiba, wouldn't that betray that trust? Chiba has good talent. I hope he can stay in Konoha. Jiraiya looked directly into Hiruzen's eyes, wanting to get a definite answer. Chapter 7. Jiraiya's persistence. Chiba has good talent and a relatively kind personality. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, agreeing with Jiraiya's proposal. From his earlier observation, he could see that Chiba's essence was not bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't maintain a good relationship with Naruto. Since that's the case, let him stay in Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, I will keep a close eye on him. A glimmer of joy flashed in Jiraiya's eyes. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's promise, he could finally set some of his worries aside. After helping Chiba settle down completely, he would continue his travels in the ninja world. The atmosphere in Konoha was not suitable for him. At the Hokage Rock, Naruto Uzumaki looked grim, filled with indignation. Why doesn't Chiba have to wipe? Why am I the only one having bad luck? Chiba, standing on the viewing platform below, lazily replied, because some people's heads don't contain what they should. After half a day's familiarity, the relationship between the two had developed from strangers to friends. Naruto was merely complaining verbally and didn't truly resent Chiba. Once he wiped away all the messy scribbles, the next part would be Chiba's turn to shine. The deeds of the third and fourth Hokages didn't require much effort to recall. He had memorized them long ago. Third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, ninja arts professor, lifetime achievements, trained the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, maintain peace in Konoha, improve the education system. Fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the Yellow Flash. Lifetime achievements, gained fame during the Ninja World War, quelled the Nine Tails incident. When Chiba wrote about the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, he couldn't help but glance at Naruto. Unaware of his background, Naruto's life was still filled with hardships. As the son of a hero, such treatment was indeed somewhat unfair. Chiba sighed and added a line after Minato's achievements. A great Hokage, but an unqualified father. From an outsider's perspective, Naruto's childhood seemed quite tragic, largely due to the Nine Tails within him. However, the fourth Hokage had a long-term vision and constantly thought of his son. In any case, it seemed he had no other flaws except for being poor at naming. When Jiraiya arrived at Hokage Rock as Chiba finished the last stroke, he was somewhat surprised by Chiba's evaluation of Minato. The kid he brought back to Konoha seemed to know a lot. Jiraiya was sure he had never spoken about these matters to Chiba. As for how he knew, that remained unclear. Chiba, are you done? Jiraiya called out from the viewing platform. Chiba put away his tools and leaped down from the rock face. Jiraiya had long grown accustomed to the ninja talent Chiba displayed. Having mastered Sage Mode, chakra manipulation was nothing to him. All done. Chiba nodded, looking at Jiraiya calmly. He still held a certain admiration for Jiraiya, who could change the entire ninja world with his own strength. There was hardly anyone else like him in the world. It was just that this person had a somewhat tragic ending. Looking back on Jiraiya's life, it had always been bleak, although he seemed to have achieved nothing. After his passing, he received recognition. Unfortunately, Jiraiya would never see it. Let us go. To welcome you, I'll treat you to Konoha's special ramen. Jiraiya was a clever man. To be precise, he possessed wisdom that others did not. He didn't delve too deeply into Chiba's origins. Since the great sage Toad had already given instructions, he only needed to follow them. Influencing the ninja world, Jiraiya glanced at Chiba, who, while somewhat mature, was still a child. He smiled and cast aside his worries. Ichiraku Ramen. As the most iconic ramen shop in Konoha, it had appeared more frequently than some supporting characters. The sky was already quite late. The ramen shop was bustling with customers. 3 bowls of ramen. Jiraiya shouted inside. Before long, the ramen was served. The clear, bright broth was topped with green onions and fragrant chashu. The snow-white, chewy noodles quickly disappeared under the chopsticks. As Naruto devoured the food, he suddenly remembered. He didn't even know who this white-haired uncle was. By the way, uncle, who are you? I've never seen you in the village. Jiraiya cleared his throat, his expression serious, and said earnestly, ahem, actually, I am one of the legendary Sannin, known far and wide, the Toad Sage Jiraiya. Chiba put down his chopsticks and timely added, also known as the perverted sage. Caught up in his self-indulgence, Jiraiya nearly choked on his own saliva. How do you know that title? Chiba looked at Jiraiya with a strange expression, raising an eyebrow, and asked, are you sure you want to know? Jiraiya nodded seriously. This was about his reputation in front of his juniors. Chiba looked at Jiraiya with sympathy. Why are you so fixated on this question? Chapter 8. Jiraiya's decision to leave. Faced with Jiraiya's determination, Chiba sighed silently. He shrugged and explained, the great sage Toad can't remember your name. Only that of a lecherous, white-haired man. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiraiya covered his mouth. This was only because the gazes of those around them had already focused on the two. Everyone continue. Jiraiya chuckled awkwardly as he dragged the 2 young boys out of Ichiraku Ramen. You can call me the Great Sage Toad, White-Haired Boy, or Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya rattled off more than a dozen titles in one breath. But Chiba just shook his head to himself. Why? Isn't the title lecherous sage bad? Jiraiya's face darkened as he wanted to refute. I'm not lecherous at all. Chiba pointed at his bag and said, I've read your novel. It's quite good. Now, with evidence in hand, there was no way to explain his way out of it. Naruto beside them was laughing so hard he could hardly stand up. Lecherous sage, ha ha ha. Jiraiya punched him on the head. Show some respect for your senior. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Naruto covered his head and shouted back. Then why can Chiba call you that? Jiraiya was momentarily speechless. For some reason, after spending some time together, he didn't feel like Chiba was his senior at all. While he was trying to figure out a reason to explain, Naruto received another smack on the head. Seniors speak, you can't refute. The three of them walked further down the moonlit path. After dropping Naruto off at his place, Jiraiya brought Chiba to a residential house. It was spacious enough, and the furniture was quite complete. After helping Chiba tidy up a bit, Jiraiya continued, from now on, you'll live here. Chiba remained silent, waiting for Jiraiya to elaborate. He figured Jiraiya would clarify the situation in Konoha. The Hokage already knows about your background. Jiraiya's expression was calm, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Living in Konoha is your request. I didn't want you to live here, because you're not an ordinary child. Special, and prone to attracting evil. As he spoke, his tone grew increasingly serious. Jiraiya understood the darkness of Konoha better than anyone. Chiba nodded, understanding, I will take care of myself. Jiraiya felt somewhat relieved. Chiba was much less of a worry than Naruto. Since that's the case, I won't stay in Konoha any longer. Jiraiya left Chiba with enough money to live on, and then left in the night. Before leaving, he didn't forget to remind Chiba of some precautions. However, Chiba was not in the mood to pay attention to those. His focus was entirely on the system. Signing task being issued. Task content. Sign in at the Forest of Death and repel Orochimaru. The emergence of this new signing task made Chiba furrow his brows. The signing tasks he had undertaken so far had generally been quite simple. Even during execution, there was no danger at all. But now, this new signing task was exceptionally dangerous. Not to mention that the Forest of Death was inherently unsafe. Just Orochimaru alone was enough to be a headache. One of the three legendary ninjas of Konoha. Would he be a mere name? Chiba was confident in his strength. Protecting himself was not a problem at the moment. However, facing an established Kage-level powerhouse would still be quite difficult. Moreover, Orochimaru's combat ability was exceptionally high. If he brought back a couple of Edo Tensei, Chiba might not even be able to escape. However, this signing task would still require some time to complete. Because if Chiba remembered correctly, this task should take place during the Nin exams. Orochimaru might not even be in Konoha at the moment, at least with Chiba's abilities. Finding him would be too difficult. Furthermore, he wouldn't appear in the Forest of Death. Chiba continued to look down, wondering what the task reward was. Task reward, Beginner Sage Body. Upon seeing this reward, Chiba's brows furrowed tightly. This was truly a dilemma. The power of the Sage Body was beyond doubt. Tenacious vitality, terrifying energy, the ability to use ninjutsu without hand signs, and the potential to combine with sage techniques. Perhaps this beginner sage body had various limitations, but its strength was absolutely undeniable. This was a reward that could bring about a qualitative change in Chiba's strength. He definitely couldn't let it slip away. Sigh. I still have to work hard to become stronger. Jiraiya left, leaving Chiba alone in Konoha. In the morning, when the sun just began to rise, Chiba was already outside Konoha, starting his earliest training. As for why he would push all the techniques he knew onto Jiraiya, that was simple. He had already left Konoha. At least from Chiba's perception, Jiraiya's chakra fluctuations had disappeared from Konoha. In Sage mode, Chiba's perception was exceptionally sharp. If it was a specific chakra, and he focused fully, nothing within a 10-mile radius could escape Chiba's perception. Last night, Jiraiya's chakra had vanished towards the Konoha gate. However, around him, other chakra fluctuations began to appear. The presence of these ninjas made Chiba raise his guard. Chapter 9. The Ninja Exam. After several twists and turns and investigations, under both intentional and unintentional circumstances, Chiba learned the identities of a few individuals. Is the action speed of the Umbu always this fast? Chiba felt a bit of a headache. Those unusual chakra fluctuations, from their appearance, all wore strange patterned masks and neat clothing. Clearly, they were members of the Umbu. However, it was unclear whether these individuals were loyal to the third Hokage or Danzo. If they were loyal to the third Hokage, it would be easier to explain. Perhaps they were here to protect and observe out of respect for Jiraiya. But if they were loyal to Danzo, then it would only be surveillance, with no protection involved. If they discovered anything worth studying, they might even be captured. With Danzo's personality, he would absolutely not allow anything beyond his control to exist in the village. Fortunately, these Umbu members did not make any moves, which allowed Chiba to breathe a sigh of relief for the time being. The training of chakra was not particularly noteworthy. By midday, Chiba finished his training and then headed to the Ninja Academy to report in. After yesterday's lessons, everyone had gradually accepted Chiba's presence. Due to Naruto Uzumaki's antics, Chiba quickly integrated into the class. Being naturally cheerful and having an excellent appearance, Chiba soon became a very popular member. You wrote those words on Hokage Rock. Shikamaru and the others looked at him in disbelief. As an outstanding student in the class, he knew how much effort it took to write in such a style. Chiba nodded as a matter of course. If you knew Chiba could write on Hokage Rock without any tools, wouldn't you be even more surprised? Naruto muttered to the side, looking quite displeased. Chiba's appearance seemed to have stolen the attention from him. Although he felt somewhat dissatisfied, he didn't dwell on it too much. The group's banter made time pass quickly. After a few small tests, the graduation exam of the Ninja Academy officially began. Chiba had inadvertently revealed that he had been taught by Jiraiya, so it was not a big deal for him to take the exam along with everyone else. The so-called graduation exam of the Ninja Academy was merely a test of the 3 basic jutsu. As for Ichiraku, it was even simpler: transformation technique and clone technique. These 2 ninjutsu were categorized under the basic mastery of ninjutsu. For Chiba, it was incredibly easy. Sasuke Uchiha. Ichiraku stood on the podium and began calling names for the exam. The second pillar, as always, had a cocky demeanor and a gloomy expression, as if someone owed him millions. Chiba was never interested in such people. However, as long as the other party did not provoke him, Chiba would not actively seek trouble. Hopefully, this second pillar would not come into conflict with him over any interests. Otherwise, the Uchiha clan would really be in trouble. Just like in the original story, the second pillar, as an excellent student in the class, was not troubled by the transformation technique or clone technique at all. Students took turns to take the exam. And among this generation's Konoha's 9 little strong, no one besides Naruto made any mistakes. The stimulating harem technique, which later developed into a ninjutsu capable of reversing the battle situation, was first presented to Chiba. However, it was worth mentioning that since Naruto had just invented this ninjutsu, from Chiba's professional perspective, he could see many issues with it. It wasn't firm enough, not perky enough, and besides being flashy, it had no other advantages. Chiba shook his head, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. As expected, Naruto got beaten up. Finally, it was Chiba's turn. He stepped forward, performed the hand seals in an orderly manner, executed the clone and transformation techniques, and achieved a perfect conclusion. Ichiraku, with tissues stuffed up his nose, looked exceptionally comical. No mistakes, full marks on the exam. Hearing this, Naruto hung his head, looking quite dejected. Chiba's mind stirred as he thought about what might happen tonight. The sealing scroll. That Bitara Mizuki would surely find trouble again. Although the thought of the forbidden techniques on the sealing scroll made Chiba feel a bit tempted. He didn't expect that this thing would always be under the supervision of the Umbu. Chiba shook his head, dismissing the idea. A life to obtain, but no life to use. There was completely no room for operation in between. With the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen's telescope technique, try to swap the sealing scroll was far too difficult. Moreover, those Umbu would probably not leave Naruto's side. After the exam ended, Chiba successfully obtained the so-called Konoha forehead protector. The forehead protector, made of fine iron, had no aesthetic appeal at all. Chiba was unwilling to tie such an ugly thing to his forehead, so he tied it on his shoulder instead, marking his identity as a Konoha ninja. Everyone, tomorrow you will be assigned a team leader. I hope you won't be late. After announcing this last point, Ichiraku directly declared the class dismissed. The little strong ones each returned to their homes, looking for their respective mothers. However, to Chiba's surprise, Naruto Uzumaki approached him. Big Brother Chiba. Chapter 10. The struggle for the sealed book. His awkward demeanor made Chiba feel goosebumps all over. Speak your mind. Let it out. Stop pretending here. Chiba was very straightforward. This situation was honestly a bit overwhelming for him. Can you help me with the shadow clone technique? Upon hearing this, Chiba was taken aback. Why was he suddenly coming to him? This script seemed a bit off. Hold on. Chiba raised his hand, signaling Naruto not to come so close. He wasn't interested in men. You want me to teach you ninjutsu? Naruto's eyes lit up as he nodded eagerly. Chiba stroked his chin, putting on a very mature expression. This matter seemed quite operable. Watching Naruto's eager demeanor, Chiba had already hatched a plan in his mind. Teaching you ninjutsu is fine, but you have to promise to help me with something in the future. Uzumaki Naruto nodded repeatedly, looking completely innocent. Such a pure child truly filled Chiba with guilt. However, he quickly cast that guilt aside. The two arrived at a relatively secluded corner of the school playground, spacious enough. Chiba surveyed the surroundings before starting his teaching. His mastery of the 3 basic types of techniques gave him his own insights into the shadow clone technique. Teaching Naruto at this stage was completely a piece of cake for Chiba. After half a day, he had already imparted everything he needed to teach Naruto. The rest depended on him. At the same time, Chiba also sensed an extremely violent and evil chakra within Naruto. It should belong to the Nine Tails. You practice by yourself for now. I need to take care of something. Chiba threw out this line and left directly. Naruto continued to practice hard. What he didn't notice was that a shadow was approaching him. Meanwhile, Chiba crouched on a branch not far away, watching the suddenly appearing Mizuki. Hopefully, it would be successful. Night deepened. The vast sky was filled with stars. A crescent moon hung above, casting a slightly cold light. A small figure was running frantically, an excited expression on his face. His actions also alerted the ninjas of Konoha. Apart from the Umbu observing in the shadows, many other ninjas were also present. Naruto had no idea how much impact his actions would have on Konoha. All he knew was that if he wanted to become stronger, he had to learn the ninjutsu contained within. He quickly ran into the woods, hiding under a large tree, panting heavily. He placed the sealed book on the ground and opened it completely. The numerous complex forbidden techniques nearly dazzled his eyes. Multi-shadow clone technique, flying thunder god technique. Edo Tensei. Before he could look at much more, Iruka's voice came from behind. Naruto. His shout interrupted Naruto's thoughts. Naruto quickly put away the sealed book and tried to escape. However, Mizuki's sudden appearance blocked his path. Hand over the sealed book, Naruto. A good show was about to unfold. Chiba crouched on a nearby branch, munching on sunflower seeds with great interest. Let the fight begin. Since arriving in the world of Naruto, he hadn't witnessed a ninja battle yet. This was indeed a good opportunity. Chiba was worried about being discovered by others. If one looked closely, they would see the golden-red eyeshadow around his eyes. In Sage Mode, Chiba's sensory range had long exceeded normal understanding. At this moment, at the 10 o'clock position in front of Naruto, 2 Umbu were lying in wait. To Mizuki's right, there were 3 more Umbu. Their chakra fluctuations were extremely weak, having maxed out their hiding skills. A fight was about to break out. However, the situation in the battle was not encouraging. It was completely one-sided. Whether in terms of battle experience or inherent strength, Mizuki had Uzumaki Naruto at his mercy. Chiba assessed the situation and whispered, "It's about time." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed out from his hiding spot, heading straight for the center of the 2 combatants. "Naruto, get out of the way." His voice was urgent and piercing. The anxious look on Chiba's face, along with the beads of sweat that were beginning to slide down, perfectly conveyed his worry. Uzumaki Naruto stared blankly at the suddenly charging Chiba, his mind greatly shaken. Mizuki was momentarily confused about the situation, but the shuriken in his hand showed no signs of hesitation. Whoosh! Thud! A large shuriken plunged deep into Chiba's shoulder. Bright red blood sprayed into the air. Chiba had taken this fatal blow for Uzumaki Naruto. Chiba brother. Uzumaki Naruto's voice trembled, the scene before him having a massive impact on him. He had never thought that someone he wasn't too familiar with would actually be willing to sacrifice so much for him. Chapter 11. Chiba's plan in progress hiss. Chiba gasped, having invested a lot into this performance. As someone with foresight into the future, Chiba was not one to follow the rules blindly. Since he had arrived in this world, it was necessary for him to take control of his own fate. Naruto Uzumaki was one of the most crucial points for him to make his move in this world. Hot blood splattered onto Naruto's face. His pupils dilated, and he stood there in a daze, muttering, "Say Chiba, big brother." Chiba pulled the giant shuriken from his shoulder, pressing down on his wound, manipulating chakra to forcefully stop the bleeding. "Get out of here, Naruto!" His expression was tragic, looking quite miserable. "You're no match for this guy. Hurry and find some help." The Umbu hidden around them were taken aback by the scene before them. Where did this kid come from? What was this life and death scenario about? Why did it feel so desolate? With his back to Naruto, Chiba stared intently at Mizuki, his mouth twitching slightly. When he rushed out just now, he had momentarily lost control of his strength. That shuriken had indeed injured him internally. If it weren't for the exquisite chakra control from Sage Mode, Chiba would have likely collapsed from blood loss by now. "No, I can't leave you behind, Chiba big brother." Naruto seemed to be ignited by Chiba's words. Stepping forward to shield Chiba, he looked at Mizuki with determination and said word by word, "I will definitely defeat you." Multi-shadow clone technique. As soon as the words left his mouth, an overwhelming amount of chakra surged from Naruto's body. The technique was deployed in an instant. Countless orange-red figures filled the forest. How is this possible? Mizuki staggered back a few steps, his face turning pale. You're just a bottom-tier ninja. How could you learn a forbidden technique in such a short time? Naruto didn't waste any more words with him. Charge! The overlapping sounds echoed through the woods. Mizuki watched the scene before him, retreating step by step, panic flashing in his eyes. A-level forbidden technique, multi-shadow clone technique. With Mizuki's meager strength, he couldn't resist it at all. In an instant, he was pinned down and beaten to a pulp. Iruka had arrived late, staring at the scene with a dazed expression. Is that Mizuki? Unbelievably, a student from the Ninja Academy could actually defeat a Chunin like Mizuki head-on. Seeing Mizuki bruised and battered, Iruka stepped forward to restrain him. Naruto, do you know what kind of mistake you made this time? He glared at Naruto. However, Naruto couldn't care less. He rushed over to help Chiba, anxiously saying, Iruka-sensei, hurry and take Chiba big brother to the hospital. His injuries are serious. Seeing this, Iruka also forgot about Mizuki. At this moment, Chiba's face was pale. His shirt around the shoulders stained red with blood, looking quite miserable. He took Chiba onto his back and turned to instruct, I'll take him to the hospital. You wait here for the others. Naruto nodded, urging, Iruka-sensei, hurry up. I'll keep an eye on Mizuki. Iruka carried Chiba on his back, channeling chakra into his feet, and quickly ran towards the Konoha hospital in the village center. Chiba looked back at Naruto and gave him a thumbs up. Well done, Naruto, teaching him ninjutsu, blocking the attack and praising him. After this round of tactics, with Naruto's mindset, he should feel quite at ease with himself now. Chiba thought to himself. Inside Konoha Hospital, Iruka hurriedly called for medical ninjas. Under the influence of medical ninjutsu, Chiba's injuries healed quickly. Once the treatment was over, Iruka looked at Chiba seriously and asked, How's the injury? Chiba tried to move his shoulder and said, I don't feel much of a problem anymore. Thank you, Iruka-sensei. Seeing Chiba like this, Iruka let out a sigh of relief. In the future, don't do such reckless things. He didn't doubt Chiba's motives. In his eyes, Chiba was just a kid who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Chiba nodded, indicating that he understood. Let's go. Follow me to see the third Hokage. Iruka's expression turned serious as he said, This incident is quite serious, and as one of the parties involved, you need to go as well. But don't worry. You won't face any punishment. There might even be a reward. Chiba was a bit surprised by this. However, he also felt a hint of anticipation in his heart. A reward from the third Hokage? Chapter 12. The class division with huge changes in the Hokage office. The third Hokage sat behind his desk. He rested his chin on his hands, examining the two young boys in front of him with a scrutinizing gaze. Naruto Uzumaki, do you know how big of a mistake you've made this time? Naruto Uzumaki, already somewhat frightened, trembled at the sudden sound of the third Hokage's voice. He hung his head, unable to meet the Hokage's gaze. If it were a normal prank, Naruto might have felt defiant. However, because he misheard Mizuki's words, it led to Chiba being put in danger. This made Naruto feel quite low. Lord Third, Naruto didn't mean to do it this time, Iruka said, coming to his defense. Mizuki was the one who tricked Naruto into doing this. The third Hokage nodded, indicating that he understood. If it weren't for Mizuki, I wouldn't have let Naruto off so easily. For now, we'll let it go, but you should thank Chiba properly. If it weren't for him, you might have been the one hurt. Naruto nodded repeatedly, looking at Chiba with more gratitude. At that moment, Chiba felt like one of the closest people to him, even though they had only just met. Thank you, brother Chiba, Naruto said sincerely, without a hint of pretense. However, the third Hokage's gaze towards Chiba was quite scrutinizing. Chiba naturally noticed this, but remained calm and unfazed. He was helping Naruto from the perspective of a friend. Moreover, Chiba's age was quite misleading. With Jiraiya's endorsement, he was confident that he wouldn't attract the third Hokage's attention. Chiba smiled and nodded, not saying much more. The third Hokage sighed upon seeing this, waved his hand, and signaled that they could leave. Naruto's punishment was thus dropped. It was only because it was Naruto. If it had been someone else who stole the sealing book, they would likely have faced severe consequences. Chiba was still very envious of the ninjutsu on the sealing book. However, considering the high-ranking officials of Konoha, he decided to let it go. Chiba's path to becoming stronger was not limited to this one avenue. Seinen, when he thought of his golden finger, his heart couldn't help but burn with excitement. To celebrate Chiba's recovery and Naruto's exoneration, Iruka walked ahead and turned back to say, Today, I'm treating. You choose the place. Before Chiba could say anything, Naruto shouted, Ichiraku Ramen. But then he cautiously looked at Chiba and asked, Brother Chiba, why don't you decide? Chiba chuckled and replied, Let's just have ramen. Uncle Ichiraku's skills are quite good. At Ichiraku Ramen, the three chatted enthusiastically and talked quite a bit. However, for the most part, it was Naruto doing the talking while Chiba and Iruka listened. As one of the most tragic figures among the Hokage in the early days, Naruto rarely had friends, and conversations were even more scarce. The next day, when Chiba arrived at the ninja school again, he was informed that the class division was about to take place. Which teacher will I be assigned to? As a butterfly flapping its wings, Chiba's existence would inevitably stir changes in the original trajectory. Right now was the best way to verify those changes. In the noisy classroom, students were continuously gasping in surprise. They were quite excited about the upcoming class division. As soon as Chiba entered, he saw Naruto and Sasuke Uchiha glaring at each other, their eyes locked in a fierce stare, seemingly trying to kill each other with their gaze. The other girls were shouting for Sasuke to take care of Naruto, and the scene became quite chaotic. However, a sudden stand-up from a classmate broke the noisy atmosphere. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Naruto and Sasuke collided lips first. Chaos erupted throughout the classroom. Chiba found a corner to sit down, waiting for the teacher to arrive. After a long-winded speech, Iruka finally began to announce the class division list. At this moment, Chiba perked up. Finally, it was the main event. The earlier classes were not worth Chiba's attention. Class 7, Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, and Iruka put down the paper in his hand and looked at the students, saying loudly, Chiba. When he heard his name, Chiba was completely stunned. What was going on? Did he replace Sakura Haruno? This was not the right start. Iruka seemed to understand Chiba's confusion and directly provided an answer. The class division is based on the students' daily performance and grades. The most important criterion is balance. Chapter 13. Unfiltered Spring Wild Sakura Iruka-sensei. Why would someone as excellent as me be on the same team as this guy? Upon hearing this, Chiba couldn't help but facepalm. As expected, aside from a certain irrelevant person, the plot was still developing along its original track. Sasuke and Chiba both ranked as the top students in their class for the final grades. And you, Naruto, are at the bottom of the class. Iruka admonished them, saying that in order to ensure that each class has a balanced level of strength, this is how the teams were formed. The classroom erupted into chaos once again. Chiba looked at the somewhat dejected Naruto and pondered. Perhaps he could change all of this? If he came to the Naruto world and allowed the same regrettable things to continue happening, it would truly be a wasted trip. Moreover, the most important thing was that he had some hypotheses regarding his golden finger, the sign-in system, that needed to be confirmed. If the hypotheses were successfully validated, then his path to becoming stronger would continue to extend. After the team assignment ceremony ended, Chiba aimlessly walked out of the classroom. However, he unexpectedly discovered that Naruto Uzumaki had proposed a date to Sakura Haruno. But Sakura was completely focused on Sasuke and naturally wouldn't take Naruto's words to heart. After being rejected, Naruto looked exceptionally dejected. While Chiba was speechless, he walked over to him. Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki raised his head and looked at Chiba with a face full of despair. Brother Chiba, when did you go blind? When Naruto heard Chiba's words, he was utterly confused. He couldn't remember what he had done wrong to provoke Chiba's scolding. Chiba glanced at him and said to himself, Why do you like Sakura Haruno? What about her attracts you? Upon hearing this question, Naruto hung his head and sighed. Sakura is pretty. Just as he finished speaking, Chiba's voice rang out. So, I asked when you went blind? Clearly having quality resources. Yet you choose to pursue someone who is not interested in you. As your older brother, I want to tell you one thing. Naruto was left bewildered, completely unaware of what Chiba was trying to express. A simple not end well. Chiba shook his head and left, leaving Naruto alone in place, struggling to comprehend the meaning of these words. There are still many days ahead, and some things don't need to be said all at once. Since they were already confirmed to be in Team 7, Chiba was looking forward to the days to come. After pondering fruitlessly, Naruto decided to find Sakura again and ask her out for a meal. However, this time he chose to use the transformation technique. Yet at a crucial moment, Naruto suddenly had a stomach ache and hurriedly ran to the restroom. Chiba stood high up, observing everything that happened. He was very disappointed with his little brother's performance. Seriously, ISN T Hinata, Hyuga pretty? Why must he fixate on Sakura? Saying your eyesight is poor is not an exaggeration at all. With Sasuke's reappearance, the atmosphere became somewhat strange. Uchiha Sasuke asked Sakura about Naruto's whereabouts. However, she began to criticize Naruto. Someone like Naruto really has no one to discipline him. Sakura put on a smug expression and said, Look, doesn't he have no parents? Just as she finished speaking, Another voice came from nearby. Just because he is liked by others, does that mean he can do whatever he wants? Chiba leaped down from the high platform, his footsteps silent. Indeed, having hope in your character is an absolutely wrong thing. Sometimes, a lesson is necessary for you to remember. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold gleam shot from Chiba's hand. Ding! Uchiha Sasuke's reaction was incredibly quick. He instinctively drew a kunai to block the attack aimed at Sakura. Oh! Chiba looked at Uchiha Sasuke with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. Uchiha Sasuke, do you want to meddle in other people's affairs? Although they were about to be placed in the same small team, Chiba was not prepared to coddle him. Acting rashly against a classmate is the biggest mistake. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes were dangerously narrowed. Forget it, I don't want to waste my breath on you. Chiba waved his hand and said, since you want to meddle, let me make you submit first. As he finished speaking, Uchiha Sasuke's pupils shrank suddenly. He realized that Chiba's voice seemed to be coming from behind him. The cold touch pressed tightly against his neck. The chill from the kunai froze his body completely in place. Chapter 14. Uchiha Sasuke's Speculation When. Uchiha Sasuke's body was stiff, completely unable to move. At that moment, he felt the threat of death. In Haruno Sakura's eyes, Chiba instantly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was behind Uchiha Sasuke. The kunai in Chiba's hand was pressed firmly against his neck, the killing intent in his eyes nearly overflowing. Plop! A drop of bright red blood fell from Uchiha Sasuke's neck, splattering on the ground and forming a dangerous flower. Your pride is merely the superiority of your strength over your peers. Chiba's voice was very calm. When this strength is not taken seriously by others, what do you count as? In other words, what do you have to be arrogant about? Haruno Sakura sat on the ground, her pupils dilated, filled with fear. Her hand trembled as she reached out, timidly calling out, Sasuke. Chiba turned the kunai around, not even looking, and flicked it behind him. The cold gleam in the air shot straight towards Haruno Sakura. Swish! Haruno Sakura felt a flash of cold light pass in front of her, leaving her frozen in place. Completely shocked, but the pain that should have followed did not come. When she finally reacted, she found that pink hair was falling all around her. Chiba was not the reckless type. Engaging in a fight in Konoha was already considered quite excessive. If he really injured someone, it would undoubtedly draw attention from others. So, a small lesson would suffice. That kunai just cut off a lot of Haruno Sakura's beautiful hair. Hopefully, this small lesson would make her remember it. Chiba turned and left. Those who speak without thinking often evoke great dislike from others. Ignoring the two, Chiba directly returned to his small courtyard. As for what happened afterward, it was no longer related to him. After this lesson, Haruno Sakura's willful personality should be somewhat restrained. It wasn't until Chiba's figure disappeared that Uchiha Sasuke, who stood still, finally gasped for air. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans continuously rolled down his forehead, making him look disheveled. Is he really a student from our class? A trace of fear flashed in Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. Having experienced the night of the massacre, he could clearly sense that Chiba's killing intent was not a bit fake. If he had moved even slightly back then, he might have been decapitated. Both of them left the place, still haunted by the experience, and returned to their homes. However, when Uzumaki Naruto came back, he looked at the empty chairs, feeling very depressed. Why is it just me again? Time flew by quickly, and soon it was the day of the teacher handover. However, after the other students left with their new teacher, the 3 members of Team 7 were anxiously waiting for their new teacher to arrive. Chiba sat quietly in the front row, waiting for Kakashi's arrival. If he guessed correctly, this class arrangement should be the 3rd Hokage's idea. Among the class teachers, Kakashi's strength was considered one of the most superior. Excluding Might Guy, Kakashi should be the strongest presence. The title of Copy Ninja was not given for nothing. Uzumaki Naruto couldn't contain his inner excitement and placed the blackboard eraser on the door. Bang! As expected, the eraser hit its target perfectly. When Hatake Kakashi walked into the classroom, he immediately sensed that something was off with the atmosphere. Ignoring the laughing Uzumaki Naruto, Chiba sat calmly in the front row. As for Uchiha Sasuke, he chose a seat far away from Chiba. Under his observation, Uchiha Sasuke occasionally glanced at Chiba with a hint of fear. This kid seems to have some secrets. Hatake Kakashi thought to himself. I am your class teacher, Hatake Kakashi, a jonin from Konoha. Chiba, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto. Please come with me. After a brief introduction, the 4 of them headed to the training ground. After explaining the rules of the bell-snatching game, Uzumaki Naruto charged ahead. Whoosh! A gust of wind was kicked up, and before Uzumaki Naruto could react, Hatake Kakashi easily subdued him, pressing a kunai against the back of his head. Uchiha Sasuke's pupils constricted at this scene. This scene was so familiar. Just yesterday, he had experienced it firsthand. Could it be? Uchiha Sasuke suddenly thought of a possibility. Chiba's strength had already reached the Jonin level. Chapter 15. The test for the Bell's young people are always impatient. Kakashi Hatake put down the shuriken in his hand and looked at the three of them. At least wait for me to say start. He tied the bells around his waist and returned the shuriken to Naruto, officially announcing, start. As soon as the words fell, all three disappeared from their spots. Although Chiba really wanted to know his current strength level, he wasn't prepared to show all of it for the sake of his own concealment and safety. Of course, as an excellent student, he still needed to have a certain level, and the scale of that level was something Chiba had to gauge himself. As expected, Naruto Uzumaki was as reckless as ever. While Chiba and Sasuke Uchiha chose to hide for the moment, he boldly confronted Kakashi. Kakashi Hatake, nominally a genin, was actually an overpowered player. He was a true existence at the 50-50 level, able to exchange blows with even Kagaya Otsutsuki. With such strength, Naruto charged directly at him. Chiba looked at him with admiration. He was indeed impressive, just like in the original story, when Kakashi took out the Ica Paradise. Naruto charged at him as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Soon, he tasted the bitter fruit of his recklessness. The secret technique of Konoha, 1,000 years of pain. Naruto experienced the feeling of flying high before falling straight into the water. However, two shuriken quickly flew out of the water, slicing through the air toward Kakashi. Facing Naruto's attack, Kakashi actually didn't take it too seriously. He raised his hand, prepared to catch the shuriken. But at that moment, danger suddenly approached. Wind release, gale palm. Chiba, hiding in the shadows, brought his hands together to compress the raging wind, turning it into a more intense hurricane that howled out. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise as he snapped his book shut. In the instant the hurricane struck, smoke rose, and he disappeared completely, leaving behind a dry wooden stump. Such a level of ninjutsu. Kakashi emerged from the nearby bushes, his expression serious as he looked towards Chiba's position. The chakra fluctuations just now had already revealed his location. Just like Jiraiya's sensei taught me, Chiba said, beaming with confidence, showing no signs of weakness. He could just attribute all the unexplainable things to Jiraiya. Even if Konoha's ninjas went to verify with Jiraiya, given his personality, he would likely cover for Chiba. Kakashi fell silent upon hearing that name. Indeed, Team 7 needed to be taken seriously. However, he did not put away the book in his hand. At most, that dead fish eye of his had gained a little spirit. C-rank ninjutsu, wind release, gale palm, was not enough to make him take it seriously. Sasuke Uchiha, hiding in the shadows, gritted his teeth but did not act recklessly. The immediate priority was still to snatch the bells from Kakashi. Since Chiba was holding him off in the front, he would attack from the shadows. Smack! What? Naruto, at some point, had managed to control Kakashi from behind, wrapping around him like a koala. He probably thought the substitution technique couldn't be used continuously in a short time, right? As those words fell, Chiba also disappeared from his spot. With Naruto restraining the opponent, physical techniques were the most useful. Konoha Gale, a fierce kick aimed directly at Kakashi's lower body. The dry grass swayed with the wind. Bang! Facing such an attack, Kakashi displayed his true level as a genin. He didn't have time to care about Naruto behind him. Lowering his body slightly, he unleashed the same physical technique instantly. Konoha Gale versus Konoha Gale. Chiba felt a slight tremor in his legs as pain shot through his calves. His physical quality, in comparison, still had some shortcomings. Retreating rapidly, Chiba didn't want to continue clashing directly with Kakashi. If things got urgent, it was very likely he wouldn't be able to hide his strength anymore. What he had shown so far was already quite impressive. After all, he had gotten his hands on the bells. Kakashi-sensei, the game is over. Upon hearing this, Kakashi was momentarily stunned, not quite processing it. What's over? He looked down at his waist, only to find the bells had vanished. As for Naruto, he had already been sent flying far away during the previous confrontation. Today's kids really shouldn't be underestimated. After discovering the disappearance of the bells, Kakashi also gave up resisting. He stood still, looking at Chiba, and asked, there are only 2 bells. What choice will you make? Facing this test, Chiba smiled slightly and said, one for Naruto, and the other for Sasuke. Chapter 16. The answer about companions. This answer was, one could say, beyond Kakashi Hatake's expectations. He originally thought Chiba would choose Naruto Uzumaki, with whom he had a better relationship. However, Kakashi underestimated Chiba's capacity. Why did you make this decision? Kakashi's left eye, hidden beneath his forehead protector, stared intently at Chiba, attempting to exert psychological pressure. To this question, Chiba replied without hesitation, because they are all my companions. Kakashi's heart was shaken, but his face showed no sign of change. He asked again, if you encountered a very difficult task and had to abandon your companions to complete it, Chiba, what choice would you make? There was a weight in Kakashi's voice, and his gaze toward Chiba gradually became serious. To this question, Chiba smiled slightly and said, since there's a conflict between the task and my companions, then. He deliberately paused at the critical moment, raising Kakashi's curiosity. When Kakashi's eyes showed a flash of anxiety, Chiba continued, of course, I would abandon the task. Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. Do you know? Violating the ninja code will make you seen as trash by others. Moreover, it will strip you of your qualifications as a ninja. His roaring voice echoed in Chiba's ears. Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki were momentarily stunned, unable to react. Originally a laid-back teacher, Kakashi's attitude had suddenly transformed into that of a roaring emperor, which was quite hard for them to accept. Chiba had long anticipated this scene, his expression remaining unmoved. It seemed that the events of that year were still an indelible pain for the current Kakashi Hatake. Those who violate the ninja code are called trash. Chiba's expression was surprisingly calm. However, those who do not understand the importance of companions are even worse than trash. His softly spoken words might seem unremarkable to Naruto and Sasuke, perhaps a viewpoint worth acknowledging by ninjas. But to Kakashi's ears, it was like thunder. In a daze, he seemed to see a familiar figure in Chiba, one of his once most important companions. If he could start over, Kakashi might make a different decision. Kakashi-sensei, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto's voice pulled Kakashi back from his memories. Congratulations, you all passed the assessment. Kakashi's voice carried a hint of fatigue. Something that should have been a happy occasion suddenly felt heavy after hearing Chiba's words. Hey, Naruto exclaimed, I will never give up on big brother Chiba. We have to go together. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Sasuke. Idiot, Kakashi-sensei means we all passed the assessment. Yes, you all passed the assessment. Kakashi looked up at the sky, feeling inexplicably melancholic. Why? Naruto still couldn't understand. With his brain capacity, thinking about these things was indeed a bit challenging for him. Kakashi explained, Chiba is right. Those who violate the ninja code are called trash, and those who do not value their companions are even less than trash. The content of this assessment is precisely about companions. Upon hearing his explanation, Naruto finally began to grasp it, albeit still a bit confused. But this is big brother Chiba's achievement. Sasuke and I didn't complete the assessment. Hearing this astonishing remark, Sasuke covered his face weakly. How did I end up with such a teammate? It's okay, you two are considered a bonus. Kakashi showed no concern about undermining their confidence. Based on his observations over the past few days, both Naruto and Sasuke had strong resilience. After all, one had suffered discrimination since childhood, and the other had endured the pain of his clan's annihilation. At such a young age, they had experienced suffering that others could not bear in a lifetime. Although he said that, when they heard Kakashi's words, Sasuke and Naruto still had dark expressions. Damn it, I will prove it to you. Kakashi turned to leave, not taking Naruto's roar to heart. He had already cared enough for the two of them. In fact, there was something he hadn't made clear. The reason for passing this assessment was not only because of Chiba, there was also a part due to Naruto. After all, he was the only bloodline of his teacher. Chapter 17, another sign-in task. The successful assessment led to the official establishment of Team 7, and Chiba, this butterfly that traveled through time, officially pushed the unchanging plot into unknown directions. Today, our task is to capture the lost cat, Little Tiger of the feudal lord's wife. Kakashi Hatake looked at the note in his hand and said weakly, for him, a jonin, to take these 3 genin to carry out a so-called task was truly a torment, especially after several consecutive days of delivering messages, finding things, and helping with farming tasks. Kakashi's last bit of enthusiasm was also worn away. The other 3 members of Team 7 were not in a good state either. Excluding the relatively stable Chiba, Naruto Uzumaki was already on the verge of bursting. As for Sasuke Uchiha, his impatience was evident from his expression. All right, the task has been accepted. Let's just complete it first. Kakashi comforted them. After some effort, the little cat, Little Tiger, was held tightly in Naruto's arms. The struggling cat kept waving its claws and let out a sharp scream. This made Chiba, who was already in a bad mood, approach the edge of an explosion. Shut up. If you keep yelling, I'll kill you. A gloomy voice rang in the cat's ears. Instantly, the cat quieted down. It obediently stayed in Naruto's arms and stopped its struggles. The animals in this world generally have high intelligence. Understanding human speech was not difficult for them. Little Tiger could clearly sense the killing intent from the person in front of it. If it did not calm down, it really might be killed by this person. Hey, hey! Naruto looked at the cat in his arms in shock. Brother Chiba, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to scare this fierce cat into silence with just one sentence. Seeing this scene, Sasuke Uchiha felt no admiration at all. On the contrary, he felt more fear. Naruto appeared to be naive and did not have much cunning, so he could not see Chiba's true nature. However, Sasuke was clear that the killing intent Chiba had just admitted was absolutely real. Kakashi Hatake arrived late, but when he saw the quiet cat, the only exposed eye of his flashed with a hint of surprise. Alright, since we found the cat. Kakashi didn't care too much. What he was concerned about was the delivery of the task. Hokage's office. The feudal lord's wife of the Land of Fire, Shizune, had been waiting here early. When she saw her cat, Little Tiger, her eyes flashed with joy. She then took the cat from Naruto's hands and rubbed it against her face, causing her makeup to fall off like putty. It seemed that upon returning to its owner, the cat began to scream again. However, when it saw Chiba's cold gaze, it immediately froze. The screams gradually lowered, turning into pitiful whimpers. The third Hokage looked at the task scroll in his hand and recited, "Your next task is to deliver some items to the neighboring village. Or to help deal with the weeds in the fields." Upon hearing this, Naruto shouted, "Is there no more challenging task?" After a heated argument, the third Hokage smiled and said, "In that case, I'll give you a C-rank escort mission." Hearing this, Naruto immediately became excited. Really? Is it a lord or a princess? The third Hokage called out to the door. "Come in." Chiba looked at the person walking in, and a smile appeared on his face. The bridge-building master from the Land of Waves, Tazuna. Team 7's first mission debut. Chiba thought to himself, although the task is somewhat difficult, at least we can leave the village. The third Hokage looked at Tazuna and explained, "These are the ninjas who will escort you back." Tazuna took a sip of alcohol and said somewhat displeased, "What? It turns out to be a group of kids, especially the shortest and dumbest one. Is he really a ninja?" Chiba ignored Naruto, who was ready to kill Tazuna. At this moment, his mind was completely immersed in the system. Just now, a new system task was released. Sign-in task is being issued. Task content: go to the Land of Waves to sign in and kill one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza Momochi. Task reward: 8 gates released. Hidden task is being issued. The sudden task left Chiba feeling somewhat confused. It seemed that the last sign-in task hadn't been completed yet, right? Chapter 18. Hidden tasks and bets with Tion. However, the system's prompt was not over yet. Hidden task: name the soon-to-be-completed bridge after yourself. Hidden task reward: C-rank ninjutsu power enhancement. Hiss. Chinya inhaled sharply. Not only was there a sign-in task, but there was also a hidden task. It seemed that the trip to the Land of Waves was a must. This time, the sign-in task was not as simple as it seemed. Compared to the previous 2 sign-in tasks, the difficulty had increased by at least 1 level. This time there were 2 targets. One was the mist ninja ghost, Momochi Zabuza, and the other was his subordinate, Haku. Both of their strengths were at the Jonin level. For Chinya's level, trying to kill them was quite troublesome. Therefore, he turned his attention to Kakashi Hatake. The copy ninja, Kakashi, is a 50-50. His strength is unfathomable, and his greatest strength is being able to match anyone 50-50. It doesn't matter if you're a Jonin, an Umbu, or a Kage-level powerhouse. Even the progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki, Kakashi could still trade blows with you. So, in terms of combat, Chinya felt relatively reassured. After accepting the task, Kakashi gave them ample time to prepare the necessary supplies. After completing several tasks, Chinya had saved up some funds, enough to buy weapons and military rations. These were essential items for going out. He needed to choose a good quality kunai. Otherwise, he would have to bear the weight of a big sword, and it would be a decapitating sword at that. I remember that Tiantian's family seems to sell ninja tools. Chinya walked through Konoha village, looking for a suitable shop. The name was truly simple, Tiantian Ninja Tool Shop. It seemed Tiantian was quite favorite home. TSK, a hidden wealthy person among the Konoha 12. Chinya still remembered that in his previous life, every time he saw Tiantian fight, there was a feeling of wealth overwhelming the scene. Countless ninja tools would rain down. Others used various ninjutsu and strategies to take down their enemies. But when it came to Tian, she would just smash you with money. Chinya entered the ninja tool shop, looking at the dazzling array of ninja tools. Feeling a bit dazzled. Knock knock. He approached the counter and lightly tapped the surface. Here she comes. A clear and pleasant voice came from the back room. Hello, customer. What can I help you with? Dressed in a pink qipao with a small collar, traditional hairstyle with hairpins, and a delicate face. Her genuine smile gave a very comforting feeling. I'm the owner of this shop, Tian. Hiss. Chinya gasped again. He had underestimated Tian's wealth level. He had thought the owner of this ninja tool shop would be her family member or elder. Unexpectedly, at such a young age, she had already become a shop owner. I would like to purchase some shuriken and kunai. They must be sturdy. Chinya stated his requirements. Tian looked at the boy in front of her with curiosity, surprised by his request. Are you going out on a mission? Chinya nodded and explained, our team leader just accepted an escort mission, so I came to buy some ninja tools. Hearing his words, Tian became even more curious. You don't seem to be from the same class as me, right? Chinya had no reason to hide and directly replied, I just graduated from the Ninja Academy. I am Chinya. Currently, I am in Team 7, led by Kakashi Hatake. Tian gasped, you guys accepted a C-rank mission so quickly. Chinya was not modest at all. Maybe it's because I'm a genius. Tian looked at the boy in front of her in surprise, not expecting him to give such an explanation. Who boasts about being a genius? Moreover, I don't think a freshly graduated student can be that strong. Hearing Tian's words, Chinya's smile became somewhat meaningful. Then, how about we have a little competition? Let us see who is stronger without hurting each other. Chinya's suggestion intrigued Tian. Being able to join Guy's class was enough to show that this girl was quite competitive. All right, let us compete. I don't think you're stronger than me. Under Chinya's persuasion, Tian decisively jumped on the bandwagon. Wait, a competition needs some stakes to be interesting. Chinya gestured for her not to rush. How about the loser agrees to one request from the winner? Hearing this wager, Tian hesitated for a moment. However, she quickly firmed her gaze. I agree. Chapter 19. The result of the match, Tian's threat Qian Yi followed Tian to the back of the ninja tools shop. At the same time, it gave Qian Yi a clearer understanding of how extravagant Tian was. Behind a ninja tool shop, there was a very spacious training ground. According to Tian's introduction, some customers wanted to check the quality of the ninja tools, and this place provided them with a very convenient location. This was also one of the reasons why the ninja tool shop had good business. Are you really sure you want to compete with me? Tian asked again. What I'm good at is ninja tools ninjutsu, and if I'm not careful, I might hurt you. From her words, it was clear that Tian was essentially a very kind girl. Of course, with her current strength, it would still be quite difficult to hurt Qian Yi. Don't worry, I'm very confident in myself. This match will just be a warm-up before the mission. The two stood facing each other, bowed, and the match officially began. Hidden weapons, rapid fire. Once Tian entered combat mode, she immediately seemed like a different person. With a serious expression, she also exuded a sense of elegance. As one of the few in the Konoha 12 who understood space-time ninjutsu, she carried a large quantity of ninja tools. In Qian Yi's memory, her opponents were always overwhelmed by her extravagant display of weapons. The overwhelming array of ninja tools directly sealed off all of Qian Yi's escape routes. Wind release, great breakthrough. Qian Yi's hand seal speed had already reached the level of AJ Nin. Because he temporarily had no shortage of chakra and various ninjutsu, what he needed to practice was his hand seal speed. The speed of hand seals could give Qian Yi good combat and survival capabilities. A fierce wind erupted from his mouth, howling as it blew toward the incoming ninja tools. In an instant, countless ninja tools collided, creating a sound of metal clashing. Seeing this scene, Tian's face turned pale. Her proud ninjutsu was instantly broken. A bad premonition surged in her heart. Wind release, vacuum sphere. Seizing the opportunity, Qian Yi would not let the stunned opponent off the hook. Tian gritted her teeth and pulled out 2 scrolls from her waist pouch. Double Rising Dragon. This jutsu was still a bit too much for her at the moment. However, facing the incoming vacuum wind bullets, Tian had no choice but to use this jutsu. The 2 scrolls flew out, spiraling toward Qian Yi. In an instant, the entire area was covered with ninja tools. Shuriken, kunai, sickles, samurai swords. Hiss! Qian Yi was once again amazed by Tian's extravagance. It was truly an indiscriminate coverage. It was already too late to use Great Breakthrough again. Watch out! Tian's face turned deathly pale as she saw Qianyi standing still, showing no intention of dodging. After the vacuum wind bullets deflected the ninja tools in front of him, they lost their lethality. The gaps created were quickly filled with more ninja tools. Under Tian's somewhat terrified gaze, the ninja tools pierced into Qianyi's body. Clang! Instead of the imagined squishing sound, it was the sound of the tools embedding into wood. When did this happen? The one covered by ninja tools was not Qianyi, but a solid wooden stake. Substitution jutsu. Once regarded as a miraculous technique, it had faded into obscurity in later stages. Focused during the battle, Tian's body suddenly stiffened. Qianyi's voice rang in her ears. "I'm sorry, I win." He lightly pressed the kunai he picked up from the ground against Tian's white neck. Losing so decisively was something Tian had not anticipated. She originally thought that even if she couldn't defeat him, she could at least hold out for a while. But Qianyi had only released 2 jutsus, and the entire fight lasted only a few minutes. Most importantly, at the moment Qianyi held the kunai against her, his breath brushed against her ear, giving her a strange feeling. You can let me go now." Tian's face turned slightly red as she stammered. Seeing this, Qianyi understood that if he continued, it might go too far, so he promptly put away the kunai. "This match, you won." Tian stepped back a few paces, her face still flushed. "Speak. Let me agree to whatever condition you want." Qianyi supported his chin with his right hand, deep in thought. "I need to think this over carefully." He didn't want to let such a good opportunity slip away. "I warn you, don't go too far." Tian bared her little tiger teeth and threatened, or else. She thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with any consequences. It seemed she really couldn't defeat Qianyi. Thinking of this, Tian's little face fell, and she could only wait for Qianyi to state his demands. Chapter 20. The Concealed Mission. Ninja Attack. What will happen otherwise? Chiba leaned slightly closer to Tian, a dangerous smile on his face. Tian's face turned slightly red as she crossed her arms over her chest and stepped back repeatedly. All right, I won't tease you anymore." Chiba understood the situation and retreated in time. "Any requests?" "I can't think of anything at the moment, but I am very satisfied with the quality of the ninja tools." He played with the kunai in his hand and said with a smile. After purchasing a batch of ninja tools from here, Tian's gaze towards Chiba became increasingly friendly. "Good talent, strong strength, and good looks. Are all the new ninjas this strong?" Tian stood at the door of the ninja tool shop, watching Chiba's departing figure, feeling somewhat displeased. However, when she recalled the previous battle, she felt a sense of helplessness. The gap was truly too large. They were completely on different levels. After a day of rest, the next morning, Team 7 gathered at the entrance of Konoha village. The most lively one was still the blonde prince, Uzumaki Naruto. In comparison, Chiba and Sasuke appeared much quieter. As for Kakashi Hitaki, he was still engrossed in the latest issue of Makeout Paradise. Dazna looked at the escort team before him and felt a wave of exhaustion. Is it really appropriate to entrust his safety to such a few people? It felt like his life was not long for this world. These four really didn't seem like reliable people. Hey, everyone perk up. Dazna felt that the atmosphere in the team was trending toward annihilation. Oh, the only one responding to him was Uzumaki Naruto, excited for his first C-rank mission. This was the first obstacle on Naruto's path to becoming Hokage. Don't worry, uncle, I will definitely protect you. Dazna looked at Naruto with a dead fisheye expression. Oh, the reaction was rather bland. Hey, Naruto shouted. What do you mean? Are you looking down on people? Kakashi Hitaki timely stepped in to mediate. All right, let's set off early. Kakashi didn't pay much attention to this mission. After all, for an elite jonin, a C-rank mission posed no danger at all. Among those present, it was Chiba and Uzumaki Naruto whose emotions were the most volatile. Naruto was excited because it was his first external mission. As for Chiba, he was aware of the concealed matters behind this mission. If not handled carefully, they could easily capsize in the gutter. After all, this was the cruel world of ninjas. After a morning of trekking, they hardly encountered any danger. However, when passing through a forest, a puddle caught Chiba's attention. He raised his right hand to shield his forehead, looking toward the somewhat glaring sunlight. The team continued to move forward calmly. Kakashi also sensed that something was off, but did not voice it. Real combat is necessary for a ninja. This was also a lesson that Team 7 had to learn. In Chiba's perception, a fluctuation of chakra appeared behind them. The first one, a calm yet cruel voice echoed in Kakashi's ears. Cold iron chains instantly bound him. The sharp blades swept past, raising a cloud of dust. In the face of the sudden attack, Naruto and Dazna were left dumbfounded. The second one, that cruel voice rang again in Naruto's ears. The blades were closing in an instant. Faced with the threat of death, Naruto stood frozen in place, completely unable to react. Bang bang. A gust of wind swept by, and shadows flashed before Naruto and Dazna. A huge noise erupted from the trees on the left. By the time Naruto reacted, the two attacking ninjas had already vanished from his sight. Looking next to him, he saw Sasuke and Dazna with dazed expressions. What happened? He followed their gaze. He saw two ninjas lying unconscious beneath the trees. Hiss! Naruto gasped in shock. Looking beside him, Chiba stood there with a calm expression, as if nothing had happened. Clap! Clap! Applause sounded from behind the trees, and Kakashi's figure reappeared before everyone. Quick reactions, spectacular battles. He didn't hold back his praise. Chiba's strength was indeed worthy of commendation. From an observer's perspective, it was clear to see Chiba's combat earlier. The moment the enemy attacked, Chiba struck instantly. The explosive speed caught even Kakashi's attention. With a kick, he forcefully sent the two ninjas flying dozens of feet into the trees. The impact knocked them unconscious instantly. This battle was what Chiba deserved the most praise for. Admiration flashed in Kakashi's eyes. Chapter 21. The necessary path to becoming a ninja, however, Sasuke and Naruto seemed a bit sluggish in their reactions during the battle. Kakashi Hatake cast his gaze towards the two. He was merely offering an objective evaluation. In fact, even he was somewhat taken aback by Chiba's combat performance just now. The moment the ambushing ninja appeared, Chiba rushed in front of him in an instant. With two consecutive high kicks, he quickly defeated the opponent. From any perspective, Chiba's combat level was completely on par with that of AJ Nin. Perhaps this was due to the influence of Jiraiya, one of the legendary three ninjas. Kakashi Hatake was somewhat lost in thought. The teaching skills of Jiraiya, who trained the fourth Hokage, were still as terrifying as ever. Damn it, Naruto shouted indignantly. Next time, I will definitely be able to react. Chiba responded with a smile. Of course you can. I believe in you, Naruto Uzumaki. After all, you are my little brother. Chiba gave Naruto a thumbs up, strengthening their bond. Sasuke, however, still had a deadpan expression, looking gloomy and showing no signs of change. But Chiba noticed a slight fluctuation in his eyes. Perhaps correcting the worldview of the second pillar is also a good choice. Chiba felt a stir of thoughts in his heart. Mr. Tazuna, I have some things I want to discuss with you. Kakashi looked at Tazuna. At this moment, the bridge builder was sweating profusely, having tied the two unconscious ninjas to a tree. They were just waking up from their unconscious state. Originally, a C-rank mission wouldn't involve ninja attacks. We were only responsible for fending off gangsters or thieves. Kakashi's deadpan eyes inexplicably gave a sense of oppression. However, once ninjas appeared, it had already escalated to a B-rank mission. Therefore, for the safety of the students. At that moment, Naruto suddenly interrupted Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, I want to give it a try. No matter how dangerous this mission is, I want to try it. Because my goal is to become Hokage. Kakashi looked at Naruto's determined gaze and felt somewhat moved. His figure inexplicably overlapped with the image of someone who had already passed away in his mind. Chiba secretly gave Naruto a thumbs up. Good boy. You didn't let your brother down this time. You've avoided getting hurt. The sign-in mission in the Land of Waves must not be given up. He had long coveted the 8 Gates technique, but due to its forbidden jutsu level, he had no way to approach it. Therefore, this sign-in mission was an excellent opportunity. He absolutely could not miss the chance to add another trump card himself. Kakashi-sensei, I think we can give it a try, Chiba suddenly said. A D-rank mission can no longer provide us with practical experience. Although jumping straight to a B-rank mission is a bit of a leap, I think it's a great opportunity for training. After hearing Chiba and Naruto's requests, Kakashi fell in a deep thought. After a moment, he turned his gaze to Sasuke and asked, Sasuke, what do you think? Since the other two chose to continue the mission, Sasuke naturally wouldn't back down. Continue the mission. His response was concise and to the point, without any hesitation. Since the three of them were part of the same team, Kakashi had to consider everyone's feelings. Fortunately, Sasuke was also a competitive person, which made things a bit easier. Thank you all. Tazuna could only express his gratitude in words. Alright, now comes the main event. Kakashi clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. The attacking ninjas are from the Mist Village. Their methods of completing tasks are always quite bloody. So, Chiba and Naruto, I'll leave them to you. Naruto's face turned pale, and he stammered, Kakashi-sensei, what do you mean by that? Kakashi bent down, leaning close to Naruto's face, and whispered, if you want to continue the mission, you must kill them. As ninjas, killing is unavoidable. Chiba looked at Kakashi in surprise. This was different from his impression of him being indecisive. However, as for killing and bloodshed, Chiba had already mentally prepared himself when he chose this path. To him, death was merely a fleeting occurrence. Naruto gripped his kunai, his face almost written with hesitation. Whoosh! Bang! A kunai whizzed past Naruto's ear and directly embedded itself in one of the ninja's forehead. Naruto, if you can't even get past this hurdle. Chiba looked at his expression, very calm. I suggest you give up on the path of a ninja. Chapter 22. The Great Deception. Kakashi Hatake was not surprised that Chiba was able to take action. However, his calm and composed demeanor was somewhat unexpected for Kakashi. I can do it! Naruto Uzumaki shouted at Chiba. Yet his hand holding the kunai was still trembling. The fear that occasionally flashed in his eyes fully illustrated his current state of mind. This request was still a bit too much for him. The reason Kakashi allowed Chiba and Naruto to take action was that Sasuke Uchiha was significantly stronger than the two of them in this regard. After all, not everyone could experience the night of a massacre. Naruto, this is a path every ninja must take. Chiba's calm voice echoed in Naruto's ears again. I hope you can do it. At that moment, the kunai in Naruto's hand slipped from his grip, heading straight for the last missed ninja's forehead. Blood slowly flowed down his face. Life had nearly vanished from him. Yet, Naruto's body continued to tremble uncontrollably. This was his first time killing someone. Kakashi-sensei, Chiba nai, Sasuke. Naruto's voice trembled, as if filled with fear. Does every ninja have to have their hands stained with blood? Kakashi Hatake was silent, and so was Sasuke Uchiha. They did not have a precise answer to this question. But one thing was certain. Every ninja's hands were stained with blood. There were no exceptions. This was the tone of the world. Chiba approached Naruto and placed a hand on his shoulder. It's not you, nor the ninja. That's wrong. It's this sick world. Only those at the very top can change it. Hearing Chiba's words, Naruto's eyes gradually rekindled with light. Do you remember what I wrote under the statue of the first Hokage? After thinking for a moment, Naruto replied, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the god of shinobi, achievements, pacifying wars, suppressing tailed beasts, establishing Konoha. This was the foundation of his friendship with Chiba, so Naruto remembered it very clearly. Naruto, the reason the first Hokage was able to achieve this was not because he was kind-hearted, but because of his strength. Confusion flashed in Naruto's eyes. Strength. Chiba clenched his fists, sounding like a seasoned salesman, and shouted, strength is the foundation of everything. You disagree with the end of war? Then I will fight until you submit. It was precisely because of this strength that the wars at that time came to an end. Listening to Chiba's words, not only Naruto, but even Sasuke showed a thoughtful expression. However, Kakashi was left with a black line on his face. Hey kid, don't lead people down the wrong path. We're just carrying out a B-rank mission. Is this really a matter of strength? Kakashi thought for a moment and realized it might actually be related to strength. The wood release and Susanoo could balance the 5 great shinobi countries. This was an undisputed fact in the entire ninja world. Although Kakashi had not witnessed the battles back then, he had heard a little from the records in the Umbu. Therefore, to change the current situation, Chiba's voice was impassioned and rhythmic, giving people a very intense feeling. Only strength. Saying this, he placed his hand on Naruto's head. Fortunately, your brother has always been working towards this goal. Naruto's eyes sparkled as he looked at Chiba with a very admiring gaze. So, my brother also has such grand ambitions. Seeing Naruto's expression, Chiba nodded in satisfaction. Finally, my efforts were not in vain. This further deepened the bond between Naruto and himself. A blood profit, not a loss. Kakashi unexpectedly found that after Chiba's guidance, Naruto's thick-skinned nature seemed to have adapted. Alright, we've already wasted too much time, Kakashi interrupted. Since Chiba and Naruto have passed the test, let's continue on our way. Tazuna was extremely grateful for everyone's decision. As a poor bridge builder, he couldn't offer the reward for a B-rank mission. After a day's journey, they arrived at the dock. After renting a small boat, they successfully reached the unfinished bridge. On the surface of the sea, mist was rising, giving a sense of impending danger. As they passed under the bridge, the scenery before them suddenly transformed, becoming bright and beautiful again. Here, they had already entered the land of waves. Bidding farewell to the boatmen, everyone moved towards Tazuna's home. However, at the moment they entered the forest, Chiba suddenly tensed up. Around them, it felt as if endless malice was spreading. Chapter 23. The appearance of the mist-hidden assassin. Although he hadn't entered sage mode, Chiba's perception ability was far superior to that of an ordinary ninja. Perhaps even Kakashi Hatake had yet to sense the danger. But Chiba had already picked it up. Such palpable malice could only belong to that person. The mist-hidden assassin, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zabuza Momochi, faced with such an elite-level ninja. Even among Jonin, Chiba dared not let his guard down. In a situation where he could not expose Sage Mode, he did not think he had the strength to face the mist-hidden assassin in a one-on-one fight. Sometimes, the power of teamwork was still very necessary. Kakashi-sensei, Chiba reminded, I sense danger around us. That palpable malice. If Naruto had been the one to warn him, Kakashi might not have taken it too seriously. However, Chiba had already proven his strength through action. Therefore, caution was necessary. Oh my, I didn't expect to find a decent little brat here. As the voice echoed around them, a whistling sound cut through the air above everyone's heads. Get down. Chiba had long been on guard. He dodged, just in time, narrowly avoiding the decapitation sword. He had initially wanted to attempt to control it, but it was still infused with Zabuza's chakra. Quick reflexes. Zabuza leaped out from the forest, stepping onto the decapitation sword, looking down at everyone. Hand over that old man, quickly. It would save us all from a fight, wouldn't it? His eyes, visible beneath his forehead protector, glinted with killing intent. Kakashi Hatake, the copy ninja of Konoha, faced Zabuza with a serious expression. I've heard of your reputation since the days of the assassination squad. Kakashi did not dare let his guard down against Zabuza, the man who had once single-handedly changed the way ninjas were selected in the Mist Village. His terrifying killing ability alone was enough to make anyone extremely cautious. The mist silently enveloped everyone. The killing intent began to spread. Though I want to finish off that old man quickly and get some rest, Zabuza's eyes flashed with a red gleam. It seems a bit difficult if I don't kill you first. Kakashi Hatake, as his voice fell, he leaped off the decapitation sword and landed on the surface of the water beside it. The mist thickened even more. Ninjutsu, Eden Mist Technique. Before the eyes of everyone, Zabuza's tall figure vanished straight into the mist. As the thick fog rose, visibility around them decreased significantly. The three formed a protective formation around Tazuna. Meanwhile, Zabuza's voice echoed from above in the forest. 8 points. The throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, subclavian artery, kidneys, and heart. Which vital spot should I choose? His calm voice carried a hint of a thirst for blood. 6 o'clock direction, within 10 steps. Chiba remained composed and activated his maximum range of perception. Swish! The sound of shurikens slicing through the air shot towards the direction he indicated. Zabuza's voice abruptly stopped. How was that possible? His tone carried a hint of exasperation. At the critical moment, Kakashi chose to trust Chiba. Although the hidden mist technique was powerful, could it be that Zabuza was just pretending to be fine? Without the guidance of sound, it wasn't easy for Chiba to detect him. The vibrations of sound in the air would cause slight changes in the mist, which even an ordinary Jonin would find hard to perceive. But for Chiba, who had experience with Sage Mode, it wasn't too difficult. It seems I need to take care of this brat first. Zabuza identified the key point. Naruto, Sasuke, be on guard. Chiba called out, pulling out a kunai from his backpack and gripping it tightly. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed harshly in the quiet forest. The immense force from the decapitation sword made Chiba feel somewhat strained. You're pretty strong, brat. Zabuza's eyes, filled with killing intent, suddenly closed in on Chiba. Unfortunately, he was still a bit short. Zabuza's arm muscles bulged, and an overwhelming force transmitted from the decapitation sword. Konoha whirlwind. A powerful gust of wind surged from his right side. Just in time, Kakashi finally arrived. In close-quarters combat, Guy's taijutsu was the best choice. Direct hit. A kick to the head. Unfortunately, the clear splash of water erupted, revealing that the Zabuza before him was nothing but a water clone. The killing intent once again enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 24. The intrigue among Jonin Konoha's Kakashi Hatake is indeed a tough opponent. In the thick fog, the sharp sound of slicing through the air echoed again. The executioner's great sword cut through the mist, heading straight for Kakashi's vital points. Swoosh! The water flow broke, and Kakashi's figure shattered, scattering on the grass. It's over. The kunai landed on Zabuza Momochi's neck, reflecting Kakashi's killing intent in the sharp light. Do you think this kind of monkey trick can kill me? Zabuza, who was pinned down by the kunai, showed no sign of restraint. Instead, he became even more arrogant. I am the demon of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. His voice came from behind Kakashi. Silent killing technique of the mist. The clash of the refined kunai and the executioner's great sword produced a deafening sound of metal clashing. Both of their strengths are among the very top of the Jonin. Whether in taijutsu or ninjutsu, both are exceptionally skilled. Moreover, their backgrounds are surprisingly similar. Kakashi was previously a member of the Umbu, and assassination missions were almost routine for him. Zabuza lived by assassination missions as well. The dazzling clash of taijutsu made everyone present tense up. Bang! Zabuza seized on a mistake by Kakashi and kicked him straight away. Kakashi also used this force to leap into the water. However, this jump led him straight into Zabuza's trap. Water release, water prison technique. The specially made water prison trapped Kakashi inside, leaving him temporarily unable to escape. Chiyo, seeing this scene, couldn't help but facepalm. So this is what a Jonin battle looks like. Each one more scheming than the last. Everyone is a scheming bastard. Various calculations and tactics push their minds to the limit. All right, you stay here for now. Zabuza pressed one hand on the water prison, his face cold. I will go and eliminate those little brats. A ninja is not a game. It is a synonym for walking on the edge of life and death. As his words fell, another figure emerged from the water beside him. Water release, water clone technique. You are no match for him. Hurry and escape. Kakashi shouted from inside the water prison upon witnessing this scene. The water clone cannot stray too far from the original. His expression was anxious, his eyes filled with worry. As the teacher, allowing his students to fall into such a predicament was indeed a dereliction of duty. Kakashi-sensei, I think if we run, Chiyo stepped forward, we might die even faster. Besides, this goes against my creed. Zabuza sneered. Confident little brat, you will pay the price for your reckless decision. Chiyo showed no respect and shot back directly. You don't need to worry about that. Sasuke, Naruto, protect Tazuna. As his words fell, Chiyo's figure had already disappeared from sight. Are you kidding? Even facing Zabuza alone, Chiyo had a certain chance of winning. Not to mention, it was just a water clone with only 1/10 of its power. Even without using Sage Mode, he could achieve a quick kill. His frenzied speed was entirely unlike that of a student who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Seeing this scene, Zabuza's pupils constricted, and an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Wind release, great breakthrough. A violent gust of wind erupted from Chiyo's mouth. The suddenly chaotic mist obscured Zabuza's vision. The sound of the wind howled, cutting off all other sounds. One water clone doesn't seem to be enough. Chiyo's voice echoed behind his clone. Zabuza's pupil shrank as he raised his hand to strike. However, it was already too late. The refined kunai in Chiyo's hand had already landed on his neck. This is the mist technique. Zabuza's clone realized Chiyo's ninjutsu at the moment of losing consciousness. However, for him, this was indeed a humiliation. To be killed by someone using his most proficient technique in one blow. Even if it was just a water clone, it truly wounded Zabuza's pride. But this couldn't be blamed on Chiyo. In such thick fog, the mist technique was indeed very useful. Fortunately, the reward from the previous mission included this ninjutsu. As for the ensuing brawl, let Kakashi-sensei handle it. Looking at Zabuza's predatory gaze, Chiyo raised his hand and launched a surprise shuriken attack. The flying shuriken cut through the mist, heading straight for Zabuza's real body. At the moment, he subconsciously dodged. The water prison broke. Kakashi, who had been preparing for a long time, instantly attacked Zabuza's vital points. Chapter 25. The bold Chiba. Wow, that's amazing. Uzumaki Naruto stared blankly at Chiba, who stood on the surface of the water, unable to regain his senses for a long time. While they were both paralyzed by the murderous intent of Momochi Zabuza, Chiba single-handedly took care of his water clone. The most crucial point was that it was a one-hit kill. There was no sense of hesitation whatsoever. Using wind release ninjutsu combined with the mist technique for assassination, Chiba employed the very attack method that Momochi Zabuza was most proficient in to eliminate his water clone. To both Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, this was utterly absurd. Was the gap between students who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy really this vast? Dazna breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this scene. Just moments ago, when Hatake Kakashi was trapped in the water prison, he thought that this time they would truly perish. However, Chiba's appearance turned the tide of the situation in an instant. Teacher Kakashi, it's all up to you now. Chiba stood on the water's surface and began to retreat. It was not a wise choice to be in the middle of the battlefield between two elite Genin. In close combat, the two briefly clashed before suddenly separating. Ugly. Momochi Zabuza was shocked to find that Hatake Kakashi's movements were completely in sync with his own. How is this possible? He roared in his heart. Shouldn't the Sharingan only copy after the opponent has performed a ninjutsu? Water release. Water Dragon Bullet. A massive amount of chakra surged into the river beneath his feet. In an instant, a violent torrent of water burst forth from the riverbed. The gigantic water dragon stood several meters tall, creating an immense sense of pressure. The two water dragons faced off, as if they could pounce at any moment. At this moment, Zabuza grew very wary. He realized that Hatake Kakashi's combat ability exceeded his expectations by a wide margin. Boom! The water dragon bit down, and the raging water impacted the two of them. The entire river seemed like it was about to unleash a tsunami. Layer upon layer of gigantic waves crashed against the shore, producing deafening sounds. Seizing the opportunity, Zabuza submerged into the water, aiming to launch an attack from below. As a former ninja of the Mist Village, his underwater combat skills were exceptionally refined. However, Hatake Kakashi's Sharingan had already seen through his movements. The moment he began forming hand signs, Kakashi had completed his own. Water release, great waterfall technique. A massive water sphere suddenly appeared in front of Hatake Kakashi. The surrounding river water even dropped by 1 or 2 levels in an instant. As he infused chakra into the water sphere, it gained considerable destructive power. How is this possible? Zabuza roared under the impact of the water sphere. How did you know I was going to release that ninjutsu? Boom! The water surged with a tremendous sound, creating an illusion of deafening noise. Zabuza crossed his executioner's blade in front of him, bracing himself against the great waterfall technique. Cough cough. Bright red blood spurted from his mouth, staining the bandages. He leaned against a large tree, barely managing to stand again, glaring at everyone. How could I possibly lose? Don't move. Chiba's voice came from behind the tree. If I cut your throat, I'm sure you know better than I do what the consequences will be. A chilling sensation crept up his neck. Zabuza froze in place, not daring to move. Faced with death, almost no one could suppress their body's instinctive fear. At that moment, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were both dumbfounded. They had initially thought it was already unbelievable for Chiba to face a water clone alone. But now, he had actually managed to sneak behind Zabuza and had a kunai pressed against his neck. The opponent was a seasoned elite J-nin with countless kills. Brother Chiba, don't you have any sense of fear? Uzumaki Naruto shouted frantically in his heart. He couldn't believe that Chiba, who was the same age as him, was so much more outstanding. Even Uchiha Sasuke, who was the most exceptional in their cohort, was now utterly stunned. Damn it, I can't even surpass my peers. How am I supposed to kill that man? A hint of red glimmered in his eyes. The scene before him was too stimulating. Swish, swish. The sound of something slicing through the air came from a distance, and Chiba instinctively blocked. However, upon noticing the incoming ninja tools, he forcibly suppressed his reflexes. 2 shuriken pierced directly into Zabuza's neck. Chapter 26 Arrival at the destination. Seeing the scene of blood splattering, Chiba let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he did not reach out to block it. Otherwise, there would have been a commotion. The key point is, if that had happened, his mission would have been in jeopardy. Although killing Zabuza was a settled matter, Chiba was unclear about how the kill would be counted. If kills by others were included, Chiba could have facilitated the other party. However, there was no guarantee of that. To ensure the mission's success, Chiba decided it was better to take action himself. Moreover, there was a relatively important hidden task, the naming of the bridge. Although it sounded somewhat embarrassing, one couldn't just give up on the mission rewards, right? If heaven offers a reward, and you don't take it, you will suffer the consequences. This reward that comes knocking at the door must be obtained. Otherwise, one would truly be inhumane. Chiba wanted to reach the pinnacle of the ninja world and become the one controlling the chessboard. The most important condition was to enhance his strength. Every opportunity must not be missed. Thanks to your battle with Zabuza, a boy wearing a strange mask stood on a high branch. This gave me the chance to deliver a fatal blow. Hatake Kakashi recognized the other party's identity through the mask, a pursuing ninja from a mist. Facing the prepared stance of Kakashi and the others, Haku seemed not very nervous. He jumped down from the branch and approached Chiba. Can you hand over the body to me? The mist needs to recover it. At that moment, Chiba naturally turned his gaze to Kakashi. In such a situation, it was best to follow the opinion of the J-nin teacher in the team. Kakashi met Chiba's gaze, walked over, and, after a brief confirmation, nodded and said, "Confirmed dead, you can take it." Haku took the body of Zabuza and nodded slightly to everyone. As the cold wind rose, his figure vanished from the spot. Uzumaki Naruto watched Haku disappear, and a flicker of unwillingness crossed his eyes. However, when he looked at Chiba, it ignited his will to strive. "Chiba and I, teach me how to get stronger." He ran in front of Chiba and shouted loudly, "I want to work hard to become strong and then become Hokage." Chiba face-bombed in silence. "Naruto, why aren't you looking for Kakashi-sensei? Why come to me?" Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression suddenly became quite subtle. Previously, seeing Chiba's performance had momentarily made him lose his mind. However, there was no need to find him now. Chiba pointed and said, "The blue has run out, and he has collapsed." Everyone looked in the direction Chiba indicated, only to hear a thud. Hatake Kakashi lost consciousness and fell directly to the ground. "You two take care of Kakashi-sensei." At this moment, Chiba unceremoniously directed everyone. "I will be in charge of vigilance and protection." Fortunately, during the following journey, no dangerous incidents occurred. Just a few small thieves jumped out of the forest. Chiba casually handed them over to Naruto to deal with. This couldn't help but make Chiba sigh. The disparity between people in this world is truly disproportionate. As ninjas, even a child in their teens can easily defeat adults. No matter how many ordinary people there are, they cannot pose a threat to ninjas. Rather than saying that the daimyo controls the country, it is more accurate to say that it is those ninjas with absolute strength who do. Their words may carry more weight than those of the so-called daimyo. After swaying and walking for half a day, under Dazna's joyful gaze, they finally arrived at his home. Upon reaching the small town, they were temporarily safe. Kaido did not dare to act openly against them here. What he needs is to control everything in this country, not merely to suppress it through violence. Dazna explained to everyone. After settling Kakashi down, everyone began their first dinner at Dazna's home. The extremely simple food already indicated the state of this country. However, Chiba was not a picky eater. In his past life, when he was down and out, he had even survived on 3 yuan for a week. Now, this situation was already much better than that. The next morning, as sunlight streamed through the window and filled the room, Hatake Kakashi woke up from his coma. Upon seeing Chiba and the others, the first thing he said was an apology. "I'm sorry, everyone. The Sharingan drained my chakra, and I lost consciousness without realizing it." Uzumaki Naruto comforted him. "It's fine, teacher." Under Chiba and I's direction, we didn't encounter any difficulties. Hatake Kakashi stretched out his hand from under the covers to shield his face from the sunlight. "I see. It seems you all need some training." Chapter 27. Beginning training in the woods next to the Dazna house. Kakashi Hatake leaned on his cane, explaining the principles of chakra control to everyone. Because a ninja's chakra is limited, one must master every bit of chakra precisely. Only then can you achieve greater progress and strength. He leaned on his cane and walked towards the nearby trees. What you need to do now is to attach your chakra to your feet and then climb to the top of the tree. With that, he limped onto the trunk of the tree. His stable chakra control allowed him to firmly adhere to the tree. Under the astonished gazes of Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha, Kakashi hung upside down from a branch, looking at them. "You can give it a try," he encouraged everyone. To be precise, his gaze was on Chiba. Among the team he led, the 3 of them were very special. Naruto Uzumaki was the Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails. Sasuke Uchiha was the last survivor of the Uchiha clan. And Chiba was a ninja brought back from Mount Myoboku by Jiraiya, one of the legendary 3. This had already been conveyed to him before he led Team 7. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Suritobi, had instructed that if it weren't for Kakashi's rich mission experience and strong abilities, this team would never have been assigned to him. Because of this, Kakashi was even more curious about Chiba's strength. In his perception, Chiba seemed to be hiding some strength. Chiba shrugged, somewhat helpless. He had anticipated this situation long ago. Letting out a sigh, he said, "Actually, I don't recommend showing off in front of them, as it could psychologically impact Naruto and Sasuke." With that, he stepped onto the trunk of the tree. Under Kakashi's expectant gaze, he successfully reached the top. "It seems you don't need training in this regard. However, I think you might be interested in ninjutsu." Upon hearing this, Chiba's eyes lit up. This suggestion was great. The ninjutsu he currently knew all fell within the C rank category. Although it was quite strong for a genin, Chiba felt it was far from enough. Not to mention, during the battle against Zabuza Momochi, the power of C rank ninjutsu was already somewhat lacking. He needed more powerful ninjutsu. "All right, Naruto and Sasuke will practice tree climbing." Kakashi nodded at Chiba and said, "Chiba, come with me." Under the envious gazes of the 2, Chiba followed Kakashi away, leaving Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha staring at each other, neither willing to back down. "I will definitely surpass you," Naruto declared with determination, as if becoming Hokage was just around the corner. Sasuke snorted coldly. With his proud personality, he naturally wouldn't argue with Naruto. Then, the two began their frenzied, tree-climbing activities. Chiba followed Kakashi to a quieter environment. Chiba, I want to know what ninjutsu you currently know. Kakashi looked at Chiba very seriously. Faced with this question, Chiba thought for a moment and said, the ninjutsu that Jiraiya-sensei taught me are all some basic C-rank ninjutsu. I've dabbled in taijutsu, jinjutsu, and ninjutsu. The one I use most often is probably wind release. Great breakthrough, vacuum sphere, and gale palm. Kakashi took a piece of white paper from his backpack and handed it to Chiba. This is chakra paper. Let's test your chakra attributes first. Seeing the piece of paper, Chiba's eyes showed a strong interest. He had been looking forward to this for a long time. He had forgotten to mention it to Jiraiya at the time, but now he could test it. Chiba took the chakra paper and infused it with chakra. The next moment, he saw one half of the chakra paper tear, while the other half caught fire. Kakashi observed this scene and pondered for a moment, saying, wind attribute and fire attribute chakra. A good combination. Wind enhances fire, and both types of ninjutsu are inherently attack specialized. When combined, they will increase the power. However, unfortunately, I'm not particularly proficient with these two types of ninjutsu. Kakashi shook his head, somewhat regretful. Of course, teaching you is still not a problem. Hearing Kakashi's words, Chiba's heart felt like it was on a roller coaster, fluctuating wildly. Don't worry. Due to time constraints, I've decided to teach you two ninjutsu. Chapter 28. Powerful ninjutsu. Hearing this, Chinya's eyes suddenly brightened. What ninjutsu? Hatake Kakashi stared with his dead fish eyes and said, wind release, vacuum great sphere, and fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. I don't know many ninjutsu of these two types, and the only ones suitable for you are these two. Upon hearing the names of these two ninjutsu, the light in Chinya's eyes grew even brighter. Whether it was the vacuum great sphere or the fire dragon flame bullet, both were quite powerful ninjutsu. Although he didn't know how Hatake Kakashi had obtained them, he had once been an Umbu ninja and was known as the copy ninja. The ninjutsu he mastered were simply countless. Moreover, these two ninjutsu were not forbidden techniques, they were quite common. In this case, it was normal for Hatake Kakashi to have mastered these two ninjutsu, since you're more familiar with wind release. Hatake Kakashi said as he placed his cane under his arm, freeing his hands, let's start with the vacuum great sphere. The hand seals for the vacuum great sphere were not very complicated. Compared to the 44 hand seals for the fire dragon flame bullet, it only had 23. They were rat, ox, tiger, monkey, rooster, water rat, pig, rooster. Listening to Hatake Kakashi explain the hand seals, Chinya secretly began to try. To his surprise, his talent for wind release seemed to be quite good. Of course, it was also possible that the vacuum great sphere and the vacuum bullet had some connection, which made it easier for Chinya to learn. Rat, ox, tiger, monkey, rooster, water, rat, pig. The quick hand seals made Hatake Kakashi's eyes flash with a hint of astonishment. Chinya's hand seal speed was not much worse than his. Fortunately, he still had the Sharingan and lightning release as trump cards. Otherwise, as a class teacher, he would have no confidence at all. Wind release, vacuum great sphere, continuous hand seals, and an unending supply of chakra allowed Chinya to successfully perform this ninjutsu. In that instant, a violent wind gathered in his mouth. A wind bullet, dozens of times larger than the vacuum bullet, shot out. Boom! The highly concentrated wind bullet struck the trees in front of Chinya. Crackle! The sturdy trees had no dignity in front of the wind bullet. The wind bullet whistled past, leaving nothing but devastation. A passageway dozens of meters wide appeared before him. The soil was overturned as if it had been plowed. Looking around, trees had collapsed, and debris was scattered everywhere. TSK, TSK, Hatake Kakashi exclaimed. Although this is your first time using this ninjutsu, there is no sense of awkwardness at all, and the power meets the standard of a B-rank ninjutsu. Truly a genius. He wouldn't hesitate to praise a student like this. As for the vacuum great sphere, I have nothing more to teach you. The rest depends on your own practice. Next was the learning of fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. You can first demonstrate the other fire release ninjutsu you have mastered. I need to understand your current situation. Chinya nodded and stood in front of the area that had been swept by the vacuum great sphere. Snake, rat, monkey, pig, horse, tiger. Hatake Kakashi confirmed the ninjutsu Chinya was about to perform upon seeing his hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. A powerful technique, but its only weakness is its slow flying speed. As soon as he finished speaking, scorching flames erupted from Chinya's mouth. The flames condensed into a huge fireball, making a sizzling sound. The great fireball roared out, sweeping across the recently devastated ground. Boom! The great fireball exploded, turning the ground blackened. Chinya looked at the damage caused by the great fireball in surprise. Although it was his first time using this ninjutsu, its power seemed surprisingly good. A huge pit appeared before the two of them. In terms of power alone, it was not inferior to some B-rank ninjutsu. Hatake Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. Although the fire release ninjutsu has a good foundation, the difficulty of the fire dragon flame bullet is much higher than that of ordinary B-rank ninjutsu. Its hand seals are rat, horse, snake, dragon, rat, ox, tiger. Hatake Kakashi paused and began to explain the relevant knowledge. The fire dragon flame bullet requires controlling the flames to attack the enemy from different angles. Therefore, the ninja must have a very high mastery of chakra. Before he could finish his sentence, Chinya shouted, "Fire release! Fire dragon flame bullet!" Frantic flames surged forth, engulfing everything in front of him. In an instant, everything in sight was char-black. Chapter 29. The so-called talent. Hey. Kakashi Hatake widened his dead fish eyes and murmured, "Isn't this talent a bit over the top?" The power of the fire dragon flame bullet far exceeds that of the great fireball technique. Chiba didn't feel much effort while performing it. It seemed like he didn't spend much time from explanation to mastery. Kakashi was shocked as he looked at the scene ravaged by flames in front of him. These flames were infused with chakra, making their power particularly astonishing. Although Kakashi himself was a genius-level ninja, Chiba's talent was even more impressive. Indeed, there wasn't a single ordinary member in Team 7. Kakashi thought to himself, "Since you've already mastered this ninjutsu, there's nothing more I can teach you. I don't know many ninjutsu related to fire and wind release. I can apply to Lord Third when the time comes." He looked at Chiba and said seriously. For Chiba, Kakashi could be considered a competent ninja. "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei," Chiba said. He was a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. Both Jiraiya and Kakashi had treated him sincerely, so Chiba would remember this kindness in his heart. He had gradually integrated into this world. For Chiba, everyone here was a living person with emotions, not just characters from so-called comic in his past life. This shift in perspective made him more acclimated to this world and a bit more easygoing as well. When Kakashi heard Chiba's words of thanks, he waved his hand and said, "Actually, I have a request that I need your help with." Chiba was taken aback and asked, "What is it?" "Teach Naruto and Sasuke to continue their training and provide them with guidance when necessary," Kakashi stated his request. "I cannot teach for long due to my current physical condition. I didn't check thoroughly before, but that mist ninja who was chasing us was quite suspicious. The way Zabuza died was also strange. Therefore, I suspect he may not be dead." Chiba already knew this, but still showed a hint of surprise on his face. "I need to recover my body as quickly as possible." Kakashi's expression was serious as he pressed on Chiba's shoulder and said, "From now on, Naruto and Sasuke are in your hands." Chiba reluctantly nodded in agreement. He then saw Kakashi pull out Ica Paradise from his pocket. Due to the need for vigilance, he had looked at it before. Now he could finally enjoy it. Chiba's mouth twitched, unable to imagine. As expected, it was inherited from Jiraiya. They all had the genes of an old pervert. He sighed and decided not to pay attention to Kakashi anymore. Since he had already completed his ninjutsu training, he would go see how the Leaf Prince and the two pillars were doing in their training. Chiba arrived at the place where the two were climbing trees. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha had become somewhat disheveled. The extensive chakra consumption and continuous climbing had caused both of them to sweat profusely, soaking their clothes. However, Sasuke's situation was slightly better than Naruto's due to his greater agility and chakra control. At this time, Naruto's head was already spinning. Hey, Tipani, why are you here?" Naruto noticed Chiba's arrival. "I've already learned the ninjutsu." Chiba spread his hands, feeling somewhat helpless. "Kakashi-sensei needs to recover, so he asked me to supervise your training." Upon hearing Chiba's words, both of them were dumbfounded. After a long time, Naruto shouted, "What? You learned the ninjutsu so quickly? It's not some E-rank ninjutsu like the 1,000 Years of Death, right?" Naruto seemed to have deep resentment towards that technique. Chiba shook his head and teased, "You'll find out soon." According to Kakashi-sensei's deduction, Zabuza Momochi is likely working with that mist ninja. So, before the next battle arrives, you both need to work hard. Although he didn't understand why someone who had already died might appear again, Naruto grasped the latter part of the message. I will definitely work hard in my training." Chiba looked at the simple-minded Naruto and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Naruto was still easy to fool. Looking at Sasuke Uchiha, he remained silent, looking troubled. This kid still needed to find an appropriate moment to be coaxed. Chapter 30. Salty Fish. Chinya leaned against a big tree, the slightly tipsy sunlight shining on his face, giving a very pleasant feeling. A gentle breeze blew, bringing a touch of coolness. Sometimes, life just needs to be relaxed to a certain degree. Chinya looked like a dried, salty fish. Moreover, you two need to hurry up and train. Time is not to be wasted. 2 stones flew out, heading straight for the foreheads of Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Fortunately, they had their headbands to block them. Otherwise, it would surely leave a bump. Damn it, Uzumaki Naruto never concealed his emotions. Why can Big Brother Chinya just lie there like a salty fish? He learned the term salty fish from Chinya's mouth. Chinya was leisurely and carefree, completely unconcerned about Uzumaki Naruto's complaints. Sasuke has made some progress again. As soon as these words were spoken, Uzumaki Naruto immediately stopped complaining and began training again. In his eyes, Uchiha Sasuke was the first person he wanted to surpass. And if Sasuke was making progress while he was stuck in place, the gap between them was becoming evident. To avoid falling further behind, Uzumaki Naruto had to put in more effort. However, he didn't realize that his own talent was also extraordinarily strong. Chinya recalled memories from his past life and shook his head. Although there were many external aids, Naruto's talent could not be overlooked. He quickly learned ninjutsu, developed techniques, and devised multiple strategies. From any perspective, Uzumaki Naruto was undoubtedly a genius. Perhaps early on, his pranks wasted some of that talent. But now, he was starting to show his potential. Watching the marks on the tree continue to rise, Chinya's eyes showed a hint of seriousness. As a player with an advantage, I cannot slack off. Although it seemed like he was lying on the ground like a salty fish, Chinya was continuously extracting his chakra and increasing his chakra capacity. In this world, while Jonin seemed strong, they were still akin to cannon fodder. After all, danger was everywhere. After several days of training, both Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke had suffered greatly. Kakashi Hatake focused on recovering from his injuries, actually just fixated on that book Ica Paradise, reluctant to let go. Chinya practiced chakra extraction and hand seal speed. He had to make the most of every moment. Let's take a break for a moment. Chinya said, I'll explain a little detail to you. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto immediately ran in front of Chinya with eager eyes. Uchiha Sasuke, with his proud personality, couldn't resist the temptation to improve his strength and obediently sat down. Both of you have a large amount of chakra, enough to make many people envious. Chinya bluntly pointed out their strengths. Whether it was Uzumaki Naruto or Uchiha Sasuke, they were both players with advantages. One was from the Uzumaki clan, and the other from the Uchiha clan. The amount of chakra they possessed was something ordinary ninjas could only envy. However, this also became a major obstacle in their training. Therefore, controlling the amount used each time is the key focus of your training. Chinya conveyed all his insights to the two. Looking at their expressions, they seemed to understand. After that, they trained even harder. Finally, when the moon climbed to the top of the tree, the two successfully reached the summit. However, they were also completely exhausted. Ignoring their resistance, Chinya picked one up in each hand and walked toward Dazna's home. Hey, big brother Chinya, this is so embarrassing. Uzumaki Naruto pleaded. Actually, I still have a bit of energy left. You can put me down. Uchiha Sasuke had already softened. Don't mind those details. A smile that couldn't be hidden appeared on Chinya's face. There was nothing more amusing than seeing the two of them in this state. After training, resting was also very important. They quickly reached Dazna's doorstep after swiftly moving through the woods. Naruto pushed the door open. Uzumaki Naruto, with a sulky face, pushed the door open. Kakashi Hatake looked at Chinya carrying the two with a strange expression. What are you doing? Chinya replied casually, I was worried they overexerted themselves, so I brought them back like this. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke crossed their arms, turning their faces away in a show of defiance. Let us eat first. Dazna advised, the bridge is almost finished. Tomorrow, you'll need to help protect the workers. Upon hearing this, Chinya's eyes lit up. Are we finally going to complete the mission? Chapter 31. The battle is imminent. The last calm before the storm. After dinner, Naruto and Sasuke went to bed early. Chiba could sense their exhaustion while carrying them. It felt as if he were carrying 2 dried, salted fish, completely devoid of any resistance. Among them, Naruto was particularly severe. If Chiba hadn't carried him back, he would have likely delayed their journey for a long time. It was evident how hard he must have trained when even walking was a struggle. Chiba, come with me, Kakashi said to Chiba after dinner. By this time, his injuries had mostly healed. At least from the outside, there appeared to be no issues. Chiba nodded and followed Kakashi outside. Dazna's house was by the dock, and behind it was an endless expanse of sea. Chiba stood on the wooden planks, feeling the sea breeze. The night sea had its own unique scenery. Chiba, I have a bad premonition. Something big is bound to happen during tomorrow's completion, Kakashi said, his eyes filled with seriousness. Chiba nodded and responded, so, Zabuza Momochi will definitely show up? Not just him, but also that mist ninja who pursued them back then. Kakashi seemed to be thinking even more deeply. I can hold Zabuza off, but that boy's strength. He stopped there, clearly not wanting to put too much pressure on Chiba. However, Chiba guessed Kakashi's thoughts and smiled. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. You can focus on dealing with Zabuza tomorrow. Seeing the confident smile on Chiba's face, Kakashi felt a little more at ease. With your words, I feel much more secure. Now we just wait for tomorrow. Kakashi looked toward the distant sea, his eyes deep. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed in, everyone was ready to set off. Naruto seems a bit drained. Kakashi observed as he looked at Naruto, still lying on the tatami mat, feeling a bit of a headache. As the most unreliable ninja in Team 7, he was also the most unpredictable, Naruto Uzumaki. Wake him up, Chiba suggested. Naruto recovers quickly. A hint of surprise flashed across Kakashi's face. You've noticed too? Chiba shook his head and explained, Jiraiya-sensei once told me a lot about the ninja world, including the Uzumaki clan. He didn't continue further. Sasuke's eyes flickered with shock as he looked at Naruto, suddenly seeing him in a different light. So, Naruto is also from a special clan? He gritted his teeth in silence. Chiba noticed Sasuke's unusual behavior, realizing he was reminded of the Uchiha clan. He wanted to deepen their bond. Sometimes, an equal identity was a good choice. Kakashi warned, try not to spread this information. Naruto's identity is somewhat special. Chiba nodded, stepped forward, and tapped Naruto's head. Naruto, it's time for us to set off. Naruto jolted awake, leaping from the tatami mat. Where's the enemy? It was time to depart, and if he delayed any longer. Chiba's voice was calm as he said, then we'll have to leave you behind. Naruto hurriedly changed his clothes. The five of them officially set off for the bridge. Before they left, Chiba looked back at Dazna's house and smiled. What's up, Chiba? Kakashi sensed something unusual about Chiba today. It's nothing. Let's hurry up and leave. If we can complete the bridge today, we can give this country an explanation. Chiba adjusted the ninja tool pouch at his waist and walked ahead. He had calculated every detail to complete this mission, and he must not disappoint. After a trek, they finally arrived at the bridge. However, the scene before them shocked everyone. All the bridge workers were lying on the ground, their faces showing signs of pain. Dazna rushed towards them in panic. Phew. Thankfully, there is no life-threatening danger. But the next moment, a thick fog suddenly rose. A murderous intent, as tangible as substance, enveloped the entire bridge. Zabuza Momochi had arrived. Chapter 32. Potential dangers. The fastest to react were not Chiba and Hatake Kakashi, but Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. They sprang into action like startled cats, instantly drawing kunai from their ninja tool pouches, ready for combat. Chiba silently stood in front of Tazuna. Protecting the client was the most important task. Moreover, the core of his hidden mission was this old man. If anything happened to Tazuna, the hidden mission would be rendered useless. Swish, the sound of whistling wind came from all directions, making it impossible to determine the source of the attack. Clang, clang, clang. Hatake Kakashi made the right judgment. In that instant, several kunai flew out, producing a continuous sound of metal clashing in the air. Jo, Kakashi, long time no see. The figure of Zabuza Momochi emerged from mist. The earlier probing attack had already proven that a surprise attack was of little use against a ninja of Kakashi's level. You really didn't die. Kakashi's expression turned serious as he also noticed the young boy beside Zabuza, a genius ninja wearing a mask of the mist umbu. White. Leave Kakashi to me, Zabuza ordered. As for those three brats, his gaze passed over Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, landing on Chiba. In Zabuza's impression, this little ninja left the deepest impression on him. Chiba met his gaze without fear, spreading his hands. My task is to protect the client, Uncle Tazuna. So, the fighting is up to you. Don't even think about targeting my client, otherwise. At this point, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The battle will head in a direction you least want to see. Chiba would not spare anyone who obstructed him from completing his mission. If necessary, he wouldn't hesitate to reveal his trump card. Hatake Kakashi nodded. He was quite pleased to see this scene. Leaving Tazuna in Chiba's care was the most reassuring decision. Compared to him, Both Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were lacking significantly in both strength and temperament. Since that's the case, I'll have to deal with you first. Zabuza glared at Kakashi, his right hand resting on the hilt of his executioner's blade. I'm happy to oblige. With that, the two clashed. A powerful aura erupted from the center of their confrontation. They were both trying hard to restrain their power, perhaps considering the battles of others. Uchiha Sasuke took the initiative, rushing towards Haku with kunai in hand. Haku's response was also incredibly quick. In an instant, he blocked Sasuke's kunai with a senbon in his hand. There was not much difference in strength between them, but from Sasuke's tightly clenched teeth, it was evident he was struggling. Now the advantage is mine, Haku said confidently. Chiba had been closely monitoring their fight. He saw Haku blocking Uchiha Sasuke's attack with one hand while the other began to form hand seals. Hitaki Kakashi also noticed this scene, his pupils constricting. How is that possible? He can actually perform hand seals with one hand? Zabuza suddenly exerted force, pushing Kakashi back with his executioner's blade. Haku's talent is beyond your imagination. His words were filled with pride for Haku. TSK. Chiba thought to himself. Even with an external advantage, we can't underestimate others. He envied Haku's ability to form hand seals with one hand. Secret technique. 1,000 killing water shuriken. Mist coalesced into dozens of senbon, targeting Uchiha Sasuke. The next moment, a cold light surged forward. Fortunately, Uchiha Sasuke reacted quickly, leaping away from his position to evade the attack. Sasuke, I'm coming to help you. Uzumaki Naruto, unwilling to be sidelined, also joined the battle. In a physical confrontation, Haku could suppress Uchiha Sasuke alone, but with Naruto's addition, it became a bit difficult. He feigned a weakness, using the water body technique to escape the battle group. Be careful, I'm gonna get serious now. Ice release, secret technique. Demonic mirror, ice crystal. The water on the ground and the mist in the air began to coalesce. Ice mirrors appeared, surrounding Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. The battle shifted direction once again. Meanwhile, in Tezuna's home. Bang! Two swordsmen burst in. Who are you? Tsunami looked at the two with fear, her dishes shattering on the floor. These should make good hostages, right? The gazes of the two swordsmen were dangerously intense. Chapter 33. Unexpected events in the plan. The sound of shattered dishes drew Inari's attention in the room. Who are you? He exclaimed, a bit panicked upon seeing the two warriors. He remembered what Kaido had said. One of the warriors spoke, seemingly only needing one hostage. With a slight push of his thumb, his long knife slowly emerged from its sheath. Actually, I think. A voice came from behind the two. Kaido can't even protect himself, and he's still thinking about hostages? Brother Chiba. Inari's face lit up with joy. Chiba's appearance turned the tide of the crisis. He had anticipated the hostage situation and had woken Naruto Uzumaki in advance to take credit for this. Otherwise, the task of naming the bridge would have been hard to settle. Kid, weren't you supposed to go to the bridge? The warrior bent slightly. Hand on the hilt of his sword, his gaze cold. Shadow clone jutsu. Chiba pointed to his forehead protector and said, I'm a ninja. Upon hearing this, the two warriors exchanged glances. Since it's a clone, then we'll send you on your way. In an instant, they sprang like wild beasts, their large knives suddenly unsheathed, aiming straight for Chiba's vitals. It must be said, this attack was nearly perfect. The two's coordination showed no flaws. From angles to force, there wasn't a single point to criticize. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong opponent. The Chiba before them, even if just a clone, was not something they could handle. Long ago, Chiba had consulted Naruto about the shadow clone technique. Although this ninjutsu was notoriously difficult to learn, after numerous practices, Chiba had grasped its essence. The only regret was that his chakra was a bit low, preventing him from using the multiple shadow clone technique. Bang! Bang! They came quickly and left just as fast. The two warriors, dangerous in the eyes of ordinary people, were no different from them in front of Chiba. Two elbow strikes landed on their necks. With their reaction speed, they didn't even see how Chiba attacked. Crack! A crisp sound echoed from their necks. For those who came with murderous intent, Chiba would show no mercy. He sent them to meet the Grim Reaper directly. Of course, at their level, they might not even get to meet him. Chiba dragged the two and threw them into the sea. This should be a decent resting place. According to his knowledge, the Land of Waves had a custom of water burials. When Chiba returned to the room, Tsunami and her son had already tidied up. Thank you. Tsunami slightly bowed, her words full of gratitude. Chiba waved his hand and said, it's what I should do. You should find a place to hide for now. The chakra of the shadow clones is limited and can't protect you for long. Tsunami nodded and left with Inari. Dazna had anticipated this and had prepared a hiding place in advance. Watching the two leave, Chiba dispelled the shadow clone. The memories from this time instantly merged into his main body. On the bridge, Chiba sensed the return of his memories and let out a sigh of relief. This wave of tasks should be secure. The battle continued, but it was still one-sided domination. The shadow clone technique was constantly being used. Naruto Uzumaki transformed into a reckless fighter, demonstrating what it meant to be a chakra beast. Sasuke Uchiha sought a breakthrough through the gaps in the continuous attacks. As for Kakashi Hatake and Zabuza Momochi, they were also locked in a deadly fight. Ninjutsu, hidden mist technique. Thick fog completely obscured their vision. Zabuza claimed he had seen through the so-called Sharingan. Under his self-hypnotic words, the Sharingan seemed to lose its worth. Yet, Zabuza did not have the courage to face the Sharingan directly. In this thick fog, Chiba's visibility was also extremely low. He had no bloodline limits, so his vision was quite ordinary. However, with his experience in Sage Mode training, his perception abilities far surpassed those of an average ninja. Chiba, be careful. Kakashi seemed to have sensed something, shouting towards Chiba. However, Zabuza's figure had already appeared behind Dazna. It all seemed too late. Ding! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed across the entire bridge. Zabuza, didn't I say not to harm Uncle Dazna? Chiba's voice carried a hint of coldness. Zabuza suddenly realized in Chiba's eyes a brilliant golden light was glimmering. Chapter 34. The so-called immortal technique as he locked eyes with Chiba. The battle-hardened Tomodachi Zabuza felt an unfamiliar fear rising within him. What? What kind of eyes are these? Zabuza murmured to himself, feeling his body stiffen as if shrouded in coldness. At this moment, Chiba had already entered Sage Mode. Although he was confident in facing Zabuza in his normal state, he couldn't guarantee Dazna's safety. To be safe, he had to enter Sage Mode. It was the most secure option. The kunai was pressed tightly against the beheading sword. Although it was a finely crafted kunai and of high quality, it was still somewhat strained against one of the 7 ninja swords, the beheading sword. After just a few breaths of confrontation, cracks had already begun to appear, interfering too much. I'll just kill you first. The faint fear within Zabuza further ignited the ferocity buried deep in his heart. Known as the Demon of the Mist, he could not be considered a normal person. Although he didn't understand what Chiba's eyes were, that didn't stop him from wanting to take down the boy before him. With a sudden lift, the beheading sword swung down, accompanied by a howling wind, aiming straight for Chiba's head. It seemed poised to slice him in half. However, in Sage Mode, Chiba's enhancements were not trivial. If he had struggled against Zabuza in his normal mode, he could now easily overpower him. Chakra from the Sage Mode gathered in his legs. Crack! A massive pit exploded on the newly built bridge. The terrifying speed was vividly reflected in Chiba. Just as Zabuza had raised the beheading sword and was about to swing it down, a shadow suddenly appeared before him. Before he could even see what that shadow was, a powerful force hit him in the chest. Konoha Whirlwind. This was the taijutsu Chiba was most skilled at, though the name sounded a bit juvenile. Its effectiveness was surprisingly good. In such close combat, taijutsu was indeed the best choice. Zabuza was instantly sent flying, crashing several dozen meters away. The impact made his head feel dizzy. Struggling to stand up while propping himself on the beheading sword, Zabuza shook his head. How? How is this possible? How can a little brat like you possess such strength? Zabuza's roaring voice echoed on the bridge. The kick seemed to have left him with some aftereffects. His bloodshot eyes, like a beast, glared at everyone. Kakashi Hatake looked at Chiba in shock, unable to imagine that this student of his had such hidden strength. At this moment, Chiba had exited Sage Mode. His perfect control allowed him to enter Sage Mode at any time. If chakra permitted, he could remain in that state indefinitely. Teacher Kakashi, I'll leave Zabuza to you for now, Chiba said, spreading his hands in a somewhat helpless explanation. That attack just now can only be used once in a short period. The secret technique that Jiraiya-sensei taught me, I still can't fully master it. Don't worry about it. Just leave it all to Jiraiya. After all, he wouldn't be able to return to the village in a short time. Chiba felt reassured about this. In this dangerous world of ninjas, hiding one's strength was indeed necessary. Chiba did not believe that he was favored by this world and could act recklessly. Even with some strength, it was merely enough for self-preservation. Although Kakashi still had some doubts, after spending so much time together, he ultimately chose to trust Chiba. At this moment, Zabuza seemed like an unkillable cockroach. The Konoha Whirlwind, infused with Sage Chakra, was significantly more powerful. However, Even so, Zabuza merely coughed up some blood before once again swinging the beheading sword towards them. Kakashi focused on the battle, his gaze pure and determined. He had only one goal now, to kill Tomodachi Zabuza. The two figures collided repeatedly in the mist. The clashing of metal sounded like a stirring and passionate symphony, reaching a crescendo. At the most exhilarating moment, another sound joined in, pushing the entire piece to its peak. Boom! The evil chakra surged on the bridge. Chiba paused slightly, looking toward another battlefield. It turned out that this was the Nine-Tails chakra. Chapter 35. Open-minded, white the leakage of the Nine-Tails chakra caused Uzumaki Naruto to instantly unleash his small universe. With multifaceted enhancements, he reached peak levels at that moment. Wow, that's terrifying. Chiba looked at the battle on Naruto's side, his eyes filled with shock. The terrifying speed, the frightening power, he fought purely on instinct. The current Uzumaki Naruto resembled a mindless beast. His only purpose was to kill the enemy before him. The demonic mirror ice crystal was strong. But under the enhancement of the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto was like an ordinary mirror. The frenzied minions instantly shattered the demonic mirror ice crystal. Crack! In an instant, Bai flew out from his secret technique and fell onto the bridge. The next moment, Uzumaki Naruto launched another attack. With all fours on the ground, he sprinted across the bridge. The evil chakra rampaged around him, as if a monstrous evil was struggling out of hell. Chiba was far away from this scene. However, even so, he could still feel the brutality and cruelty of that leaking chakra. TSK. Everyone has their own cheats. In this world, it's really hard to make a name for yourself without some cheats. Just when Naruto's fist was about to land on Bai's face, the misty mask slid off. Staring at the somewhat familiar face in front of him, Uzumaki Naruto froze in place. Why is it you? Naruto could not believe that the boy he encountered during his training would actually be his enemy. Why stop? I killed the person you wanted to protect. In his pure eyes, there was not a trace of impurity. I looked seriously at Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto was confused as to why someone with such a snow-like pure gaze would be mixed up with the likes of Zabuza, a ninja who had killed countless people. Under his questioning, Bai began to tell his past. Bai's past brought great shock to Naruto. It was also a necessary journey for his growth. Chiba's shadow clone silently appeared behind Bai. Are you here to kill me too? In the mist, Bai seemed to possess an extraordinary sense of perception. Chiba shook his head and said, No, I'm just here to ask you about your experience in performing one-handed hand seals. Bai's expression turned somewhat astonished. He didn't expect that at such a critical moment, the boy before him would actually have the idea of learning from his enemy. Oh right, Naruto. Chiba looked at the somewhat sorrowful Uzumaki Naruto and said, Sasuke is currently in a state of being bloodlocked. I suggest you go check on him. If something unexpected happens, he might really be gone. Although there was still some distance from Uchiha Sasuke, it was still within Chiba's perception range. He could clearly sense the vigorous life force of Uchiha Sasuke. The Konoha 12 are not so easy to die. Moreover, it's Uchiha Sasuke. Hearing this, a look of joy appeared on Naruto's face. Really? The whiskers on both sides of his cheeks twitched slightly, just like his current state of mind. If you delay any longer, he'll die, Chiba said irritably. This guy completely lacks awareness. Didn't he see that he still wanted to learn the one-handed hand seal technique? Truly surprising. Bai looked at Chiba and said softly, I didn't expect such a strong ninja to be in a newly graduated ninja team. Chiba resisted Bai's gaze. He felt resentful. Why did someone so good-looking have to be a guy? Even in his previous life, this was one of Chiba's biggest grievances. Things often happen by coincidence. Moreover, even without my presence, the outcome of this battle was already decided long ago. Chiba silently recited the mantra of calmness and returned to a peaceful state. Let us not talk about that. I need the training method for one-handed hand seals. In return, I can promise you one request. Upon hearing this, Bai smiled brightly, like a splendid plum blossom blooming in winter. Sure, he was the one who could let go the most, even when facing death. The greatest difficulty of one-handed seals is not the 12 basic hand seals. The most important thing is the flow of chakra in the body during one-handed sealing. Bai did not hide anything and directly told Chiba the complete method of one-handed hand seals. Chiba silently took notes and asked, Is there anything I can help you with? Bai's smile remained, like the most brilliant flower in the thick fog. If possible, please bury me with Zabuza. Chapter 36. Chiba's decision. This response left Chiba somewhat silent. To be honest, he didn't want to stand on the opposite side of such a pure person. In a world where ninjas devour one another, Excessive purity has become a burden. Since the outcome of the battle is unavoidable, it's better to let me choose the result after the fight. Zabuza Momochi, as a rogue ninja from the Mist Village, is constantly being pursued by the Umbu. Even after death, his body might be taken away by the enemy. The words are cruel, yet the speaker's expression shows no fluctuations, as if recounting something very ordinary. Chiba nodded and said, "I will handle it properly. So kill me." I tilted his head slightly, looking at Chiba. As a suitable tool, dying in battle is the best outcome. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bridge, Kakashi Hatake and Zabuza Momochi's fight had also reached a stalemate. Ninjutsu, summoning technique. Kakashi, being a Konoha technician, possesses a wide array of ninjutsu. The moment the summoning scroll was pressed to the ground, the ninja dog squad was dispatched. The ground of the bridge creaked ominously. Chiba watched this scene and sighed, realizing it would delay them for another 2 days. The beheading sword still bore Kakashi's blood. It was difficult for the ninja dog squad to track him down. Boom! Several ninja dogs rushed out from beneath the bridge, their sharp, sturdy teeth instantly immobilizing Zabuza. Being recorded in the scrolls of major ninja villages was not solely due to possessing the Sharingan. Kakashi's lowered right hand sparkled with lightning. The blue chakra surged in his hand as if it were tangible. Raikiri, Chiba's shadow clone, looked at Bai and said, "Perhaps that is your final resting place." As soon as the words fell, Bai's figure vanished before him. The violent lightning flickered and danced in Kakashi's hand. The Crimson Sharingan captured every minute detail. Swish! Kakashi's figure disappeared, his right hand like a spear of thunder rushing straight for Zabuza's heart. Puffed! Zabuza stared at the figure before him, his body trembling slightly. The outcome of the battle had not changed. Bai, as Zabuza's tool, lay dead before him. The raised beheading sword swung toward Kakashi, completely disregarding Bai's existence. Chiba keenly noticed that both of Zabuza's hands were shaking. His dilated pupils and unfocused gaze made him appear somewhat insane. At the moment Bai died, the heart of the Mist's ghost, Zabuza Momochi, was utterly thrown into chaos. Right now, he couldn't even face Kakashi, let alone Chiba in his normal state. The chaotic battle had no power to retaliate against Kakashi. Until that cold kunai was about to pierce his throat, Zabuza finally came back to his senses. He counterattacked with his beheading sword, trying to exchange a fatal blow with Kakashi. However, Kakashi, still in fighting condition, would not make such a low-level mistake. He turned the kunai and stabbed it into Zabuza's right arm, which was holding the beheading sword. Zabuza was now completely incapacitated. The injuries to both arms, massive blood loss, and his chaotic mindset made Zabuza weaker than a mere genin. The only thing to be wary of was his increasingly deranged gaze. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps echoed from the other side of the mist. "Is that all? Zabuza, you're unexpectedly a bit cute." The short-statured Kaido approached, leaning on his cane. "Sometimes, entrusting matters to you ninjas is really quite superfluous." He perfectly illustrated what it meant to be a villain. The expression of a petty person achieving their goals. With flamboyant steps, showed he regarded those present with utter disdain. "Has this little brat died? Speaking of which, I still have an account to settle with him." Saying this, Kaido raised his cane and pressed it against Bai's face. Boom! A violent gust of wind rushed past Kakashi and Zabuza. Bang! The terrifying force instantly reached Kaido. Chiba's full-powered strike hit the center. Like a rolling gourd, Kaido's corpse rolled toward the group of rabble he had brought along. Bai's death was his own choice. Chiba looked at Zabuza with a somewhat cold gaze. "In protecting your body and his, that is my decision. Kaido is already dead. The rest is up to you." Zabuza Momochi, Chapter 37. The curtain call of Zabuza Momochi. Chiba is a person who keeps his promises. Although his methods may seem extreme to others, the hostility in Zabuza Momochi's eyes diminished significantly when he looked at Chiba. Since Kaido was already dead, Zabuza let his arms hang down, blood dripping to the ground drop by drop. But, like a constantly slipping hourglass, Zabuza was also suppressing the killing intent in his heart. Haku was dead, and the world became dark once again. Then there was no need for us to continue fighting. "Kid, lend me a kunai." Zabuza, with teeth sharp as a beast, tore off the bandages wrapped around his face. Hearing this, the kunai spinning on Chiba's finger flew straight towards Zabuza. Clang! The sound of teeth colliding with the kunai was very crisp. Although Zabuza Momochi was heavily injured, his title as a mist ninja was not given for nothing. Even without hands, when he charged into the group of samurai before him, it was like a fierce tiger entering a flock of sheep, utterly unstoppable. In an instant, the ground was covered with corpses. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki helped Sasuke Uchiha walk over. Is he dead? Looking at Haku lying on the ground, Naruto's voice trembled. Yes. Chiba's expression was calm, slightly disappointed. Haku had fulfilled his ideals before dying. Was his name Haku? Naruto's eyes drooped slightly, his voice becoming low. People are as pure as their names. Hearing this, Chiba looked at Naruto with a hint of surprise. He didn't expect to hear such philosophical words from Naruto. It seems this mission truly helped him grow a lot. However, Chiba himself had also made significant progress, not only in strength but also in mindset. Zabuza Momochi made Chiba realize that the world of ninjas is always so cruel. This place was no longer a fictional world for him. This is reality. A single misstep, a moment of carelessness could lead to a fall into an abyss. After a sigh, he looked to the other side of the bridge. Zabuza's battle was also nearing its end. He was heavily injured, with several weapons embedded in his back, looking exceptionally grim. The samurai looked at this man in fear. The weapons in their hands trembled. Zabuza even lacked the strength to look at them. The last bit of his strength was used to move toward Haku's side. Pat! He collapsed to the ground, unable to move anymore. This guy has also fallen. Brothers, it's time for revenge. Kill all these ninjas and clean out the town. This mob was nothing but a group of bullies who feared the strong. Chiba stood behind Zabuza, in front of everyone, forming hand seals at lightning speed. Rat, ox, tiger, snake, rooster, pig, rat, hare. Wind release, vacuum, great sphere. Chiba's cheeks bulged high, and the air around him seemed to be instantly sucked dry. Whoosh, the chaotic wind erupted from Chiba's mouth, engulfing the group of samurai. There was no sign of obstruction. They were like cannonballs before the vacuum great sphere. They didn't even have a chance to fight back before being launched into the air. The ones at the front even had their bodies cracking, covered in blood, looking quite tragic. They had already tried their best to hold back. Chiba shook his head, lamenting the fragility of life. If this were a complete version of the vacuum great sphere, wouldn't they be reduced to mush in an instant? Not even glancing at the group of people who had lost the courage to resist under the attack of the weakened vacuum great sphere, some died and others were injured. Kakashi, Hatake, and Chiba approached Zabuza. Can I see that guy one more time? Zabuza Momochi's voice was extremely weak. Kakashi prepared to reach out to support him, but Chiba got there first. As he placed him next to Haku, Chiba also timely dealt him a final blow. Chakra surged from his palm, shattering Zabuza's heart. Haku, I really wish to go to a place with you. Tears fell from his face. The mist ninja, Zabuza Momochi, officially came to an end. Meanwhile, a system notification echoed in Chiba's mind. Wave Country, sign-in task completed, rewards being distributed. Task rewards successfully distributed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 8 Gates technique. The gloom that had been buried in his heart was slightly dispersed. Chiba felt a vast amount of related knowledge surge into his mind. Truly a forbidden technique, it was terrifying. Chapter 38 completion of the mission. Although he had learned the 8 Gates of Duinjia, Chinya did not have the confidence to use it. To be precise, learning the 8 Gates technique was not particularly difficult. The challenge lay in improving one's physical condition. Opening the 8 Gates would cause unimaginable damage to the body. Without a robust physique like Guy's, forcibly opening the 8 Gates would surely lead to regret. Chinya shook his head, temporarily burying this ninjutsu in his heart. For now, the 8 Gates could only be used as a trump card. Until his physical skills reached a certain level, this forbidden technique would never be used. Chinya looked at Kakashi Hatake and said, Teacher Kakashi, let's bury them. Beside him, Naruto Uzumaki was already crying uncontrollably, looking extremely disheveled. Kakashi's expression was also somewhat forlorn. On the other hand, Sasuke Uchiha seemed indifferent, perhaps because he was accustomed to death. However, this incident was also extremely impactful for Chinya. In the forest around the Land of Waves, he chose a nice spot to bury the two. This was his promise. Although they were enemies, Chinya still appreciated Haku very much. He would definitely fulfill his promise. This was his bottom line as a person and also the ninja code. Chinya had gradually found his own path as a ninja. Actions must match words. It was also quite a coincidence. It seemed that Naruto's ninja way was the same. Although Chinya initially had other thoughts when he first interacted with Naruto, as they gradually got to know each other, he acknowledged the existence of his little brother. Regardless of who influenced whom, or if both were influenced, Chinya was quite willing to accept this development. A ninja worthy of respect. Kakashi looked at the unmarked tombstone, feeling quite emotional. Teacher Kakashi, do ninjas have to be destined to become tools? Naruto asked the question he most wanted to know. The so-called ninja cannot pursue the meaning of their existence. It is very important to see oneself merely as a tool. Kakashi had his hands in his pockets, his gaze deep. The Leaf Village ninjas were the same. The setting sun in the sky gradually sank in the west, mirroring the mindset of everyone present. So, how about trying to forge your own ninja way? Chinya leaned against a big tree, looking at the unmarked tombstone. Although this path was difficult, it was worth a try. What do you think, Naruto? His infectious gaze met Naruto's. As if influenced, Naruto's eyes gradually became clear and bright. Okay, it's decided. I will also walk my own ninja way like Brother Chinya, a path I will never regret. The construction of the bridge continued. Although Zabuza Momochi had attacked the bridge builders, he did not harm their lives. After a short period of recovery, they returned to work. Thanks to Chinya and his companion's protection, everyone was especially motivated to work. Even so, it took 3 days for the bridge to be officially completed. Looking at the magnificent bridge, everyone understood that the fate of the Land of Waves had truly changed. However, Tazuna understood that they were merely supporting characters. The one who truly changed this country was the boy named Chinya. Although several days had passed to Tazuna, it felt as if it had happened just yesterday. The decisiveness of Chinya and the instant death of Gado. Gado's death led to the collapse of his entire company. Without the threat of samurai and assassin groups, the Land of Waves could finally thrive. Most importantly, Tazuna also learned from his grandson that Chinya had left a backup plan to save them. This favor was enough for him to remember forever. Uncle Tazuna, does this bridge have a name? Chinya looked at the bridge and suddenly asked. Hearing his question, Tazuna was taken aback. Well, I hadn't thought about it yet, but when you asked, I suddenly had a good idea. Chinya's heart leaped with joy, but he did not show it on his face. What idea? Tazuna looked toward the other side of the bridge and said, thanks to you, the Land of Waves has truly stepped out of the shadows. So, let's call it Chinya Bridge. As soon as Tazuna's words fell, the system's prompt sound also timely rang out. Hidden mission completed, rewards being distributed. Reward successfully distributed. Congratulations to the host for doubling the power of C-rank ninjutsu. When Chinya heard the prompt sound in his mind, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although it had been a tumultuous journey, he had at least completed the mission. Even in the mid to late stages, C-rank ninjutsu could be considered quite good combat power. It was quick to release, consumed little chakra, and had considerable power. To be honest, Chinya felt that the rewards for this mission were indeed quite generous. The power of all C-rank ninjutsu being doubled made him daydream. In future battles against other ninjas, when the opponent casts a fireball jutsu that is as tall as a person, Chinya's fireball jutsu could directly swallow it. Such a scene was truly something to look forward to. Alright, it's time for us to leave. Kakashi waved to the people of the Land of Waves, concluding this mission and officially setting off on their return journey. On the way back, Chinya suddenly thought of something. It seems that the Chunin exams are not far off, right? Chapter 39. The escort mission to the Land of Waves. On the way back to Konoha, there were not as many dangers. Some petty thieves chose to retreat upon seeing the forehead protectors worn by the group. It was not a wise choice to confront a group of ninjas as an ordinary person. After several days of trekking, they finally saw the gates of Konoha again. This time, the gatekeeping ninjas were still the good friends Kamizuki Izumi and Kanzu Tetsu. Among the numerous Konoha ninjas, those two were quite memorable for Chiba. Their combat power was completely inconsistent with that of the CH Nin, and their friendship was as strong as steel. Indeed, the bonds between Konoha ninjas were always so special. After greeting them, Hatake Kakashi led the three toward the Hokage's office. He needed to report the details of the mission in the Land of Waves to the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a former member, Kakashi had already sensed some unusual undertones regarding this mission. After briefly reporting on the task, Kakashi distributed the rewards due to Chiba and the others, then sent them on their way. Hokage-sama, regarding this mission, Kakashi had not finished speaking when he was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen raising his hand. I know, this mission has deeper implications. Hiruzen held a pipe in his mouth. Though no smoke was rising, he still maintained a certain restraint while working. However, holding the pipe had become a personal habit. The pipe made Hiruzen feel a bit more at ease. Please forgive me for concealing some details about this mission from you. Of course, if it weren't for your strength, I wouldn't have assigned you to handle this task. It was clear that Konoha's were not just idly sitting around. The Land of Waves, though impoverished, was a country worth establishing relations with. Konoha did not have to invest much to meet this country's needs. While the Land of Waves could provide Konoha with a large number of construction workers, This was an advantage that other countries did not possess. After hearing Hiruzen's explanation, Kakashi nodded. He had already anticipated the concealment of mission details, so he felt no anger. After all, as a ninja, one must have the mindset of being a tool. Kakashi had understood this principle long ago during his time in Umbu. Additionally, the members of Team 7 had a somewhat special identity. Hiruzen crossed his arms under his chin, his gaze becoming somewhat profound. I hope you can bear with this. Kakashi slightly bowed and said, as the team leader, it's my duty to handle these matters. Hearing his words, Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction and smiled. I have a mission that is more suitable for the three of them. The risk level isn't high and is more appropriate for relaxation. He then pulled out a mission scroll from his desk. After resting for a few days, you could go execute this task. Kakashi curiously took the scroll and opened it. The contents immediately caught his attention. This mission, the lack of entertainment options in Konoha, made Chiba feel somewhat bored. It seemed that aside from training, there was nothing else to do. Uzumaki Naruto, being Chiba's loyal follower, suggested, Chiba and I, how about we go eat ramen? This time, the mission level has been reassessed. We completed a B-rank mission. Clearly, Naruto was still immersed in the joy of completing the task. This was understandable, as the reward, after distribution, amounted to 5,000 ryo per person. According to Kakashi, this was Konoha's compensation for them. For Naruto, who had always been relatively poor, this was a substantial sum. The first thing to do after the mission was naturally to go eat ramen. In fact, Chiba had recently been troubled by financial issues. Ever since he started training in the 8 Gates, his expenses had been increasing. And within those expenses, food accounted for over 80%. The practice of taijutsu was indeed very costly. Chiba complained, then let us go eat ramen. The portions from the hand-pulled noodle shop are quite generous. The daily rigorous training had made Chiba's appetite somewhat terrifying. Originally, a large bowl of tonkatsu ramen would be enough to fill him up. But now, even after eating 7 or 8 bowls, he felt no sense of fullness. By the way, let us call Sasuke too, Chiba suggested. This is our first gathering after completing the mission. Naruto nodded, having no objections. However, when they dragged Uchiha Sasuke out from the training ground, his expression was not very pleasant. But Chiba and Naruto were already used to his sour face and didn't pay much attention to it. At Ichiraku Ramen, hey! Naruto exclaimed in shock as he looked at the notice in front of the ramen shop. Ichiraku Ramen's Big Eater Challenge. Chapter 40. Champion of the Big Eater Challenge. Chinya looked at the notice in front of him, feeling a bit confused. The Big Eater Challenge has started? However, a wave of joy followed. In times when 1 or 2 servings are treated as 2 servings, this competition is truly hard to resist. Naruto, Sasuke, let us sign up. Chinya's eyes seemed to sparkle. Joe. Uzumaki Naruto immediately supported him. Uchiha Sasuke was reluctant to participate, but he was directly grabbed by Chinya around the neck and led towards Ichiraku Ramen. Such things should be participated in for fun. Besides, eating is also a form of training. Chinya tried to use a conceptual substitution to get by. However, Uchiha Sasuke, that stubborn Sundara, was only being verbally disagreeable. Chinya didn't feel any significant resistance from him. Uncle Handmaid, we 3 want to sign up. Uzumaki Naruto was very enthusiastic about eating ramen. Uncle Handmaid looked at his 3 regular customers and naturally signed them up. Naruto, you have to work hard this time. Uncle Handmaid said with a smile, I have high hopes for you. His words gave Uzumaki Naruto great motivation. Additionally, this time the prize is a permanent discount coupon for Ichiraku Ramen. 50% off. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes suddenly shone brightly. The champion of the Big Eater Challenge is mine. At that moment, a voice came from behind them. That is not necessarily true, Naruto. Coming towards them was a figure wearing a green knitted jacket with a huge food character embroidered on the white short sleeve underneath. Akimichi Choji, the heir of the Akimichi clan, one of the future Konoha 12, his strength is also quite decent. The Akimichi clan, one of the Inoshikacho trio, is known for their food-related prowess in Konoha. Chinya's expression became a bit serious. To be honest, he didn't know how much he could eat right now. But since the Akimichi clan is here, could the real Big Eater also show up? Joe, Naruto. A slightly teasing voice appeared again. Inuzuka Kiba, with his red hair and the unique inverted triangle face marking of the Inuzuka clan, approached. His personality is very similar to Naruto's, and he is also one of Naruto's few friends. His teammates, Yamanaka Ino and Hinata, were also standing beside him. Team 8 reporting in. Don't underestimate us. Chinya rubbed his forehead, looking quite serious. The most threatening opponents have all appeared. The competition venue was set by Uncle Handmade in an open space behind Ichiraku Ramen. It looked very spacious and had some food ingredients piled up. It seemed that Ichiraku Ramen was in the process of expansion. Several rows of tables were placed in the open space. With 3 people to a table, it didn't seem too crowded. Besides ninjas, there were also civilians. There isn't a significant distinction between ninjas and civilians in Konoha. Uncle Handmade stood in front of everyone and announced, "The theme of this big eater challenge is tonkatsu ramen. I have been preparing for this competition for a long time. The prize for the champion is a permanent 50% discount coupon. Everyone please do your best." With his invitation, several servers dressed in costumes brought ramen to everyone. Clearly, these were temporary hires. The time limit is half an hour, and the competition starts. At the sound of the command, Naruto, who was next to Chinya, suddenly pounced on the ramen like a hungry wolf. He started eating in a frenzy. Uchiha Sasuke, competing secretly with him, naturally didn't want to fall behind. Chinya was caught in the middle, feeling the madness of the two. TSK. It seems I've been underestimated. He felt a bit helpless. The real potential candidate is right beside you. Soon, Chinya also joined the competition. However, compared to the two's wolf-like devouring, he seemed much more refined. But if it weren't for Uncle Handmade's attention, this refined kid might really fool people. Others needed a minute to finish one bowl of ramen, while Chinya was finishing one every 30 seconds, and his speed was increasing. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a bad premonition. This promotional event seems to be losing money. Time passed second by second. The Big Eater Challenge soon reached its deadline. Uzumaki Naruto initially wanted to check Uchiha Sasuke's results. However, he was blocked by the tall stack of bowls in front of him. Wait, I don't remember eating this much. He scratched his head, feeling a bit confused. The competition is over, Uncle Handmade announced. He wasn't sure if he had eaten too much and was experiencing a delusion, but Uzumaki Naruto felt that Uncle Handmade looked a bit inexplicably heartbroken. Third place, Akimichi Choji, 23 bowls. Obviously, Choji still couldn't eat as much as he would in the future, as he was still a bit young. Second place, Hyuga Hinata, 31 bowls. Uzumaki Naruto was a bit shocked. Wait, 31 bowls aren't the champion. Uncle Handmade continued to announce, his voice trembling slightly. The champion of this time is Chinya, 68 bowls. Chapter 41. New mission. Although the results of the challenge match left the ramen shop owner heartbroken, his constantly twitching expression made it quite evident. However, Chiba was very pleased with the hearty meal. If possible, he would choose to participate in the Big Eater Challenge every month. Meanwhile, Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha also realized something. Chiba seemed to be stronger than them, not just in terms of strength, but in other aspects as well. This is your coupon. The ramen shop owner, though pained, would not default on his debt. As a reputable old shop, he knew that this Big Eater Challenge was a good gimmick. He figured that the Akimichi clan would likely be interested in the newly crowned Big Eater. In their unwillingness to accept defeat, they would surely come to Ichiraku Ramen to give it a try. With this, the business. The thought of the bright prospects for Ichiraku Ramen made the shop owner's gaze somewhat dazed. Chiba carefully took the permanent 50 discount coupon and placed it in his ninja tool pouch. For a long time to come, this would ensure his meals. It must be said that Ichiraku Ramen's taste was quite good, although he was somewhat unaccustomed to eating too much tonkatsu ramen. He thought he might try miso ramen next time. Seafood seemed acceptable as well. The Big Eater Challenge concluded quite peacefully. However, a rumor began to spread throughout the village. There was a terrifying monster in Konoha that could eat 5 times its weight. It devoured children and consumed live humans, all while chatting and laughing. This rumor made Konoha's nights much quieter. Chiba was unaware of this. Even if he knew, he wouldn't be too concerned, as a new mission had already been conveyed to them by Kakashi Hitaki. Hey, why is it another cat-related mission? Naruto expressed his dissatisfaction as soon as he saw the mission details. Sasuke and Chiba, however, had no objections. This mission was not about an ordinary cat. Kakashi added, "This mission requires you to complete it independently. I'm just here to relay the task." "All right, I have my own mission to complete." With that, smoke rose from his feet, dissipating before everyone. It turned out that the previous Kakashi was just a shadow clone. "All right, let's head to the client's location in the empty district." Chiba, as the leader among the 3, was now the backbone of the group. The other 2 acknowledged his position. Naruto never had any issues with Chiba's words. And as for Sasuke, he was taciturn and reserved when he couldn't compete with Chiba. Chiba, big brother. Naruto raised the most critical question. "Kakashi-sensei, didn't he tell us where this empty district is? Do you know, big brother Chiba?" Chiba shook his head and looked at Sasuke, saying, Sasuke, you lead the way. Sasuke nodded, expressing no objections. However, from his expression, one could faintly see a hint of gloom. Empty district. A guest has arrived. The cat lady, sitting in the room, looked at the album in her hand, her eyes filled with nostalgia. As a supplier of ninja tools for the Uchiha clan, she had been resting for a long time. Little Sasuke, I've been waiting for you for a long time. As the three entered, the cat lady showed a hint of surprise. Her gaze was almost entirely fixed on Chiba, the last to enter. What a terrifying young man. Chiba's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect the cat lady to have such strong perceptive abilities. Perhaps it was because she had spent too much time with felines. The cat lady also possessed that instinctive danger sense typical of cats. Inside the room, there were cats rolling about, with a surprising number of little tigers among them. A paradise for cat lovers. Chiba sighed as he sat cross-legged on the tatami mat. He casually grabbed a little tiger playing with a yarn ball and began his cat petting journey. After greeting everyone, the cat lady began to explain the mission details. The cat yokai lives in its castle. That is the paradise for ninja cats, where countless ninja cats reside. What you need to do is obtain the cat yokai's paw print. The cat lady looked at Sasuke, her eyes filled with memories of the past. The strength of the cat yokai is quite formidable among ninja cats. Of course, this is in relation to you. She deliberately avoided looking at Chiba, who was engrossed in petting the cats. Tanaka and Hinata will take you to the cat yokai's castle. Go ahead and retrieve its paw print as soon as possible. Chiba reluctantly put down the little tiger he had almost petted bald and left the empty district. Under the guidance of two ninja cats, they finally arrived at the cat yokai's castle. To help you blend in, we prepared this. The two ninja cats presented a pair of cat ear headbands. Chiba's expression was filled with conflict. Chapter 42. Two-tailed cat. Cat, why Kai? To be honest, while he liked petting cats, he was quite resistant to wearing cat ear headgear. However, under the force of his martial prowess, Uchiha Sasuke obediently put the cat ears on his head. Snap! The flash of the camera made Uchiha Sasuke realize that something was off. Wait a minute, Chiba, how do you have a camera with you? Chiba shook the camera in his hand and said, I borrowed it from Granny Cat while petting the cats just now. I'll return it after developing the photos. Uchiha Sasuke had a bad feeling. His long-maintained image might be about to crumble. He thought about snatching the camera back, but recalling Chiba's strength, he silently put his hand back down toward his ninja tool pouch. Never mind. It's just an image. It's not a big deal. By the way, Chiba, why aren't you wearing it? Uzumaki Naruto seemed eager to see what Chiba would look like with it on. Chiba waved his hand and said, I can't pull off this style just yet. You all wear it. I'll go in stealthily. We can split up. You take the front, and I'll infiltrate. After assigning the tasks, Chiba stepped onto the water-esque surface and circled around to the back of the castle. Although it was his first time executing a mission independently, he seemed to adapt well. Or rather, the danger level of this mission was relatively low. Chiba didn't feel any sense of crisis. Instead, it felt more like a leisurely trip. He walked up the wall and directly entered the castle. With his sensory abilities, he could easily avoid all the ninja cats inside the castle. If he couldn't avoid them, he could simply choose to knock them out. Chiba still found it hard to bring himself to do that to such cute creatures filled with adorable skills. Besides, this mission didn't require getting into a feud with the ninja cats. Just a paw print mark was enough. Chiba's infiltration didn't trigger any alarms. However, the two who entered from the front ran into some trouble. Uzumaki Naruto was as careless as ever. As the cat ear headgear fell off, the castle entered a state of alert. The continuous sound of alarms made Chiba feel a bit weary. As expected, letting those two go in front was a bad decision. After knocking out two ninja cats in succession, Chiba finally got the exact location of the cat yokai. It was in the attic at the center of the castle. Just as he entered the attic, Uchiha Sasuke also happened to arrive. See Chiba, he looked at Chiba, who had arrived early, and stuttered as he spoke. See, can I deal with this enemy alone? Hearing this, a meaningful smile appeared on Chiba's face. Is this related to the Uchiha? I have no problem with that, but I hope you don't get hurt. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Chiba with some gratitude, silently taking note. During the battle in the Land of Waves, through Hatake Kakashi and Uzumaki Naruto's descriptions, he had already understood who the strongest person in this team was. Chiba's strength exceeded his expectations. The fact that he could force back an elite jonin like Zabuza Momochi said a lot. If Chiba intervened in the upcoming battle, the cat yokai would probably last only a few minutes. I'll assist you from the side. Chiba gestured for Uchiha Sasuke to move ahead. They passed through the stairs and entered a spacious hall lit by flickering candles. The overall atmosphere felt somewhat unsettling. Little Uchiha from the Uchiha clan. The voice came from behind the curtain. A huge creature lay sideways behind it. The strange tone indicated its identity. Wait, who are you? Upon noticing Chiba, the creature suddenly stood up on all fours. One could vaguely see its bristling fur. Oh, I'm just an audience member. Chiba waved his hand, signaling the creature not to mind him. Finding a relatively spacious spot, he sat cross-legged and waited for the battle to begin. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't contain himself in front of the cat Waikai. He raised his hand and threw 3 shurikens through the curtain. However, the sudden disappearance of the opponent made him heighten his vigilance. Watching the standoff between one person and one cat, Chiba scratched his head. A cat that could use Jinjutsu seemed quite rare. Although it still had some shortcomings, its potential was amazing. To be honest, he was somewhat tempted. It seems I don't have a summoned beast yet. Chiba remembered something. Although he had signed a contract with the Toad clan back in Mount Myoboku, that didn't mean he couldn't have other summoned beasts. The Toads of Mount Myoboku were quite generous regarding Chiba's existence. After all, he was the human mentioned in the prophecy of the great sage Toad. The appearance of the Sharingan broke the cat Waikai's Jinjutsu. The charging giant creature put Uchiha Sasuke in a difficult position to cope. After several near misses, luckily, Uzumaki Naruto arrived in time. Otherwise, Chiba would have had to step in. With the explosive tags set up in succession, the roof above the cat Waikai was blown apart. The rumbling debris pinned it down. Seizing the opportunity to control it, Uchiha Sasuke quickly stamped the paw print mark on it. Chiba then approached and asked, by the way, Cat Waikai, how about becoming my summoned beast? Chapter 43, Chiba est summoning beast impossible. Nico Y's mouth was very tough. How could this lord possibly become someone else's summoning beast? I aim to be the strongest ninja cat that surpasses all existence in this world. Kid, you'd better. The cold shuriken instantly made Nico Y shut its mouth. In fact, there might be room for negotiation. If you can provide mutant regularly. Before it could finish speaking, it was interrupted by Chiba. 3 mutant every week. Nico Y squatted in the ruins, fiddling with its claws and calculating. It seemed somewhat acceptable. How about 5? For no more than that. Chiba's expression was calm and unruffled, but there was a hint of threat in his eyes. Upon seeing his gaze, Nico Isibedith. First, fine. I agreed to sign the summoning contract. The sixth sense of the ninja cat told it that the boy in front of it was very dangerous. Under Chiba's temptation and threat, Nico Y quickly softened. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto stared blankly at the unfolding events. It seemed to be changing in an unpredictable direction. After signing the summoning contract, Chiba learned about Nico Y's specific situation. In terms of overall strength, it had already reached the edge of CH Nin. However, due to a lack of resources, it was limited to this level and could not progress further. The Ninja Cat Castle here belonged to an independent area. It did not belong to any ninja village. However, under Nico Y's leadership, the Ninja Cats lived quite well. Ninjas often came here to sign contracts with the Ninja Cats. Of course, the other party would provide compensation. Moreover, the Ninja Cats also earned rewards by completing some simple tasks. The food and various resources they needed came from this. How is this different from human ninja villages? Nico Y smiled and said, for talking about differences, it should be that we are more harmonious here. There are no conflicts of interest or disputes. Everyone lives together quite harmoniously. In fact, Nico Y did not harbor much hostility toward Chiba and the other two. However, becoming another summoning beast was something it had not anticipated. The combat power of ninja cats was not particularly strong. They were more suitable for intelligence, gathering, and analysis, serving as auxiliary summoning beasts. If possible, ninjas would not choose such a summoning beast. Strength is something that comes with fate. Chiba patted Nico Y's big head and said, and your main task is to be cute. Nico Y instinctively nodded, but soon realized something was off. Wait, you said my task is to be cute? This cat have incredible strength and speed, and I am proficient in illusion techniques, ninjutsu, and taijutsu. You actually want me to be cute? It wanted to refer to itself as this lord, but when it saw Chiba's somewhat threatening gaze, it quickly changed its words. Chiba nodded as a matter of course. Right now, you're still too weak. Participating in the battles I am involved in would be very dangerous. But don't worry, now that you have become my summoning beast. We are partners, and I will help you become stronger. Chiba painted a grand vision. Since you have your own ideals, with my help, you will definitely be able to achieve them. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke stared blankly at the person and cat. The situation seemed to be developing in a strange direction. Yo, Since big brother Chiba is so confident, I will work hard too. Uzumaki Naruto reacted and shouted excitedly. Being surpassed by a ninja cat would be quite embarrassing. Don't you think so, Sasuke? Uchiha Sasuke pressed his face into his hand, not wanting to look at Naruto's silly face. Why are you competing with a ninja cat? Could it really surpass us? Uchiha Sasuke thought of this possibility and immediately looked at Chiba. Wait, if it's this person? There might not be no possibility at all. For a moment, Sasuke was somewhat stunned. In any case, rest assured, if there are excess resources, I will store them with Cat Granny. Moreover, I will regularly teach you training so that your strength can catch up sooner. Chiba continued to paint a bright future. But for now, you only need to be cute, he said while petting Nico Y, clearly in a very good mood. Moreover, Chiba's gaze was somewhat profound. Obviously, he was thinking far ahead. What kind of waves could a cat that knows various ninjutsu stir in the ninja world? What if it could also use sage techniques? Asajikat. Thinking of it this way, it seemed quite promising. After bidding farewell to Nico Y, the group first went to Cat Granny to deliver their tasks. Then they returned to Konoha village together. Unlike when they left, Chiba noticed that there were many unfamiliar faces on the streets of the village. Moreover, the number of vigilant ninjas in Konoha had also increased by several times. All these signs indicated one thing. Chiba said softly, "It seems that something important is about to happen." Chapter 44, the upcoming Chunin exam. In the days following the completion of his task, Chiba was still immersed in training. However, to his surprise, another figure joined him during his physical training. He never expected someone else would enjoy weight training. Sweat is the essence of youth. Seeing the thumbs up from Lee and the strange glimmer at the corner of his mouth, Chiba's lips twitched. He didn't anticipate encountering him here. Let's bet our youth together. If I can't run 50 laps around the village before lunch today, then I'll have to do 5,000 weighted squats this afternoon. Lee's enthusiastic invitation seemed so warm-hearted. However, Chiba had a strange expression, finding it hard to accept. To be honest, facing Lee when he opened the 8 gates, Chiba, in his normal state, didn't have much confidence in easily defeating him. After opening the door of death, Lee was entirely like a human beast. Even among Konoha's 12 elite, he was an extremely powerful presence. If it weren't for being banned due to his overpowered abilities, perhaps on the battlefield of the 4th Great Ninja War, there would be Night Guy and Night Lee. Just the thought of it sent shivers down one's spine. No, I've already finished my training for this morning. Chiba threw the barbell to the ground, producing a dull thud. This was not just a casual excuse. Due to his habit of waking up early, his physical training time had indeed come to an end. What a pity. Lee was still very excited. It's not easy to find someone in Konoha who trains as hard as he does. Over the years, aside from my guy, Lee had never seen anyone train like this. I'm Lee. You can call me Little Lee. I'm a student of Guy Sensei. Chiba is currently in Team 7, led by Kakashi Sensei. Aside from his occasionally overly enthusiastic and hot-blooded personality, Little Lee was actually a nice person. I have some things to do, so I'll head out first. Today is the day to give a Nikoyu-S ninjutsu scroll. After several days of effort, Chiba had successfully compiled the ninjutsu he knew into a scroll. If Nikoyu had enough talent, he would surely gain something from it. As for Sage Mode, it was not the right time yet. One must eat one bite at a time and walk one step at a time. Chiba planned to report to Kakashi first. Ninja leaving the village needs to be recorded. Otherwise, one could easily be mistaken for a defector. However, on his way to find Kakashi, he discovered something. Sakura. Look at how much stronger I've become after this mission. Currently, Naruto Uzumaki was still infatuated with Sakura. The last thing Chiba told him was like talking to a brick wall. TSK. It seems I need to train this kid a bit. Chiba stood on a street lamp, looking down at them. However, the arrival of the Konohamaru Corps made Chiba sense something was off. Soon, because of Konohamaru's big mouth, Naruto, and he ended up getting a beating. But this was entirely because Naruto didn't want to fight back. Now, Sakura, due to not being in Team 7, had only slightly increased her strength. If this pace of strength growth continued, she would easily fall behind. Bang! The fleeing Konohamaru ran into a boy dressed in black. The paint on his face made him look a bit ugly. This was Chiba's first impression. To be honest, Kankuro was indeed lacking in looks compared to others. With the outbreak of conflict, Naruto was constrained by the other party's chilling and terrifying killing intent. However, he was not as helpless as imagined. Bang! Konohamaru was at least the younger brother of his little brother. How could he be bullied? The flying stone took everyone by surprise. Even Sasuke Uchiha, who was in the tree, did not notice where the stone came from. If the sand ninjas don't follow the rules, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Kankuro, if you want to start a war between the two villages, feel free to continue. Chiba's next words froze Kankuro, who was initially planning to fight. Who are you? Chiba, big brother. Naruto waved his hand excitedly. Big brother Chiba. Konohamaru's strange address caught Chiba off guard. He jumped down from the street lamp. His handsome appearance immediately caught Shikamaru's attention. Wow, so cool. In the land of wind, a boy with Chiba's looks could be said to be extinct. Konoha ninja, Chiba. His somewhat cold gaze made Kankuro freeze in place. The familiar killing intent reminded him of Gaara. No, it felt even more terrifying than Gaara. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building's office, many team leaders gathered, waiting for the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, to speak. I believe you all know what this is about, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen crossed his arms and leaned on the desk. The smoke slowly rose, giving a sense of authority. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. Kakashi Hatake still looked lethargic. Team 7, Chiba, Naruto, Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha. By my name, Kakashi Hatake, I recommend them to participate in the Chunin exam. Chapter 45, Kankuro's apology at the intersection. Everyone was still at standstill. To be precise, it was Chiba who was teasingly watching them. The scene was extremely quiet. Even someone with thick nerves like Naruto, Uzumaki, sensed that something was off in the atmosphere. Apologize. After a long time, Chiba's calm voice broke the silence. Devoid of any fluctuations, Kankuro instinctively wanted to refute, but upon seeing Chiba's gaze, he instantly froze again. It was hard to imagine, although they were both genin. The other party seemed to dominate him in terms of momentum and other aspects. Konohamaru bumped into you, and he has already apologized. Chiba explained, considering the fact that the other party was a guest. So, I hope you can apologize with the same attitude. Also, Sasuke, how long are you going to stay up in that tree? He looked at the tree beside the road. Uchiha Sasuke was still hiding among the branches. If Chiba hadn't spoken up, the others wouldn't have noticed his presence at all. And the last guest from Sunagakure. In the village, ninja techniques couldn't be used casually. A cloud of sand swirled, and Gaara's figure appeared before everyone. Sasuke was startled, since earlier he had never detected the presence of the other party. Chiba looked at Gaara's red hair and shook his head. It was uncertain whether this unloved child could become friends with Naruto. However, that was none of Chiba's concern, and he didn't have to worry about it. Compared to Gaara, he preferred those beautiful girls. Kankuro apologized. Gaara was quite polite when he wasn't in frenzy. I'm sorry. Out of fear for his brother and the watchful Chiba, Kankuro decisively gave in. The gazes of the two were increasingly terrifying. If he didn't apologize, Kankuro feared he might not walk out of this street alive. I hope we meet again in the Chunin exam. Gaara left behind a sentence as he departed. His sister Temari's attitude seemed to be much better than that of her two brothers. Bye. See you at the Chunin exam. In Temari's eyes, with Chiba's strength, he would definitely participate in the Chunin exam. As for that blonde kid, it was hard to say. Truly the big brother. Konohamaru looked at Chiba with admiration in his eyes. Naruto Uzumaki rubbed his nose, looking very pleased. Of course, big brother Chiba is amazing. Ever since they met in the Ninja Academy, Chiba had been taking good care of Naruto, not only in training, but also in life. Chiba was much more financially capable than Naruto, especially after signing a summoning contract with the cat spirit. It was even more so. He initially thought he would have to take care of the cat spirit and provide it with herbs. But later, he discovered that the profits from a ninja cat castle were no small amount. After deducting the expenses for the ninja cats, he could save a significant sum. Therefore, Chiba no longer had to worry about money. When Sakura Haruno saw Chiba, her face turned pale. She recalled what had happened that day. Chiba's presence felt like a nightmare. However, Chiba didn't pay much attention to it. He still had ninja scrolls to deliver. If things went well, the cat spirit would soon come in handy. Everything depended on the cat spirit's talent. He initially thought about having Granny Cat deliver it, but after careful consideration, he felt it was better to handle it personally. Meanwhile, Kakashi Hatake had been missing and was unknown as to what he was doing. At the agreed-upon bridge, the three had waited for a long time, until the sun was high in the sky. Hey, everyone, I've been confused on my life path again, so I arrived a bit late. Kakashi's figure appeared on the railing. I brought you here today to tell you something. In my name, I recommend you three to participate in the Chunin exam. Of course, it's not compulsory. It's entirely up to your willingness. Kakashi handed over 3 exam qualification certificates, also known as admission tickets. Ignoring Naruto, who was lost in thought, Chiba asked, "When is the Chunin exam?" Kakashi smiled at everyone. "In 7 days." Chiba breathed a sigh of relief. Given that, the timing was definitely enough. It all depended on the cat spirit's talent. "Kakashi-sensei, I would like to apply for a village exit permit. I signed a summoning contract with a cat spirit at the Ninja Cat Castle." Chiba didn't plan to hide the matter concerning the cat spirit. Is it that cat spirit? Kakashi pondered. Go early and return early, and be safe. He was quite at ease regarding Chiba's safety. Moreover, the last mission had been independently handled by the three of them. After getting the village exit permit, Chiba also casually asked Kakashi for a chakra paper. Speaking of which, he still didn't know the chakra nature of the cat spirit. Chapter 46. The training plan of Cat-Yu at the Ninja Cat Castle. The overall atmosphere here is quite pleasant. After visiting once, the ninja cats have become familiar with Chiba. After throwing them a few wooden catnip, the ninja cats looked at Chiba with friendlier eyes. They are very welcoming of such generous guests. Not to mention the relationship between Chiba and Cat-Yu. In the attic, Chiba met Cat-Yu again. It still had that imposing physique. However, among the spirit beasts, Cat-Yu's body can only be considered average and even quite small. Having come out Myoboku Mountain, Chiba has naturally seen those gigantic toads. So, in his eyes, Cat-Yu's body seemed a bit lacking. Have you already reached your limit? Chiba gestured, considering whether to put on a weight gain plan. Cat-Yu shook its head and said, I am a special race, the two-tailed cat. You cannot judge our kind by the size of ordinary ninja cats. Hearing this, Chiba immediately became interested. So how big can you grow? Cat-Yu fell into deep thought, and after a moment, replied, About 20 meters, I suppose. It provided a rough estimate. However, when Chiba heard this, his expression was one of utter shock. To know that even Bunta was only about 17 meters tall. A two-tailed cat can actually grow to 20 meters. It feels a bit against the laws of nature. But thinking about how even toads can grow over 10 meters, Chiba decided not to consider any natural laws. So why are you this size now? He gestured, as if to indicate a little over 2 meters. 2 meters is still quite a large figure for Chiba now. Cat-Yu seemed a bit embarrassed and said, Our kind grows in size based on the amount of chakra. Since I have been training for a shorter time, I can only obtain a certain amount of chakra through consuming food. Chiba looked Cat-Yu up and down. If that's the case, it seems there is plenty of room for improvement. That's also why you only used one illusion technique when fighting Sasuke, Chiba analyzed. Cat-Yu nodded and explained, I only know that one illusion technique. It's a talent ability of the two-tailed cat race. Hearing this, Chiba covered his face in silence. Indeed, he couldn't hold too much hope for it. Here, this is a ninjutsu scroll. It contains some ninjutsu that I have collected. Chiba handed the ninjutsu scroll to Cat-Yu. Due to its large size, this ninjutsu scroll was also quite enormous. Cat-Yu's cat paws are very agile and can even use special ninja tools like cat shurikens. Therefore, flipping through a ninjutsu scroll is not a difficult task for it. Fire release, water release, wind release, and also taijutsu and illusion techniques. Cat-Yu grew more and more astonished as it read. Tears welled up in its huge cat eyes. Meow, boss, you're too good to me. Cat-Yu, I've never met anyone who treats me this well in my life. Cat-Yu suddenly hugged Chiba tightly and rubbed against him. Chiba barely managed to push it away and picked up the cat fur that had fallen off. Stop with the nonsense. If you want to repay me, then train hard. Just help me share some of the battles in the future. Cat-Yu nodded repeatedly, its eyes filled with gratitude. Since I have time now, I can guide your training. Chiba was quite attentive to his ninja cat. After Cat-Yu showed everything it could do, Chiba unexpectedly discovered that Cat-Yu's combat power was not inferior to that of an average chunin. If it weren't for its slightly lacking combat awareness, it might even be able to participate in the chunin exams. Since your strength is sufficient, let's try a week of special training. Chiba issued Cat-Yu's first command. Before the chunin exams, learn 3 techniques, 2 ninjutsu and 1 taijutsu. As for illusion techniques, Cat-Yu can take care of that on its own for now. In addition, there would also be some physical training and combat awareness training. Chiba's next words made Cat-Yu feel a bit fearful. I will come to give you one-on-one specialized combat guidance. Hiss meow. Cat-Yu tentatively said, Is that okay? What if it delays your training? What if during the chunin exams? Before it could finish, Chiba interrupted. Don't worry about me. I will definitely pass the chunin exams. His words were full of confidence. Cat-Yu thought carefully and realized that this was indeed the case. If it weren't strong enough, how could it have signed a summoning contract with Chiba? Also, I will customize some weights for you. You can wear them during training in the future. Cat-Yu didn't think much about this. To it, weights are also a necessary requirement in training. After guiding it through some key points of ninjutsu training, Chiba left the Ninja Cat Castle. Upon returning to Konoha, he headed straight for the 10-10 Ninja Tool Shop. Previously, 10-10 had lost a bet to him and had to fulfill one of his requests, which Chiba had always kept in mind. Now, it was time to put it to use. Chapter 47. Weighted equipment Tion has been feeling a bit irritable lately. It's not about anything else. but rather a figure that keeps circling in her mind. How annoying. Clearly just a kid who has just graduated. Tian inserted the shuriken in her hand into the plush toy she was holding. Why is he so strong? And she didn't continue. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of red. How annoying. Miss Tian, do you have something on your mind? Qianye's figure suddenly appeared in front of Tian. You can talk to me, Qianye. I can help with your worries, and my prices are reasonable. Tian looked at the figure in front of her, and the flush on her cheeks quickly spread, occupying her entire pretty face. I don't have anything to worry about. I was just thinking about the Chunin exam. She seemed to have found a suitable excuse, looking quite certain. It's good that you don't have anything on your mind, Qianye said, his expression becoming a bit dejected. But I ran into a bit of trouble and need to use our previous bet. Tian straightened her expression and asked, what trouble? Qianye recounted the answer he had prepared before coming here. Actually, while I was training, I encountered a person in a green tight-fitting outfit. He was preaching about so-called youthful passion and showed off his training results. I learned from him that he does weighted training every day. At this point, Qianye's expression became even more troubled. In order not to fall too far behind my new friend, I was also thinking of trying weighted training. Hearing Qianye's words, Tian felt increasingly familiar. The person you're talking about, it can't be Shaoli, right? Qianye showed a surprised expression. How did you know? Tian proudly pointed at herself and said, Shaoli and I are in the same class. The weighted equipment he uses was provided by me. Upon hearing this, Qianye was instantly delighted. Then do you still have that weighted equipment? After talking for a while, they finally got to the point. Qianye knew very well that Shaoli's weighted equipment wasn't something that could be easily obtained. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone through so much effort. The only breakthrough point was Tian. As the owner of Tian's ninja tool shop, she naturally had her own channels. After listening to Qianye's request, Tian fell in a deep thought. The weighted equipment wasn't non-existent. It's just that she hesitated, seeming to have some unspoken difficulties. Qianye sighed. It seems I've been too impulsive. Saying this, he prepared to turn and leave. Hey, wait. Tian's expression became a bit anxious as she tried to keep him from leaving. There's indeed still weighted equipment, but it was prepared by Teacher Kai for Shaoli. Shaoli has to change his weighted equipment every so often. What I have left is for Shaoli's next training. Seeing that Qianye was about to leave, Tian didn't hold back at all. But if you want to use it, Tian's little face looked conflicted. I can lend it to you for a while. She gritted her teeth and made the biggest concession. Weighted equipment isn't something you'd find on the street. It's costly to make, and even in the entire ninja tool shop, there are only a few sets. The kind Shaoli uses is even more of a premium item. Not only does it look compact, but it also has a high weight capacity. Just 2 leg straps alone can reach 1,000 pounds. So much so that during the Chunin exam, his strength was among the top tier. Although there are only a few days left until the Chunin exam, Qianye felt it necessary to struggle a bit. Really? Qianye suddenly turned around and came to Tian, grabbing her small hand tightly, his face filled with gratitude. Feeling the warmth from the boy's hand, Tian's face turned red again. Right now, she felt like she was close to Naruto's Hinata. Although Tian is much more cheerful than Hinata in personality, this was still her first experience with such matters. Why you need to let go of me? Tian's voice was barely a whisper. If it weren't for Qianye's exceptional hearing, he probably wouldn't have understood what she was saying. Qianye awkwardly let her go, his smile appearing quite honest. After taking a few deep breaths, Tian finally adjusted her emotions. Let's go. The weighted equipment is in the warehouse. Following behind Tian, Qianye entered the ninja tool shop's warehouse for the first time. The warehouse, filled with a dazzling array of items, seemed quite extravagant. Shurikens, kunai, chains, hammers, great swords. Everything you could think of could be found here. The weighted equipment is over here. Tian pointed to the back where the kunai boxes were placed. There, a white vest, a pair of wrist guards, and a pair of leg straps were piled up. Qian eagerly walked up and tried to pick them up from the ground. Tian lowered her head and softly said, "These things weigh a total of 2,000 pounds. You can try it out first." Before she could finish her sentence, she was stunned by the scene before her. How is this possible? Chapter 48. The terrifying adaptation speed under Tian's gaze. Qianye took off his coat, revealing a white inner lining. After putting on the vest and wrist guards, he felt quite a bit of pressure. According to Qianye's estimate, just the vest weighed as much as 800 pounds. As for the wrist guards, the two combined were also around 800 pounds. In comparison, the leg weights were much lighter, totaling only about 400 pounds. It was a bit strenuous. Qianye barely stood in front of Tian. You can actually bear such a heavy load. Tion's small face turned pale. 2,000 pounds was unimaginable for her. Even Shaoli needed a long time of training before he could change. But Qianyu was able to bear it completely. Most importantly, looking at his expression, he didn't seem to be struggling much. However, what she didn't know was that Qianyu was also in pain. Right now, he could only maintain normal walking. Increasing the training load was impossible. As for combat, that was an even more distant dream. I can barely walk, Qianyu said honestly. The scene before Tian had a huge psychological impact on her. During the previous battle, she had thought Qianyu was a genius in ninjutsu. But now it seemed he was even more outstanding in taijutsu. However, a new problem arose. Qianyu, did you also sign up for the Chunin exam? Tian asked tentatively. To this, Qianyu did not hide it and nodded, saying, yeah, the number of tasks has already met the requirements. Kakashi-sensei applied for the Chunin exam for us. Here, this is my candidate proof. For a pure girl like Tian, Qianyu felt a pang of conscience after lying once. He estimated he couldn't bear to continue deceiving her. Tian took Qianyu's candidate proof, her face growing even paler. From the looks of it now, what would happen if she encountered him in the Chunin exam? It seemed she couldn't accept either side getting hurt. Just as she was entangled in her thoughts, a warm hand brushed against her hair. Don't worry about the Chunin exam. I'll take care of everything. A confident and warm gaze melted the gloom in Tian's heart. After just 3 seconds of eye contact, Tian suddenly lowered her head. From Qianyu's viewpoint, he could see her blushing ears. Her voice was still as soft as a mosquito's buzz. After bidding farewell to Tian, Qianyu returned to his small courtyard. To be precise, this was the residence arranged for him by Jiraiya. He barely opened the heavy door and walked in. His Gaspit. It was indeed quite strenuous. Although his physical quality was strong, suddenly adding such heavy weights was somewhat uncomfortable. It would take at least 3 days to adapt. Qianyu had a rough understanding of his physical condition. For now, he would temporarily stop intense physical training. He had his own training plan. Maintaining a normal level of training was enough. For the next 3 days, Qianyu trained alone in his small courtyard. Besides the people from Team 7 visiting him, only Tian came to check on him. From Qianyu, she learned the location of his residence. According to Tian, she wasn't worried about Qianyu's health, but about her own weight-bearing device malfunctioning. She seemed a bit sundera, Qianyu thought as he watched Tian leave. Stroking his chin in contemplation, it seemed that after several interactions, he had triggered some incredible attributes. 3 days later, Qianyu had adapted to the weight-bearing device. Fighting might still be a bit of a stretch, but daily training was definitely not a problem. With a drop of blood appearing on Qianyu's finger, the summoning technique was successfully performed. The giant cat, Nico, suddenly appeared in the small courtyard. In just 3 days, Nico seemed to have grown quite a bit. Just looking at its height, it was already over 3 meters tall. Not bad, Qianyu exclaimed. It seems the mutiny-flavored soldier pills are quite effective. To help Nico grow stronger, he specially went to the Akimichi clan's soldier pill shop to customize mutiny-flavored soldier pills. Additionally, there were also catnip-flavored ones. As a result, Nico had given up mutiny and catnip, turning to the soldier pills instead. Although there was a bit of an odd taste when eating them, the carefree Nico didn't mind. How's your ninjutsu study going? Qianyu inquired about Nico's progress. Nico showed a flattering expression and said, Qianyu, the task goal you set for me has been completed in ninjutsu. As for taijutsu, I'm still practicing. Winya nodded in satisfaction. This clearly showed that Nico's talent was also quite good. If not for the lack of resources, perhaps the ninja world would have known the name of the two-tailed cat. But now, there was no need to worry. With Qianyu's continuous support, that day would surely come. The day when the two-tailed cat would be famous in the ninja world. Chapter 49. There are always devious people trying to harm me. Time flies quickly during training. Chiba has his own schedule. In the days waiting for the Chunin exam, Kakashi gave Team 7 a break. Sasuke Uchiha is holed up in his clan's territory, undergoing intensive training. Chiba is doing the same. The only one without a place to go is Naruto Uzumaki, who often comes to hang out with Chiba. Reluctantly, Chiba has to pull him into the training as well. The object of their training is undoubtedly the cat demon. The yellow hair brat, huh? This time I won. The cat demon is panting heavily, lying with its limbs sprawled out, looking quite ungraceful. As a feline, this behavior is somewhat abnormal. Upon closer inspection, its paw pads are drenched in sweat. For a cat demon with underdeveloped sweat glands, this is the best way to cool down. If it could, it would even stick out its tongue to help dissipate heat, but unfortunately, it has no sweat glands on its tongue. Huh, This genius was just a bit careless. Naruto is also lacking any semblance of grace. Or rather, he doesn't care about such things at all. The training between one person and one cat focuses on combat. Strangely enough, Chiba's combat awareness is significantly stronger than Naruto and Sasuke's. In the initial basic rewards, combat experience was included, excluding the 3 major jutsu categories. Chiba has more combat experience than the other 2. Moreover, his talent seems quite good. After the mission in the Land of Waves, he has integrated his combat instincts into his very bones. Let's call it a day for today's training. Chiba takes off his soaked clothes. During this time, aside from food expenses, the biggest expense has been clothing. Changing and washing clothes twice a day, the slightly inferior quality clothes have worn out after just a few washes. As a result, Chiba has to buy a large number of clothes and throw them in his room. To save time, he even throws away the wet clothes directly. Naruto expresses strong condemnation of this wasteful behavior until Chiba covers the cost of his clothing wear and tear. Naruto then claims that such minor expenses do not really count as waste. Sure enough, "It smells good" law applies in any world. The exam is coming up soon. I need to adjust my state. Chiba understands the importance of balancing work and rest. He takes the Chunin exam very seriously, as it relates to his next sign-in mission. "Hey!" Naruto jumps up from the ground. "Chiba, is it time to eat?" Sure enough, talking about state with Naruto is like playing a lute to a cow. Yes, Chiba's voice is somewhat weak. Having such a little brother is quite a challenge. Who told him to be soft-hearted? However, the recent expenses have indeed been a bit terrifying. Chiba calculates in his mind. The money he has saved is only enough to last through the Chunin exam. It seems he needs to earn some extra cash. The cat demon, lying on the ground, suddenly shivers and jumps up. "Boss, I still have some things to do, so I'll be leaving first." The cat demon, which should have turned into a puff of smoke and vanished, suddenly has a twisted expression. "Cat demon, I remember you still have some secret stash of money, right?" Chiba remembers he has a wealthy companion, although this wealthy companion seems a bit cat-like. The cat demon nods pitifully and whispers, "That money is a tribute from the ninja cats. Boss, can you let go of my tail first? Even though I have 2, your strength would still hurt a lot." Chiba shakes his head and says, "I've been worried about your training for a long time." So you see, before he finishes his sentence, the cat demon immediately puts on a righteous expression. "Don't worry, boss. My money is your money, and your money is still your money. I have always remembered your teachings." When he realizes that he can't keep his secret stash, the cat demon decisively offers all of it up to show loyalty. Hearing the cat demon's words, Chiba nods in satisfaction. Although he is unsure how much money the cat demon has left, maintaining a certain level of expenses is definitely not a problem. After the Chunin exam, money shouldn't be an issue anymore. Then let's go. Chiba goes to wash up and change clothes, preparing to head out. This small courtyard is well equipped. It seems Jiraiya must have put a lot of thought into it. He has always kept the great sage Toad's advice in mind. The cat demon returns to its ninja cat castle. Although it has made great progress recently, it still hasn't learned the reverse summoning technique, which gives Chiba a headache. On the way to Ichiraku Ramen, Chiba considers whether to add a little pressure on the cat demon. Sitting on his big bed, the cat demon suddenly shivers. Achoo! It rubs its nose and complains. "There are always devious people trying to harm me. Don't let me find out who is plotting against me. Otherwise, I will definitely make them regret it." Chapter 50. A duel betting on youth Iruka has been feeling quite anxious lately. Not because of anything else, but due to the upcoming Chunin exam. Among the Konoha ninjas participating in the exam, there are 9 of his recently graduated students. He can't help but wonder what their homeroom teacher was thinking, allowing them to take the Chunin exam right after graduation. Especially that Kakashi, who used himself as an example, saying he passed the Chunin exam at 6 years old and became 8J Nin at Naruto's age. Is there even a comparison? Iruka is very dissatisfied with Kakashi's approach. "No, I need to check on them. Otherwise, I won't be able to relax." As a responsible teacher, Iruka feels it's necessary to look out for his students, especially for a certain laggard in the class. Seizing an opportunity, Iruka decided to confront Naruto Uzumaki and take Miko away, leading her into the dense forest of the village. However, an unexpected event occurred. A powerful impact suddenly descended from the sky and knocked him unconscious. He fell from a branch 3 to 4 meters high without any warning. Trying to kidnap Miko in front of this genius? You should take a look at yourself. Iruka-sensei. The transformation technique failed, revealing Iruka's true appearance. At the dango shop, Naruto Uzumaki looked at Iruka with a flattering expression. At that moment, his head was tightly wrapped in bandages, leaving only his mouth and eyes exposed, which looked somewhat comical. "So, you landed head first?" Chiba was sitting across from Iruka, struggling to suppress his laughter. Yes, Iruka replied gloomily, feeling that his once great reputation had been tarnished by Naruto. Go ahead and laugh, just don't hurt yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Chiba's unrestrained laughter filled the dango shop. Ha ha, Iruka-sensei, you really fell into the gutter. Hearing Chiba's words, Iruka's expression grew even more gloomy. No one could have anticipated that Naruto Uzumaki would improve so rapidly. Caught off guard, he fell for it. Just thinking about it made Iruka feel a dull ache in his head. Although he was injured, his expression relaxed considerably. But seeing your progress in strength puts me at ease. As a teacher, there's nothing more gratifying than seeing one's students grow, even if that growth isn't directly related to him. Naruto Uzumaki also respected Iruka greatly, even without the conflict of the Mizuki incident. The bond between teacher and student remained steadfast. After this incident, Naruto's determination to pass the exam grew even stronger. July 1st, the Chunin exam arrived as scheduled. On the bridge, Team 7 gathered once again. Sasuke, I've been training really hard lately. Naruto exclaimed proudly. Chiba and I helped me come up with a great special training plan. I won't lose to you. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke paused slightly. Since returning from the land of waves, he had always regarded Chiba as the target to surpass. Although it had only been a few days since they last met, the person in front of him seemed even more terrifying. TCH just a laggard. Uchiha Sasuke was also quite unconvinced. Hey, Naruto tried to retort, but was held back by Chiba. Alright, we're all in the same class. Let's be friendly. Chiba's smile was bright and sunny. To him, the atmosphere in Team 7 was quite harmonious. However, the other two were the type that wouldn't easily back down. Since we're all here, let's go sign up, Chiba said. Kakashi-sensei should be waiting for us. Upon hearing this, Naruto scoffed. He probably got lost on his way to life. The registration location was at the Ninja Academy, which was also the venue for the first exam. At the Ninja Academy. Hey, Chiba, you're signing up for the Chunin exam too. The green jumpsuit-clad Lee, looking like a BT, stared at Chiba and the others in shock. Since they met every morning during weight training, Chiba had gradually gotten familiar with him. Didn't I tell you? A hint of confusion appeared on Chiba's face. I just graduated from the Ninja Academy recently, and this is my first time participating in the Chunin exam. Lee reacted vigorously to this. So it's true that those with youthful passion share the same thoughts. You should be used for striving. Seeing the excited Lee, Naruto quietly asked Chiba and I, who is this watermelon head? He looks quite weak. His voice was soft, but it didn't escape Lee's ears. That boy over there. Let's have a duel betting on youth. Lee placed his left hand behind his back and extended his right hand, lightly beckoning. Fighting is the key to proving strength. Chapter 51. The early stalemate battle. Little Lee challenged Naruto, which surprised Chiba a bit. This unexpected development made him somewhat worried. Can Naruto really hold his own at his current level? Although his strength is much greater than that of the corresponding period in the original world, Chiba still doesn't have high hopes for Uzumaki Naruto. After all, once little Lee opened the 8 gates, he became a human-shaped beast. Without relying on any tricks, Naruto's strength is still quite limited. Hey, you want to challenge me? Uzumaki Naruto exclaimed in shock. Has the brilliance of this genius been overshadowed? After the initial surprise, Naruto returned to his shameless demeanor. Although he is indeed a genius. Bushy brows, your eyesight is quite good. Uzumaki Naruto gave him a thumbs up. I have faith in you. Little Lee, with one hand behind his back, urged, come on, I'm officially challenging you. As Chiba's companion, I hope your strength can match this identity. At Little Lee's words, Chiba raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Although he had defeated Little Lee during their earlier physical training, he didn't expect Little Lee to hold him in such high regard. Yo, I definitely won't embarrass brother Chiba. Let's go fight. Chiba and Uchiha Sasuke took a step back, giving them enough space. Are they really going to fight like this? Uchiha Sasuke's words carried a hint of concern. Although very subtle, Chiba was keenly aware of it. Don't worry, even if he gets hurt, it won't matter. Naruto has excellent physical resilience. Chiba didn't take this to heart at all. The first exam is just a written test. There's no need to worry about his condition. After all, as long as Naruto maintains his personality, he will naturally pass the exam smoothly. Both sides stood ready, not relaxing in the slightest. The battle was about to begin. Bang! In the next moment, the two collided. Like two ferocious beasts fighting for their lives, they stirred up a storm on the field. Naruto's learning talent is quite strong. During these past few days of fighting with the cat demon, he learned its attack style, which is to rely on instinct. Interestingly, although foxes are canines, they are quite similar to felines in many aspects. Under the influence of Kurama, Naruto naturally underwent some changes. Thus, the cat demon's attack style suited him very well. On the other side, Little Lee's eyes flashed with astonishment. He felt that he was not facing a ninja, but rather a raging tiger descending from the mountains. The gap in their physical skills wasn't too large, of course. This also had to do with Little Lee not using his full strength and the fact that he was still carrying a heavy load. After all, no matter how much of a genius Naruto is, he couldn't possibly surpass Little Lee in just a few days. Speaking of which, among Konoha's 12 young ninjas, which one isn't a genius? Even Sakura, she has unexpectedly good talent in chakra control. However, Chiba, who occupies a spot in Team 7, is clearly stronger. The two are not on the same level at all. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sounds of collision echoed in the arena. Uchiha Sasuke watched the battle before him, his eyes filled with deep astonishment. Is this the progress Naruto has made during this time? His voice was low, but Chiba heard it. Uzumaki Naruto is not the so-called underdog. He is also a true genius, and one that is not weaker than you. Chiba's voice was calm, without a hint of fluctuation. But every word seemed to pierce Uchiha Sasuke's heart. If you continue to maintain your so-called pride as a member of the Uchiha clan, I believe Naruto will soon catch up to you, or even surpass you. Chiba's words were not empty. In fact, even without Chiba's appearance, Uzumaki Naruto would eventually catch up to and even surpass Sasuke from being the underdog. Think about it carefully. Chiba tossed out a line and didn't pay him any more attention. At this moment, the battle in the arena had reached a fever pitch. Without a doubt, Naruto was at a disadvantage. Little Lee's assault, like a fierce storm, was beyond what Naruto could currently withstand. In just a few minutes of the match, Naruto had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position. Bang! A powerful punch suddenly struck the weak point where Naruto's hands crossed, causing him to stagger back repeatedly. Seeing the scene, Little Lee's eyes lit up. Opportunity, Shadow Dance Leaf. A roar echoed throughout the arena. With a high kick, Little Lee struck Naruto's chin. Naruto instantly flew into the air, completely losing his ability to resist. Chiba's gaze sharpened, recognizing this move. Next, it should be something like the Lotus Technique, right? Sure enough, Little Lee jumped behind Uzumaki Naruto, and the bindings on his hands had quietly loosened. Chapter 52, The Madness Warning from Perception Swish. A cold light flashed through the air. The kunai struck the bandages on Shaoli, pinning him to the wall in the distance. Shinya would not continue to wait. If it were Uchiha Sasuke fighting Shaoli, perhaps he would still observe. But with Naruto Uzumaki as his little brother, how could the older brother not intervene and wait for someone else to rescue him? At the moment the kunai was thrown, a windmill also flew through the air, narrowly missing the bandage pinned to the wall. How is that possible? In the distance, a somewhat deep voice sounded, clearly astonished. Lee, did you forget what you promised, Teacher Kai? Bang! Naruto fell from the sky, crashing straight to the ground. Shinya saw this scene and twitched his nose a few times. He would never admit that he was so surprised by this big turtle that he forgot about Naruto in the air. That stain should be washed away in the wind. Obviously, even Naruto himself forgot about his injuries when he saw the turtle. A talking turtle? Shinya, big brother. Can turtles also be ninja teachers? He widened his eyes, finding it hard to believe. Forbidden techniques are not allowed to be used casually. The ninja turtle's expression was serious. I think it's necessary for Teacher Kai to personally teach you a lesson. The next moment, smoke rose. Clearly, this ninja turtle's reverse summoning technique was much more skilled than that of the cat. Seeing this scene, Shinya also made up his mind. After the Chunin exams, he must make the cat learn the reverse summoning technique, no matter the cost. At the same time, far away in the ninja cat castle, the cat shivered, nearly dropping the boulder on its back. There are always unruly citizens wanting to harm me. Might Guy's flamboyant figure appeared before everyone. Shinya took a glance and quickly turned his head. To be honest, the impact of this scene on one's spirit is quite significant. In his opinion, it was no less than a typical illusion technique. Really, you all are so youthful. This bizarre educational method was presented for the first time to Team 7. Whether it was Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha, or Shinya, their worldviews were all somewhat impacted. Although it was already anticipated, Shinya covered his face, feeling powerless. But seeing this scene in reality was still too shocking. Might Guy and Shaoli embraced each other, weeping bitterly. Lee, running in the sunset, is the true youth. Might Guy looked into the distance, tears streaming down his face. As punishment, I've decided to make you run around the village 100 times. Yes, Teacher Kai. Shaoli always unconditionally obeyed Might Guy's words. Suddenly feeling the atmosphere in front of him, Naruto scratched his head, seemingly finding it quite nice. Hearing this, Chinya's eyes lit up. It seemed like a good development. Kakashi Hitaki's intentional favoritism led to Naruto not being taken seriously. Rather than that, it would be better to hand him over to Might Guy. If it was just training and physical techniques, there wouldn't be any problem. As his thoughts deepened, Chinya increasingly felt that this plan was absolutely feasible. After all, it didn't cost money. Might as well try a bit. Naruto had no idea that he had already been sold out by his big brother Chinya. Naruto, what do you think of Teacher Kai? Chinya began to probe. Naruto scratched his head and said, very enthusiastic. And very youthful. The moment the word youth came out, it immediately drew Might Guy's attention. Hey, you over there. Do you also like youth? Chinya explained, Teacher Kai and Teacher Kakashi are close friends. They can also be seen as eternal rivals. Clearly, he had stolen Might Guy's line this time, mainly because Chinya's words would make Naruto more convinced. To be precise, Teacher Kai's strength is actually a bit stronger than Teacher Kakashi's. Chinya's words left Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha in shock. They stared with wide eyes, completely unable to believe it. The man before them, who seemed like a lunatic, was actually stronger than Kakashi Hitaki. If we compared Might Guy and Kakashi, who would be stronger? Looking at it now, it would definitely be Guy. Once the 8 gates are opened, even gods would be kicked. Just a Sharingan-wielding Kakashi couldn't stop Might Guy's power. I didn't expect you to know me so well. Might Guy's voice appeared behind the three. Noticing this, Chinya's pupils shrank slightly. With his current strength, he could only vaguely catch the movement of Might Guy just now. I suppose he must be the Chinya that Kakashi mentioned. Might Guy's hand rested on Chinya's shoulder. In that instant, Chinya's perception was frantically warning him. This man before him was definitely not someone he could handle. A very unique young man. This was Might Guy's evaluation of Chinya. How about joining the ranks of youth together? Chapter 53, Dream Master Yakushi Kabuto. Might Guy's words truly caught Chiba off guard. It was evident from his expression that he admired Chiba greatly. I've heard about your youthful and passionate training from Little Lee. You understand youth even better than Kakashi. Might Guy gave a thumbs up, revealing his white teeth. Chiba wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but he seemed to see a flash of light in front of him. If it's about accepting Teacher Guy's guidance. Chiba said politely, I think it's a great thing. But, upon hearing the first part of his statement, a smile appeared on Might Guy's face. However, as soon as the word but came out, his expression changed drastically. No buts, young man. Youth does not allow for slack. Might Guy pressed down on Chiba's shoulder with a strong grip, his powerful strength evident in his arm. No, Teacher Guy, please calm down. I just want to bring Team 7 to receive your guidance together. Chiba spoke quickly, fearing that if he took too long, Might Guy might do something extreme. After all, we are comrades, Chiba said with a righteous expression. As comrades, they should progress together and embrace the passionate youth. Upon hearing his words, Might Guy looked shocked. Chiba didn't want to say anything further about his rich expression. It was exhausting. Is this your determination? Might Guy looked at his beloved disciple, Little Lee. Lee, you should learn more from Chiba. This is the true, regretless youth. The two embraced again and cried together. Chiba looked at them, wanted to say countless things in jest. However, with so many things he wanted to say, he didn't know where to start. I just wanted to see how the prince and the second pillar look in green spandex. What does that have to do with regretless youth? However, Chiba didn't notice that after he said this, Uchiha Sasuke looked at him with a very complex expression. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Naruto always wore a look of admiration. Big brother Chiba is his current source of strength. No problem, young man. Might Guy reined in his emotions and showed his most radiant smile. Also, the time for the Chunin exams is approaching. If you all don't hurry, you might miss this Chunin exam. Chiba's expression changed as he realized the importance of the situation. He grabbed the second pillar in Naruto and started running towards the building. Little Lee and the others quickly followed suit. Might Guy looked at their retreating figures and sighed. What youth to be envied. In the last 3 minutes, Chiba and the others successfully entered the exam room. They seemed to be the last batch to arrive. The moment they burst into the classroom, all the eyes of the other candidates were fixed on 6 of them. The murderous intent in their gazes made Sasuke and the others' expressions become somewhat serious. However, the oblivious Little Lee and Naruto didn't seem to care about the situation. As for Chiba, he stepped forward. The terrifying killing intent emanating from him instantly enveloped the entire class. Silence. No sound was heard, as if everyone had been pressed on pause. Gulp. A sound of someone swallowing broke the silence in the classroom. Everyone looked at Chiba with expressions of astonishment. Hey, why is everyone so quiet? Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head, somewhat confused. His words made Chiba retract his killing intent. The things he learned from Zabuza were still incredibly useful. Chiba's own killing intent, combined with Zabuza's, created an effect greater than the sum of its parts. They were just too surprised. Beside him, a ninja, wearing glasses, stepped out from the crowd. Let me introduce myself. I am Yakushi Kabuto. I've experienced 6 Chunin exams, so I consider myself quite experienced. Chiba looked at the man in front of him with great interest. One of the masterminds behind the 4th Great Ninja War, the Dream Master Yakushi Kabuto, currently held identities as a double agent, intelligence gatherer, and best actor. He was indeed a very unique existence in the ninja world. As your senior, I feel it's necessary to remind you all, before the exam starts, everyone is quite anxious. Additionally, I'd like to offer a little help to you lovely juniors. Yakushi Kabuto pulled out a pile of cards from his pocket. On the orange-red background, there's a large kanji for ninja. These are ninja identification cards. Information is recorded on them using a special method. Kabuto squatted down, spreading the ninja identification cards out. If you infuse my chakra into them, the information will be displayed. I've been collecting information for the past 4 years to help you pass the Chunin exams. Boom! Images and text appeared on the ninja identification card, even featuring 3-dimensional illustrations that mark parts of the Chunin exam information. Chiba's eyes sparkled with intense interest. This magical display was incredible. It seemed that the technological development of this world had never been properly explored. Chapter 54. The Sound Ninja Trio, after Yakushi Kabuto's initial explanation. Several newcomers from Konoha had a certain understanding of the Chunin exam. However, new questions arose. Are there any cards that detail personal information? Uchiha Sasuke was particularly interested in the information of certain individuals. Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said, "Yes, are you interested in anyone specific? I can help you find out." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke decisively replied, "Gaara from Sunigakure." This was the person who had appeared behind him initially without him noticing. Uchiha Sasuke was extremely concerned about him. Yakushi Kabuto nodded and pulled out a card from the pile of ninja identification cards. If there's a name, it will be much easier to find. He found Gaara from Sunigakure. As chakra flowed into the card, Gaara's image appeared. However, the anticipated data did not show up. He, like you all, is also a newcomer. So, the information is limited. 8 C-rank missions and 1 B-rank mission. Yakushi Kabuto looked at the data on the ninja identification card and remarked, to have completed a B-rank mission as a genin is quite impressive. It is said that he returned unscathed after completing the B-rank mission. Kabuto's words stirred a strong sense of crisis in Uchiha Sasuke. He had just attempted a B-rank mission not long ago, and the result was nearly fatal. This stark difference inevitably left Uchiha Sasuke feeling somewhat unbalanced. By the way, Kabuto-senpai, do you have any information on Chiba? A clear voice came from the back of the crowd. Chiba felt curious and looked in the direction of the voice, seeing Tintin staring at him with determination. Under her gaze, Chiba awkwardly touched his nose, feeling a bit guilty. Is it Chiba, from Konoha? Yakushi Kabuto exchanged glances with Chiba and smiled slightly. Is it convenient to display? Chiba had no objections and said, sure. The ninja identification card spun rapidly and smoke dispersed. Chiba's information appeared on it. Chiba, genin of Team 7, with the instructor Hatake Kakashi. 7 D-rank missions, 1 C-rank mission, all completed without injury, and he is quite balanced in all aspects. Seeing the Pentagon Warrior on the ninja identification card, everyone's mouths twitched slightly. Is this a monster? Nara Shikamaru's face was full of shock. As a member of the Nara clan, he was well aware of how terrifying such data could be. Whether it was ninjutsu, taijutsu, or ninja tools, there were no apparent weaknesses. Such a person could definitely be described as a monster. Chiba stared at the information on the ninja identification card, lost in thought. The mission in the Land of Waves was clearly classified as a C rank. Evidently, Konoha's higher-ups had concealed everything that happened in the Land of Waves. As for the specifics, only a few people were aware. This also indicated that Yakushi Kabuto's intelligence had certain flaws. Nevertheless, even so, it was quite good. Looking at his Pentagon data, Chiba felt very satisfied. He didn't care at all about the gazes directed at him. Since he participated in the Chunin exam, Chiba had no intention of continuing to hide. At this moment, he had officially entered everyone's sight. What he needed to pay attention to during the Chunin exam was merely one of the legendary 3 of Konoha hidden among them. The calamity-bringing Orochimaru. What a terrifying newcomer. Yakushi Kabuto's glasses reflected light, as if he had some thoughts. Saying this, He drew another ninja identification card and began introducing information to everyone. This time, it involved a number of participants from various countries in the CHNIN exam. However, when mentioning the Sound Village, there was a hint of disdain in his words. Due to being a small ninja village, there wasn't much intelligence available. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the crowd. It seemed a bit urgent. Chiba reached for his ninja tool pouch. Swish! 3 shuriken were thrown into the sky. While everyone was puzzled about why Chiba threw shuriken into the air, suddenly, 3 figures emerged from the crowd. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out as the Sound Ninja Trio was struck back by the immense impact of the shuriken. Disrupting during the exam is prohibited. Chiba's calm voice carried an undeniable authority. Little brat, meddling in other people's business. It was clear that Tors was quite defiant towards Chiba. If you want to die, I don't mind helping you. The murderous intent in Chiba's gaze immediately choked Tors' words in his throat. Chiba's actions made the other ninjas in the exam room wary of him. A terrifying newcomer. An existence akin to a monster. This year's CHNIN exam seems to have become more difficult. Such remarks echoed throughout the exam room, until on the podium, smoke billowed up. Everyone quiet down, you bunch of useless fools. Chapter 55. The Chunin exam begins, the guys from the Sound Village. Marino Ibiki's gaze was stern and fierce as he looked towards the back of the classroom. Conflicts had erupted between the ninjas of the Sound Village and the Leaf Village. Although he was an examiner and was supposed to uphold fairness and justice, he resolutely stood on the side of the Leaf Village. You better not make a move in the exam room. Otherwise, you'll all get out of here. The 3 ninjas from the Sound Village glared at Chiba with resentment, feeling somewhat unconvinced. However, upon noticing Marino Ibiki's expression, they awkwardly withdrew their hands. Kid, I hope you have good luck. The single eye under the forehead protector emitted a fierce light. In his view, it was merely his own carelessness earlier. The opponent was just a newcomer participating in the Chunin exam for the first time. Hitting him was purely luck. The first exam is a written test. I will explain the exam rules, and after the explanation, I want to answer any questions. Marino Ibiki picked up a piece of chalk and began writing on the blackboard. Chiba understood the nature of this written test. The crucial part was all in the last question. Marino Ibiki, that old fox, was playing a psychological game. Although Naruto Uzumaki had changed a lot compared to the original world, Chiba knew that Naruto's mindset was more resilient than ever. So he wasn't worried at all about this exam. What interested him were the first 9 questions of the written test, the required courses of the Ninja Academy. As Marino Ibiki finished explaining the rules, the exam papers were handed out to everyone. Chiba looked at the exam paper. The first question was a code question, passed. The second question, in the illustration, Ninja B is standing on a tree 7 meters high, and the illustration shows the maximum range of Ninja A's shuriken. Answers should include the characteristics of the opposing ninja within the elliptical range depicted by the shuriken, as well as the maximum range in a flat battle, and write according to. What kind of nonsense question is this? Chiba roared inwardly. As a ninja, do I need to understand this? Am I supposed to calculate the parabolic rules while fighting? Damn. For this completely off-topic question, Chiba had his own answer. He scribbled the answers on the exam paper. Throw the shuriken, 1 hit kill. If 1 shuriken doesn't work, then throw 2. If 2 don't work, then just use my fists. Ninjutsu is also within the scope of consideration. As someone who was once a poor performer in exams, Chiba always hated these kinds of overly brain-intensive questions that had no practical significance. When he watched anime in his previous life, he had never seen a ninja calculating the range of a shuriken. Chiba quickly finished the second question. He continued to look at the other questions on the exam paper. The third question was even worse. The impact of the environment on battle, geology, wind direction, and the amount of rain. Life and death are trivial. If you don't accept it, just fight. This was Chiba's answer. He was unwilling to waste brain power on such nonsensical questions. The following questions were similar. However, the 9th question caught Chiba's attention. If you encounter an unbeatable enemy ninja alone during a mission, what should you do? This kind of subjective question was Chiba's favorite. It allowed for complete freedom of expression. If I can't win once, I'll fight again, always in a state of combat. My life will never be weaker than others. With an hour for the exam, Chiba finished in just 10 minutes. He put down his pen and leisurely looked around. Naruto Uzumaki, who had completely given up hope, wore a face full of despair. Sasuke Uchiha, overwhelmed, struggled to control his emotions, and the Sharingan showed faint signs of appearing. Some clever ninjas had already realized the potential rules of this exam. Without being noticed by the examiners, they could easily cheat. Chiba's confident expression also caught the attention of other ninjas. Previously, when Chiba confronted the sound ninjas, he attracted a lot of gazes. Thus, his exam paper became one of the targets of attention for ninjas capable of cheating. Wait, what is this strange answer about? Life and death are trivial. If you don't accept it, just fight. Always in a state of combat. That seems quite reasonable. The expressions of those who had noticed Chiba's exam paper were somewhat abnormal. It was as if they were choking on food, their faces twisted. Whoosh! A kunai flew past Chiba, landing on the exam paper of a student behind him. 5 instances of cheating, you're disqualified from the exam. It seemed like a signal. Following the expulsion of the first student, one after another, other students were discovered to be cheating. However, among this year's newcomers in the Chunin exam, no one was found to have cheated multiple times. Only Naruto Uzumaki, the fool, had been completely scared. What to do, what to do? He looked at Chiba, who was 2 people away from him, wanting to seek some help. However, Chiba only responded with a thumbs-up gesture he learned from my guy. You can do it, Naruto. Chapter 56. Naruto's struggle. Chinya's performance caught the attention of Marino Ibiki. An interesting little brat. It seems that even in this time, he can't finish reading the questions. Suddenly interested in his exam paper, Marino Ibiki was caught in a dilemma. As the chief examiner, he couldn't leave his seat arbitrarily. The podium was the place where he could oversee everything. Well, it wouldn't be too late to look at the exam papers after the test is over. The little brat under Kakashi should be called Chinya, right? Leaning against the desk behind, Chinya was scanning the crowd with boredom. He looked less like a candidate and more like an examiner. Number 27 has cheated 4 times. TSK, such a low-quality cheating method. But the examiners don't seem much better either, Chinya mused. His observation skills were far superior to those of the examiners sitting nearby. Number 89 is in trouble. This should be the 5th time being caught. The eyes saying, this ninjutsu is not bad. Time passed quickly. After many candidates showcased their talents, they also obtained the correct answers. All right, time's up. Next is the announcement of the 10th question. Marino Ibiki looked at the remaining candidates in the exam room, a dangerous smile appearing on his face. Before that, there was a desperate rule that everyone needed to know. The choice to answer or not answer the 10th question. If one chooses to give up answering the 10th question, their entire team of 3 will be eliminated together. As soon as this was said, everyone started discussing fervently. A tense atmosphere of anxiety, restlessness, and unease spread among the candidates. Those who choose to answer the 10th question but do not get it right will be permanently disqualified from the Chunin exam. This statement immediately caused an uproar. The atmosphere shifted again, with despair enveloping everyone's hearts. No one had absolute confidence in being able to answer the 10th question. The difficulty of the previous 9 questions had already made that clear. The 10th question would definitely be harder than the previous ones. This was everyone's consensus. Struggles brewed in each person's heart. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Chinya looked at Marino Ibiki in surprise. The leader of the Umbu interrogation team showed perfect control over people's hearts. With just a few words, he led them into a deep abyss of despair. Well then, let us begin. Those who choose not to answer the 10th question may raise their hands. As soon as this was said, the surrounding atmosphere grew even heavier. Chinya noticed that Naruto Uzumaki was tightly biting the pen. The veins on his hands bulged, and his expression was exceptionally grim. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Clearly, he had entered a difficult decision-making phase. The departure of dozens of candidates seemed to freeze the air around them. Despair was evident on everyone's faces. It was as if a pair of large hands were gripping their throats. Under Chinya's gaze, Naruto Uzumaki trembled and raised his hand. He was struggling within. To this, Chinya was not at all flustered. In fact, he even felt like laughing. Trying to make Naruto give up? Killing him might be possible. Don't underestimate me. I won't back down at a critical moment. Even if I have to be a low-ranking ninja for life, I will become Hokage with sheer determination. I want to change this sick world. Upon hearing the last sentence, a smile appeared on Chinya's face. It seemed that his previous words had taken root in Naruto's heart. A sick world. That was an important principle Chinya had once told Naruto. As for the goal of becoming Hokage, that had always been Naruto's steadfast belief. Is there anyone else who chooses to give up? This is a decision that concerns your entire life. Think carefully. Marino Ibiki continued to manipulate the hearts of the people. However, Naruto's words had given everyone a shot of adrenaline. What's wrong with being a low-ranking ninja for life? It doesn't matter. This was the mindset of the candidates who remained in the exam room now. Not giving up was the most important thing. All right, since no one has chosen to give up, Marino Ibiki sighed and said, I announce that everyone present has passed the first exam. The completely unexpected turn of events shattered everyone's expectations. After Myoboku explained the true purpose of this exam, some people's faces showed expressions of relief. Bang! The glass in the examination room shattered with a loud noise. A shadow rushed into the examination room. Seriously, this is not the time to be happy. The newcomer had a slender figure and a determined expression on her face. I am your examiner for the second exam, Mitarashi Anko. Follow me. The second exam is about to begin. A huge black cloth obscured Myoboku. Pay attention to the atmosphere. Her voice came from behind the black cloth. Mitarashi Anko slightly blushed, realizing that the atmosphere around her was a bit off at this moment. She hurriedly changed the subject. 78 people, 26 groups of candidates. There are too many who passed the first exam. I have decided that more than half will be eliminated in the second exam. Chapter 57, the second exam. Scrolls competition at Konoha's number 44 training ground. At the entrance of the Death Forest, the Genin candidates gather here, waiting for the next exam to begin. Mitarashi Anko stands in front of everyone, explaining the rules of the upcoming Chunin exam. This is the Death Forest, and you will soon experience the fear of death firsthand. Upon hearing this, Naruto Uzumaki interjects, that won't scare me. Anko squints her eyes and throws a kunai at Naruto at an extremely fast speed. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoes at the entrance of the Death Forest. Hey, you're attacking the candidates, Chiba says with his hands in his pockets, looking at Anko. That doesn't seem to be allowed, does it? He has no respect for this unruly examiner. Seeing her kunai blocked, Anko, who originally just wanted to give everyone a warning, suddenly feels a bit embarrassed. However, she soon reveals a dangerous smile. An interesting little brat. You're the top newcomer this year, aren't you? Anko toys with the kunai in her hand and says, I remember you, a student from Kakashi's team. In response, Chiba says, unperturbed, thank you for remembering, examiner. Let's announce the exam rules and not keep everyone waiting. Hearing this, Anko straightens her expression and becomes a bit more serious. She pulls out a stack of consent forms from her pocket and explains, this is the consent form, and you need to sign it. The upcoming exam may result in fatalities. Therefore, the village prepared this to avoid unnecessary trouble. As Anko begins to introduce the exam rules, Chiba retreats into the crowd. Just now, he sensed a very dangerous gaze among the crowd, staring intently at him, like a venomous snake hiding in the darkness. The cold fangs have already locked onto Chiba. As the person with the strongest perception among those present, Chiba can vaguely determine the position of the gaze's owner. Konoha? From the reflection of the forehead protector on his shoulder, Chiba sees the identity of the person. If he guessed correctly, it should be Orochimaru, one of the legendary three ninjas. They will face each other sooner or later, Chiba silently thinks. He has long coveted that sign-in mission. If necessary, he will unleash all his strength to deal with Orochimaru. Although Chiba is not yet a match for Orochimaru, given that this is Konoha's home ground, Orochimaru shouldn't cause too much trouble. After all, he has other plans to follow. If it interferes with his subsequent plans, it would be counterproductive. Chiba is confident in standing up to Orochimaru precisely because of this. Otherwise, with his current strength level, confronting one of the legendary three ninjas directly would indeed be a death wish, unless he reveals all his trump cards. But thinking of the consequences, Chiba shakes his head. Even if the mission fails, he absolutely cannot reveal all his trump cards. In short, for the next 5 days, Anko points to the Death Forest and says, everything depends on you. The consent forms are passed into everyone's hands, allowing ample time for consideration. At this point, there is still an opportunity to withdraw. However, after the previous motivational event with Naruto, those who remain are either strong-willed or have ulterior motives, like a certain snake, another snake, and yet another snake. There is no hesitation. Chiba directly signs his name on the consent form. There is no way he will withdraw. He can never back out of the Chunin exam in this lifetime. After receiving the Book of Heaven, each team disperses to different entrances. The second stage of the Chunin exam is about to officially begin. A total of 26 teams, and at least half must be eliminated. The competition is quite fierce. Team 7 enters through entrance 12. Relaxed, they look more like tourists compared to other teams. Hey, Chiba, is it really okay for us to be this relaxed? Naruto Uzumaki feels a bit out of place. Maybe we should check the surroundings or something, Sasuke Uchiha suggests. Chiba waves his hand and says, calm down. The Death Forest isn't that terrifying. For us now, maintaining a steady mindset is the most important. As he says this, he looks at Naruto. Especially you, Naruto. What are you doing? Hearing Chiba's shout, Naruto awkwardly turns his head, sheepishly saying, I was too nervous and couldn't hold it in. Chiba and Sasuke both show a sense of helplessness towards their teammate. Over there, over there. A strange smell could attract some sensitive enemies. Chiba waves his hand, signaling Naruto to move further away. After Naruto walks away, Sasuke, puzzled, asks, I don't understand. Why separate Naruto from us? It's very dangerous here. Chiba's smile carries a hint of danger. If he doesn't get separated, how can we lure out the little bugs hiding in the shadows? Chapter 58. Strong enemies attack. Chiba felt extremely at ease with Naruto now. After all, Naruto had made rapid progress through intense training. With the physique of the Uzumaki clan, he could quickly recover from injuries. This was a significant advantage in battle, as well as during training. Because of this, Chiba trained Naruto rigorously, using any method that could enhance his strength. Bang! How is that possible? The sound of anger and embarrassment echoed from not far away. The clashing of metal could be heard. The battle seemed intense. You're just a rookie. How could you discover me? The guys in the Rain Village always wore gas masks, making their voices sound muffled. Multiple shadow clone technique. Hey, let us go all out. Naruto Uzumaki's fighting style was as bold as ever. If he was extravagant with money daily, then he had never skimped on chakra. Although a large portion of his chakra was used to seal the Nine Tails, it was still immense. Kakashi Hatake envied this point greatly. What the hell? The ninja from the Rain Village was dumbfounded as he looked at the dense orange-red figures in front of him. How could there suddenly be so many shadow clones? The swarm of Naruto Uzumaki instantly pinned him to the ground. A cold kunai was aimed at his vital points. The first enemy was taken down. Clap, clap. Applause came from not far away. Chiba and Sasuke Uchiha walked over to Naruto Uzumaki. Not bad. You've learned to utilize your advantages in battle. However, your taijutsu still needs some work. A big stick followed by a sweet date. You can't praise Naruto too much, otherwise, with his personality, he might just float up to the sky. It seems that Katyu still needs to be a bit harsher. Chiba nodded in agreement and said to himself, looks like we need to let Katyu be a bit tougher. Upon hearing this, sweat dripped from Naruto's face. Chiba brother, I think this matter still needs to be discussed. Katyu also needs to rest. Haha, don't you think so, Sasuke? Chiba's words reminded him of the rather tragic memories from a while ago. Sasuke Uchiha was somewhat surprised. Through this time, he had come to understand Naruto Uzumaki. Naturally, he knew that Naruto was not the type to back down in the face of difficulties. However, it seemed that Chiba's training method had made him fearful. Suddenly interested, Sasuke's dark eyes sparkled, as if he had found a new way to become stronger. It's okay, people always need to grow. Chiba waved his hand and looked at the Rain Village ninja lying on the ground, asking, what is your name, gender, and what scrolls do you have? A fierce look appeared in the eyes of the Rain Village ninja. Just a few little brats, ah. A piercing scream echoed in the death forest, startling flocks of birds. Chiba smiled as he pierced the other's palm with a kunai. I think it's best if you answer my questions honestly. Seeing Chiba's smile, the Rain Village ninja shivered. What kind of smile was that? It was full of indifference to life, like an abyss. My name is Ro. The physical pain and mental retreat made Ro decisively back down. Male, Rain Village ninja, holding the Book of Earth. Hearing this, Naruto Uzumaki felt a bit excited. He didn't expect to achieve success in his first battle. The Book of Earth is exactly what we need. However, Ro's next words made his face fall again. I came here alone to conceal my presence. The Book of Earth is not in my hands. It's with my companion. Naruto Uzumaki looked disappointed. Hey, you're lying? Feeling the killing intent coming from beside him, Ro's face suddenly turned extremely fearful. No. Everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, you can search me. The Book of Earth is indeed in my companion's hands. Chiba signaled Naruto to search him. Naruto had no objections to this. In his view, Chiba was the most trustworthy. However, after searching, his face still looked gloomy. It's not here. Chiba crouched down, fiddling with the kunai stuck in the other's hand, and said, take us to see your companion. This forest is too dangerous for you. Ro gasped in shock, the pain in his hand flooding his nerves. Okay, boom. In an instant, a fierce wind surged. The powerful wind carved a wide passage through the ground. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Chiba's reaction was still extremely quick. The moment the fierce wind hit, he formed the hand seals. The same fierce wind spewed from his mouth. The wind clashed in the forest. Trees toppled, dirt flew, and the scene was spectacular. This year's little brats are somewhat terrifying. A chilling voice came from deep within the dark death forest. Chapter 59. Orochimaru appears with long black hair and dressed in a light yellow ninja outfit, a purple belt tied at his back. Orochimaru's pitch-black eyes held no trace of emotion. He didn't expect that among the newcomers, someone could actually withstand his ninjutsu. There was a slight shift in his gaze towards Chiba, hinting at some emotional fluctuation. No need for pleasantries. Facing this early-stage big boss, Chiba not only showed no signs of panic or fear, but deep down, his blood felt like it was boiling. Unlike Zabuza Momochi, this person before him was a true powerhouse. No matter what, we ultimately have to fight first and talk later. Chiba moved his body, signaling Naruto and Sasuke to step back. Wind release, vacuum sphere. The dazzling hand seals were performed by Chiba. His cheeks puffed up with violent wind chakra. Whoosh, the vacuum sphere shot out like a bullet, heading straight for the opponent. These kids are really impatient. A somewhat gentle female voice came from Orochimaru. When Chiba recalled the identity of the person before him, he couldn't help but feel a chill. Summoning technique. Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat. The seemingly slow hand seals gave off an eerie feeling. Just as the vacuum sphere was about to strike, smoke suddenly rose. The temperature in the surrounding area dropped significantly. Suddenly feeling a bit cold. Naruto Uzumaki hadn't yet realized the gravity of the situation. However, Sasuke Uchiha was already drenched in cold sweat. His keen perception made him sense the terrifying killing intent emanating from the newcomer. Compared to Zabuza Momochi, the two were not even on the same level. He felt as if death was staring right at him. His whole body trembled, unable to move. Sasuke's eyes turned a deep crimson, the tomo slowly rotating within. Calm down, Sasuke. Chiba suddenly appeared in front of Sasuke, comforting him. Leave this guy to me. Don't worry. Seeing Chiba's sudden appearance, Sasuke felt inexplicably reassured. Remembering his companion's performance during previous missions, Sasuke gradually steadied his mindset. Are you not afraid of death? The gentle female voice rang out again, seemingly possessing a power to enchant the heart. Of course I'm afraid. How could I not be? Chiba's candid response took her by surprise. Her expression showed a hint of astonishment. But I have confidence that you can't kill me. An interesting kid. She snorted coldly. The smoke from the summoning technique dissipated, revealing a giant snake several meters wide right in front of the three. Since you're so confident, let us see. As soon as the words fell, the giant snake surged forward, charging at the three. The foul wind from its mouth seemed to consume countless people. Chiba quickly grabbed Naruto and Sasuke, leaping to evade the attack. Crack! The trees beneath them were instantly shredded to pieces. Splintered wood flew everywhere. What kind of monster is this? Naruto finally realized the severity of the situation. How could such a strong ninja appear during the Chunin exams? Chiba set the two down and said, "Be careful on your own. I might not be able to divide my attention soon. After all, this person is a ninja who stands on par with Master Jiraiya." Boar, dog, rooster, monkey, goat. Chiba also performed the summoning technique. Meow. With a fierce cat's cry, Chiba's summoning beast officially made its entrance. Cat, these giant snakes are yours to handle. Chiba commanded. Orochimaru-senpai, let us continue. Upon hearing this, the expression of the grass village ninja suddenly changed. A little brat recognized his identity. This is a failure. Orochimaru's voice turned from gentle to a hoarse and slightly chilling tone. Calling that idiot Jiraiya your teacher? It seems I need to take this more seriously. Although his identity was revealed, Orochimaru showed no intention of changing back to his original form. However, it must be mentioned that the face he chose was indeed not very attractive. Yet, when thinking of some of Orochimaru's ninjutsu, Chiba understood. For Orochimaru, looks were trivial. Eternal life, that was what he currently pursued. Compared to eternal life, nothing else mattered. An S-rank rogue ninja, the danger level had reached its maximum. Chiba said slowly. The fierce cat's cry echoed in his ears. Compared to their last meeting, the cat's body had grown significantly larger. Without counting the tail, it was already 5 meters long. The black snake launched a surprise attack, its tail tightly coiling around a branch. Its snake eyes locked onto the cat, which was darting between the branches. Orochimaru-senpai, one of the legendary 3 ninjas. Although I'm not sure what your intentions are, as a Konoha ninja, I have the duty to stop you. Chapter 60. The Battle of Complete Suppression. What an arrogant little brat. Orochimaru sneered. Did Jiraiya not tell you? Death will always linger around you. The moment the words fell, his figure vanished from the tree branch. Bang! The collision of fists produced a tremendous sound. Chiba staggered back a few steps, his gaze towards the opponent extremely severe. Just from that brief contact, he felt Orochimaru's immense strength. Among the 3 legendary ninjas, his combat power was not the strongest. However, even so, it far surpassed that of an average J-nin. His soft palm seemed able to dissipate the power behind Chiba's punch. In terms of taijutsu, he was quite impressive. Orochimaru praised, his eyes filled with admiration. Compared to the other two brats, you are far stronger. You can no longer be measured by the standards of a genin. Konoha Gale. Crack. The branch under Chiba's feet made a sound of being unable to bear the weight. The recoil force made him instantly vanish from his original spot. The opportunity to fight Orochimaru was too precious to give up. Chiba would not waste this chance. Through battle, he aimed to discover his own shortcomings. Compared to Orochimaru, who had experienced war, Chiba still had significant deficiencies in combat experience. Orochimaru was somewhat astonished to find that the boy before him seemed to carry the shadow of Might Guy. Did he also have some connection to the Azure Beast? He leaped high into the air, not wanting to clash directly with Chiba. The aggressive taijutsu was not suitable for Orochimaru, having spent years mingling with various snakes. He was more adept at gentle-style taijutsu. For example, right now, his arm curved around the branch, heading straight for Chiba's vital points. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous sounds of collisions surprised Chiba. The opponent's body could completely dissipate his strength. It seemed that conventional taijutsu was somewhat insufficient. Excitement flashed in Chiba's eyes. Faced with such a formidable enemy, he decided to take out a trump card. 8 gates, open. The first gate, open. The air surged as Chiba's feet spun and vibrated. Releasing the restrictions of his brain domain, he unleashed 100 of his body's potential. Both strength and speed saw a significant leap. A forbidden technique? Orochimaru, who was well-versed in various ninjutsu, naturally recognized the technique Chiba was using. He had done some research on this ninjutsu, but since it had nothing to do with immortality, he had only skimmed the surface. Jiraiya actually taught you such a technique. A hint of anger flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. This was really too reckless. As Chiba continued to showcase his potential, Orochimaru had already regarded him as his target. For example, a vessel for the soul? Boom! The speed reached its limit, challenging the visual nerves of the onlookers. At some point, Uchiha Sasuke had activated his Sharingan. One single and one double, looking somewhat strange. However, even so, he could not clearly capture Chiba's figure. Too fast. He murmured, only able to vaguely see after images. Uzumaki Naruto scratched his head and asked, "Why do you have to use your eyes to capture Chiba's figure?" Chiba taught me before that in ninja battles, the eyes are the most likely to deceive oneself. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke's body trembled. He suddenly widened his eyes, contemplating the meaning of this statement. Naruto did not notice the change in his expression and continued. Therefore, feeling the opponent's aura becomes especially important. When a ninja discards their eyes, they might be able to see further. This was Chiba original words. I just grasped the gist of it. Konoha Great Whirlwind. Chiba unexpectedly found that Might Guy's ninjutsu was surprisingly useful, especially in such a complex environment filled with trees. Close-range taijutsu could achieve excellent results. His right leg whipped through the air like a rope, producing a violent sonic boom. Missing the first strike, Chiba twisted his body, turning his arm at an incredible angle, launching a powerful punch straight at Orochimaru's head. The exhilarating battle gradually drenched him in sweat. However, as Chiba's opponent, Orochimaru felt quite frustrated. At the start, he had only dodged a bit, and had directly entered Chiba's rhythm of attack. Like waves of the sea, one after another. Konoha Whirlwind, Konoha Gale, Konoha Great Whirlwind. The speed was astonishing, while the power was also terrifying. After just one hit, Orochimaru felt a slight twitch in his body. Even after slowing down for a while, there was still a lingering pain. This completely close-range combat style was not suitable for him. Just when he was feeling irritated and his movements slowed down a beat, Chiba's eyes suddenly lit up at this sight. Opportunity. Konoha Rising Wind. A powerful upward kick directly struck Orochimaru's chin. Bang! The entire person was sent flying several meters into the air. Chiba's legs bent slightly, and powerful strength erupted from them. In an instant, he caught up with the airborne Orochimaru. In his hand, a bundle of metal wire appeared at some point. The wire danced, instantly binding Orochimaru tightly. Lotus of the Hidden Flower. Chapter 61. The terrifying Orochimaru. Previously, Chinya had been training all day with Xiao Li, but he wasn't idle. With his eloquence and the encouragement of youth and passion, he finally managed to convince himself to adopt the training method of Biao Yanhua. After several sessions of training with a wooden post, Chinya successfully mastered this body technique. Now it came in handy. The metal wire in Chinya's hand suddenly tightened, firmly controlling Orochimaru within it. Through his extraordinary perception, he could confirm that the Orochimaru in his hand was not a clone or anything like that. but the real body. Spin! Chinya roared inwardly. He gripped Orochimaru's body tightly with both hands and exerted force from his waist. Chinya whirled with Orochimaru, the terrifying rotation bringing his impact force to an extreme level. Boom! A loud crash echoed through the dense forest. The two of them plummeted straight to the ground from a great height. The terrifying impact caused the ground to crack like a spiderweb. In the center, a massive pit appeared. Orochimaru was directly smashed into the ground by Chinya in a head-first manner. Brother Chinya is so strong. Uzumaki Naruto swallowed hard, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. It was hard to imagine what would happen if Chinya used this move on him. Just picturing in his mind made cold sweat stream down his forehead. He would definitely die. Although he didn't voice it, this certain answer lingered in his mind. Beside him, Uchiha Sasuke also felt similarly disturbed upon witnessing this scene. Even with the Sharingan activated, he couldn't keep up with Chinya's speed. That terrifying rotation seemed to reach the limits of human capability. Terrifying Chinya. He buried this thought deep within his heart. At the same time, a deeper desire emerged within Uchiha Sasuke. Would he be able to reach Chinya's level? If that day really came, it was likely that he wouldn't be far from killing that man. Thinking of this, Uchiha Sasuke looked at Chinya with eyes full of desire. At the moment Chinya made contact with the ground, he clearly heard the sound of bones cracking. But in an instant, he sensed a dangerous presence. Let go, leap. Chinya quickly left the center of the pit and stood not far away, his burning gaze fixed on Orochimaru's direction. Cough, cough. The sound of coughing made the three of them feel a sense of impending danger. Chinya looked towards the direction of the cough, feeling unusually tense. Sure enough, it was a terrifying little devil. Orochimaru's voice came again. Perhaps you're also a good choice. Even more superior than that child from the Uchiha clan. As the swirling dust settled, Orochimaru's figure appeared before the three. Compared to their first meeting, he looked somewhat worse for wear. His clothing was tattered in multiple places. His already ugly face now looked even more hideous. Orochimaru's face was pockmarked and occasionally shed dead skin. He hunched over, appearing severely injured. The frequent coughs further indicated his poor physical condition. What a pity. Orochimaru's voice held no emotion, only a complete disregard for life. I still quite like this face, but it's already somewhat damaged. Cough, cough. As he spoke, he was seized by a violent coughing fit. He leaned on the ground, spitting out large amounts of blood, looking as if he were on the verge of death. However, the more he looked this way, the more tense Chinya became. Not falling for it, huh? What a vigilant little devil. Seeing that he had been coughing for quite a while, Orochimaru expressed his disappointment as Chinya remained unmoved. Forget it. This state is still quite dangerous to deal with you. As soon as he finished speaking, Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth wide. A pair of hands as white as jade emerged from his mouth. Following that, his head and body followed. Orochimaru's body replacement technique. Like a snake shedding its skin, he transferred his body from the outer shell. It seems you're not surprised. Orochimaru's tone was calm. Chinya nodded and said, I still have a certain understanding of Senior Orochimaru. The eerie body replacement technique of Orochimaru could almost evade all ninjutsu, even close-range body techniques like the one just now. At this point, Orochimaru had returned to his original appearance. His long black hair hung down his back, and his pale skin looked as if it hadn't seen sunlight in a long time. The shadow extending to the sides of his nose was a mysterious purple. Most striking were his elongated golden pupils, cold and indifferent, resembling a real snake. In his gaze, there was not a hint of emotion. Chapter 62. Orochimaru's warm invitation. Did Jiraiya, that idiot, tell you? Orochimaru said tentatively, It seems this guy really values you. For such questions, Chiba could only nod in acknowledgement. He couldn't exactly say he was an all-knowing prophet, could he? Orochimaru senpai, will you continue to fight? Chiba asked, neither humble nor arrogant, showing no fear of Orochimaru's current state. Although the opponent still had some reserves, he hadn't revealed all his trump cards either. Now is not the time to show all his cards. In such a dangerous place as the ninja world, one still needed to maintain a certain level of vigilance. Although you've avoided a certain amount of attacks with your unique substitution technique, you are still injured, aren't you? Chiba noticed Orochimaru's slightly trembling body. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru no longer concealed his injuries. He let out a slight cough, and crimson blood appeared on his pale lips. The stark contrast confirmed Chiba's earlier observation. Although Orochimaru had evaded most of the damage, part of the earlier attack had still struck him. Perhaps it was at the moment of contact with the ground, or somewhere else. Impressive observation, Orochimaru praised without reservation. a being superior to almost all of my experiments. Chiba, are you interested in coming with me? To Chiba's surprise, Orochimaru actually extended an invitation to him. The most outstanding scientist in the ninja world, the immortal snake, the harbinger of calamity, Orochimaru, was showing great enthusiasm for a boy of just over 10 years old. However, this also made Chiba more wary of him. Among the Sannin, this one in front of him was the most dangerous. Even during the later stages of the divine battles, Orochimaru remained a terrifying presence. After all, science is the primary productive force. I can help you gain greater power and assist you in achieving your ideals. A fervent expression appeared on Orochimaru's face. Oh right, I forgot to ask, what is your ideal? Chiba's mindset was somewhat unsettled, but on the surface, he showed no signs of it. It's simple, to control my own destiny. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes lit up. A good ideal. I am increasingly satisfied with you. However, Chiba shook his head and refused. Orochimaru-senpai, I can't go with you right now. You see, I'm a Konoha ninja. Jiraiya-sensei brought me here, and I have comrades who share life and death with me. Chiba employed his unique persuasion technique. While it couldn't compare to Naruto's verbal prowess, it still had a strong ability to persuade, to carry out the will of fire. I will stand firm for Konoha. At this, a look of disappointment appeared on Orochimaru's face. What a pity. However, we'll meet again. After saying that, Orochimaru's body gradually merged into the ground beneath him. Just as his head was about to disappear into the earth, a meaningful smile appeared on his pale face. Orochimaru's disappearance made Naruto and Sasuke breathe a sigh of relief. Even just observing the killing intent he exuded had a significant impact on both of them. After all, they had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Even though they had experienced some battles, the distance between them and Orochimaru, who had participated in the ninja wars, was still insurmountable. Just the killing intent alone would take a long time to get used to. Big brother Chiba, you actually drove that ninja away, Naruto exclaimed. Although he hadn't been much help, his mindset remained optimistic. On the other hand, Sasuke wore a face full of resentment. Chiba guessed he was blaming himself for his low power. Sasuke pressed his lips tightly together. The red in his eyes had faded. However, his gaze contained extremely complex emotions. Not being able to participate in the fight was simply a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. Chiba chose not to pay attention to Sasuke. Sometimes, verbal encouragement doesn't have much effect. However, his fate had already undergone significant changes. The most notable point was that the cursed seal was gone. With Chiba's interference, Orochimaru had left after their battle without having time to plant the cursed seal on Sasuke. However, one thing troubled Chiba. There were no signs of completing his sign-in task. He suspected he would have to face Orochimaru again in this exam. All right, let's go. Chiba pushed these thoughts out of his mind. We need to find the other teams. The scroll competition has just begun. Meanwhile, in a hidden corner of the Forest of Death, the ground spread out like flowing water, and Orochimaru's body emerged from within. His eyes sparkled with interest. So, you can't come with me now? Indeed, you are a boy with a different mindset. Chapter 63. So-called business opportunities due to Orochimaru's appearance. Chinya and the others did not obtain the Book of Earth. As for that rain ninja, it had long been blown to some corner in the initial storm, perhaps dead or perhaps having escaped. Chinya no longer thought about these irrelevant matters. They were just insignificant characters. He only needed to find other teams now. Boss, the cat jumped down from the tree after directly biting through the giant snake's throat. I'm really strong now, right? It boasted to Chinya. For this behavior, Chinya gave its head a firm rub, which was a form of praise. Its performance was acceptable. However, there was now a more challenging task that needed to be completed. The cat looked at Chinya's malicious smile and immediately became a bit agitated. It felt that the sensation it was experiencing was quite familiar. As a ninja cat, your sense of smell should be quite sharp, right? Help me track the other teams, Chinya said without waiting for its reaction, flipping onto its back. Bang! The cat immediately laid down on the ground, panting with its tongue out, looking half dead. Chinya felt a bit embarrassed seeing this scene. He forgot to control his strength. He slightly tightened his calves, and the muscles in his legs were vaguely visible under his clothes. Feeling the weight on its back disappear, the cat trembled as it stood up. However, it was not very supportive of Chinya's suggestion. Boss, I'm a ninja cat, not a ninja dog, the cat complained. Isn't tracking by smell a bit? Thud. Before it could finish, Chinya gave a knock on the head. A cat's sense of smell is much stronger than a dog's. If you keep making excuses, the training volume will double next time. Upon hearing this, the cat immediately wilted. Although it looked unwilling, it still walked ahead. By the way, Chinya suddenly thought of his two companions from Team 7. The cat's carrying capacity was limited, so he would have to trouble the two of them to put in some effort. Neither of them had any objections. After all, the cat was Chinya's summoning beast. However, Uchiha Sasuke was surprised that the cat's carrying capacity was so poor. It seemed to only be able to carry Chinya right now, who was just a teenager weighing at most 100 pounds. But judging by the cat's grimacing expression, it didn't seem to be faking it. It seemed Chinya also had his own secrets, Sasuke thought. The three of them and the cat walked through the dense death forest. The environment here was much harsher than the jungles outside, due to it being Konoha's 44th training ground. The Konoha ninjas had brought all the harsh environments they could think of here. In addition to countless poisonous insects, there were also various natural traps, swamps, quicksand, and undercurrents. As Chinya and the others walked along, they discovered 69 different traps, and that was just in the morning. Boss, there's a scent of other teams ahead. The cat twitched its nose, detecting a clue in the air. Hurry up, Chinya urged. Don't let it be like last time when we arrived, and they had already slipped away. Saying this, he jumped off the cat's back. Don't worry, boss, the cat said, feeling lively again, excitedly declaring, this time, we definitely won't let them escape. With that, its massive body had already disappeared from the three's sight. Wow, that's fast. Uchiha Sasuke stared in shock at the direction where the cat vanished. Uzumaki Naruto boasted, Sasuke, did you see that? That's the cat's real speed. It must be that Chinya brother has been eating too much lately, making the cat unable to move. Bang! Another knock on the head. Ow! Uzumaki Naruto cried out, holding his head. Chinya recently discovered that this knock on the head was quite effective, whether for Naruto or for the cat. A single knock would ensure they listened obediently. I've been paying attention to my diet recently, Chinya said softly. Don't slander me carelessly. Yesterday at noon, I only had 32 bowls of ramen. Recently, the Ninja Cat Castle had taken on a lot of mission orders. The cat had thus spent a large amount of money to buy various necessary items for ninja cats, like ninja tools for cats. Before the ninja cats returned from their missions, the finances of the Ninja Cat Castle would show a deficit. This also forced Chinya to cut back on expenses. In fact, even he expected that as the intensity of his training increased, his appetite would also grow larger. The little savings he had accumulated were really not enough for everyday expenses, not to mention the costs associated with training, like medicine for injuries and expenses for preparing for the CHNIN exams. Wait, I seem to have thought of a good business opportunity. Chinya's eyes suddenly lit up. In the next moment, he quickened his pace and swiftly reached above the cat. You three, if you don't want to be eliminated, hand over all your valuable items. Chapter 64. Robbery. Chiba's voice immediately caught the attention of the three people who were setting traps in the bushes. They looked up in confusion, still not understanding why they had been discovered. However, when they saw the massive figure of the cat spirit, they shivered in fear. What kind of monster is this? The voices of the three trembled. Such a huge body completely exceeded their imagination. The fierce look in its eyes made the cat spirit appear incredibly terrifying. Chiba did his best to control his strength. He leaped down from a branch and landed on the cat spirit's head. Three of you, wasn't what I said clear enough? If you don't want to be eliminated, please hand over all your valuable items. Seeing such a gigantic creature behaving so docilely in front of Chiba, the small team from Sunagakure swallowed hard. One person, trembling, pulled out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Whoa! The cat spirit, noticing the movement, let out a terrifying roar. A shocking gust of wind erupted from its mouth, striking the three of them. They crossed their arms and bent their bodies, trying hard to withstand the onslaught of the wind. Wait, we are willing to hand over our things. Upon hearing the other party back down, the cat spirit immediately stopped its roar. This was a talent it gradually discovered as it grew in size. Its power was comparable to wind release, great breakthrough. Moreover, it didn't require hand seals. Just opening its mouth to roar was enough. The cat spirit was quite satisfied with this innate ability. Chiba walked up to it, looking down at the three, and said, "What are you waiting for?" Before he could finish, a cold gleam shot out from below. Clang! The crisp sound echoed in the forest. The cat spirit's sharp claws blocked in front of Chiba. Looks like you three are a bit unconvinced. Chiba stepped back a few paces and said, "In that case, it's up to you. Naruto, Sasuke, take these three down." Hearing Chiba's words, Naruto Uzumaki was the first to charge forward, rushing at the opposing team's formation with incredible speed. Sasuke Uchiha hesitated for a moment, seeming somewhat reluctant. However, upon seeing Chiba's dangerous gaze, he also charged in. The three from Sunagakure had never appeared in Chiba's memory, so their strength seemed rather mediocre. Neither the current Sasuke nor the greatly enhanced Naruto were opponents they could withstand, after suffering only minor injuries. The two easily subdued the three and pinned them to the ground. Huff, huff, the two panted heavily, appearing somewhat disheveled. The three from Sunagakure primarily used wind release, and the gusts they summoned had somewhat tattered the duo's clothes. Now we can, or maybe not, let's just get to it. Chiba showed no hesitation and thoroughly searched the three for all their valuables. Besides a large amount of ninja tools, the most valuable item from Sunagakure was, of course, poison. To Chiba's surprise, one of them was actually a puppet master. Although the puppets used were just generic models, they were still quite valuable overall. However, there was one regret. The scrolls from the small team were not the earth book they needed. A bit of a pity. Chiba shook his head, tore the three's clothes into rags, and then tied them together. He then proceeded to tie the poor Sunagakure team to a large tree. Task completed. Watching him work so efficiently, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki were left dumbfounded. They felt that Chiba seemed a bit off. Here, take this. Chiba casually tossed the heaven book to Sasuke Uchiha. I feel more at ease with you holding it. This thing is quite valuable. He now had bolder ideas. Sometimes, to survive, a person could really do anything. Chiba stretched out his arms and pulled Sasuke and Naruto closer to him. I have a money-making plan. Do you want to hear it? His expression was mysterious, and his eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. Naruto Uzumaki had always been short on money and understood the importance of it well. Immediately, he excitedly exclaimed, I want to hear. Sasuke Uchiha, on the other hand, had never worried about money due to his family's resources. I don't. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Chiba. Minorities obey the majority. Listen to me. As he explained his plan, both Sasuke and Naruto showed expressions of surprise. After a brief moment of thought, Naruto, still in his usual oblivious manner, said, then let's set off. Sasuke, however, was more contemplative. Wait, if we do this, won't we offend all the other candidates? He was quite cautious in this regard. Chiba patted him on the shoulder confidently. Aside from a few individuals with special abilities pretending to be newbies, there is no problem even if everyone else joins in. Chapter 65. Efficiency in action. Although Uchiha Sasuke couldn't understand what Chiba was saying, it didn't stop him from seeing the confident look in his eyes. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Since Chiba is so confident, what do I have to worry about? Uchiha Sasuke shook his head, pushing those thoughts out of his mind. He had only one goal now, to pass the exam. After a brief rest, Chiba looked at Nico, saying, Nico, you're in charge of searching for other teams. The future supplies of mugwort and catnip depend on this exam. Chiba threatened, if you don't work hard, we might run out. Upon hearing this, Nico shivered and stood at attention. I guarantee I'll complete the task. With that, it crouched down and started sniffing the ground. Soon, Nico pointed to the north. 2 kilometers ahead, there was a damp scent. Chiba was very satisfied, nodding and saying, let us go. Our motto is, take everything. Naruto was very excited and shouted, take everything. However, Sasuke felt a bit embarrassed to be with these two, his face turning red as he remained silent. He was beginning to regret his decision. When the three arrived at the location Nico indicated, they found only 2 people there. They were ninjas from the rain-hidden village. Chiba crouched on a branch, observing the two. Although they seemed to be resting, the dense metal wires around them revealed a trap. This trap was a bit crude. Naruto, use Shadow Clone and Transformation Jutsu. Upon hearing Chiba's words, Naruto paused for a moment but quickly reacted. When it came to combat, Naruto's mind was still quite sharp. The next moment, Naruto's 2 shadow clones transformed into Chiba and Sasuke's likenesses and jumped down from the branch. Haha, you two better hand over the scroll. Watching the 3 shadow clones' silly expressions, Chiba suddenly felt a bit regretful. It seemed like he made a wrong decision. The rain-hidden village ninjas' eyes lit up when they saw the shadow clones. Tethered. The hand signs were formed, and the trap was activated. Shadows fell from above. The rain-hidden village ninjas quickly used branches and mud to build a trap, which seemed quite effective. Boom! Naruto's shadow clone didn't even have time to react before being buried underneath. Bang! It reached its damage threshold and disappeared immediately. The smiles on the rain-hidden village ninjas' faces froze. Wind release. Great breakthrough. A fierce wind swept down, as if containing countless blades. The surrounding trees suffered greatly. Countless branches and leaves were shattered, creating a chaotic scene. The rain-hidden village ninjas, caught off guard, were sent flying dozens of meters away. It seemed they had overestimated their strength. Chiba stretched out his arms and jumped down from the tree, approaching the two. The previous rain-hidden village ninja, H, had disappeared, leaving only these two. You two, let's have a chat about the robbery. Looking at Chiba's devilish smile, the two Rain Hidden Village ninjas instantly felt a chill. Moments later, they were stripped clean without any extra words. Sasuke, take this. Chiba tossed the Book of Earth to Sasuke. This is our proof for passing the exam. Nico continued, next batch of victims. Uchiha Sasuke hurriedly tucked the Book of Earth away. His face was slightly flushed, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. It seemed this kind of behavior was quite interesting. Nico's efficiency far exceeded that of some ninja dogs. As a member of the two-tailed cat clan, its sense of smell was even better than that of other cats. Chiba and the others' efficiency was also very high, with Nico leading the way. In less than half a day, they managed to take down 3 more groups of people, considering there were female ninjas among them. Chiba left them with a set of clothes. The Death Forest wasn't too small, nor was it too big. Soon, a very important piece of information began to circulate among the candidates. A group of desperate robbers had invaded the Death Forest, accompanied by a giant ferocious cat, which was extremely brutal and powerful. Any ninja discovered by them would inevitably face a fate of being robbed clean. As for the trio who were gradually getting into the groove, they didn't stop their nefarious activities due to the arrival of night. They pressed on. The dark environment was more suitable for Nico's tracking. It wasn't until dawn that the 3 of Team 7 finally stopped. A number of kunai, shuriken, and soldier pills. Chiba counted his spoils. That's right, he shamelessly claimed these as his own. Sasuke didn't lack money, and Naruto still relied on him for support. Next came the big haul, 10 scrolls, 4 books of heaven, and 6 books of earth. Excitement sparkled in Chiba's eyes. Next, we'll guard the center of the Death Forest. Our final task is to sell our qualifications to pass the second exam. Chapter 66. Rest before the battle. Hearing Chiba's words, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. You've taken everything valuable from those candidates. How can they still afford to buy anything? Chiba smiled slightly and said, at most, 13 groups of candidates will pass the exam. By doing this, we have at least eliminated 10 groups. The Book of Earth and the Book of Heaven are indispensable. Those candidates we haven't robbed will have to come to me to purchase the scrolls if they want to pass the second exam. Chiba was quite confident about this. The area of the Death Forest isn't small. Just from the exit to the central tower is a full 10 kilometers. Even if these candidates rush with all their might, it will still take them over 2 hours. Simply put, the so-called Death Forest is a large circle with a radius of 10 kilometers. However, finding a scroll corresponding to their own team is already a rather troublesome matter, let alone looking for more scrolls. Even Chiba and his group only managed to find so many scrolls thanks to the powerful sense of smell of the cat demon. In addition, perhaps Inuzuka Kiba's Akamaru has a similar ability, but according to the timeline, that small team should have already passed the exam. As the group with the strongest outdoor survival skills among all the candidates, they have the ability to quickly pass the exam. Moreover, Chiba felt a bit strange. The cat demon's sense of smell cannot distinguish people it has never seen before. Chiba hadn't intentionally instructed to avoid Konoha ninjas, but strangely, among the 10 candidate teams, none were from Konoha. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. Chiba scratched his head, not letting it bother him. Let us rest for a bit. He looked east. The sun had just started to rise. After a night of travel, the other two were also quite tired. Of course, Chiba was fine. With his mental state, he could easily go for days without sleep. However, to better sell the scrolls, Chiba decided it would be better to rest a bit. As for keeping watch, that was naturally up to the cat demon. 3 hours later, the sky brightened. The sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Hey, you two brats, it's time to wake up. Chiba moved his somewhat stiff body as the cat demon poked at the two. Uchiha Sasuke naturally reacted quickly. The moment the cat demon approached, he woke up, flipping over and grabbing a kunai. However, Naruto, even when the cat demon used its paw to prod him, didn't he wake up? This guy really trusts us. Chiba sighed a bit harder. Upon hearing the order, the cat demon pawed down. Given its understanding of Naruto Uzumaki, that swipe should be enough to wake him up. Enemy. In comparison, Naruto seemed a bit slow to react. However, Chiba didn't think so. Naruto Uzumaki's performance was due to his complete trust in himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a deep sleep. It's important to note that during yesterday's robbery, Naruto had the largest stamina consumption among the three. Whenever there was a fight, Chiba would stand by and watch, completely leaving it to Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto was responsible for the frontal assault, while Sasuke handled sneak attacks. Although both of their strengths were decent, they ultimately couldn't compete with the numbers of other teams. Thus, they also expended a lot of stamina. All right, Naruto, it's time to head to the central tower. Chiba stretched, and the bones in his body crackled. In that moment, the aura that erupted from him instantly intimidated Uchiha Sasuke, who was observing nearby. Does he have hidden strength? What a terrifying person. Chiba looked at the cat demon and said, by the way, you stick with those two. I have some things I need to take care of. The most important task hasn't been completed yet. Chiba wouldn't forget the purpose of participating in this exam. Hearing his words, the cat demon was taken aback and asked, Boss, aren't you worried that our scrolls will be taken by other teams? Chiba walked up to the cat demon and patted its big head, saying, of course I'm worried. That's why I allow you to use your full strength. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke's pupils constricted. The cat demon actually has hidden strength. Why do the people around Chiba grow stronger so quickly? Remembering his own strength, he felt a bit chaotic. Maybe I should train with Chiba? Uchiha Sasuke looked at Chiba, only to find Chiba looking at him with great interest. What are you thinking about, Sasuke? Chiba had noticed that this kid had been a bit restless for a while. In nothing. Uchiha Sasuke avoided Chiba's gaze, unwilling to discuss this matter further. Chiba didn't bother with him. After giving the cat demon some instructions, he left directly. Orochimaru, here I come. His eyes burned with fighting spirit. Chapter 67. The decisiveness of Mitarashi Anko. Chiba leaped through the forest, his clothing significantly altered. The hem of his top was slashed open in several places, and the sleeves had been completely torn off. The metal sheen of the wrist guards on his hands reflected the light. Chiba formed a single-handed seal and pressed it against his chest, whispering, open. In the next moment, the natural energy of the forest surged towards him wildly. His dark pupils suddenly sparkled with golden light. A black mark crossed the center of his pupils, giving off an aura of mystery. The gold-red eyeshadow surrounding his eyes added a touch of elegance. Sage Mode had always been one of Chiba's trump cards. After parting ways with Naruto and the others, he revealed his true strength. After all, forcing Orochimaru out of this death forest was no simple task. With the activation of Sage Mode, his sensory abilities expanded several times over. Within the entire death forest, no one's chakra could escape his perception. This was also a result of Chiba's training. The enhanced power of Sage Mode was built upon his own foundational strength. If Chiba's strength were only at the level of a genin, then even with the Sage Mode as an external enhancement, he would not be able to fully unleash its true potential. However, when Chiba's strength was already sufficient to handle Jonin-level opponents, activating Sage Mode would bring him even more terrifying boosts. Orochimaru's chakra. Chiba maximized his self-perception. Found it. Oh, seems there are others here too. His figure darted swiftly through the trees. In just a few minutes, he arrived at Orochimaru's location. It turned out to be Mitarashi Anko. Upon seeing her confronting Orochimaru, Chiba furrowed his brow. This situation cannot be discovered by the people in the village. At least not now. Talking to himself, he pulled a mask from his ninja tool pouch. Chiba had long been prepared for such situations. The mask was entirely white, adorned with a depiction of fox fur. Its mouth was slightly protruding, resembling a pure white fox. Orochimaru, what is your true purpose for coming to Konoha? Anko looked at her former teacher with a vigilant expression. She was one of the few who understood the terrifying degree of the person in front of her. Both in terms of strength and temperament, Orochimaru's level of terror was the most severe among the ninjas she recognized. Don't be so tense, little Anko. Compared to Anko's readiness, Orochimaru appeared quite relaxed. He knew this disciple he raised very well. If it were any other ninja, Orochimaru might have paid them some attention. But in facing Mitarashi Anko, he couldn't muster any concern. After all of Anko's abilities were taught by Orochimaru himself. I've just come here to find a promising young person. Orochimaru's expression was very calm. His original target was the orphan of the Uchiha clan. But along the way, he discovered a more promising young person. Perhaps he has the potential to surpass the Uchiha clan's innate talents. Chiba hid behind the dense leaves, touching his nose. Is he talking about me? Should I be proud or scared to be targeted by Orochimaru? Compared to Uchiha Sasuke, although Chiba also craved power greatly, he would never accept the so-called cursed seal. Boom! As Chiba pondered, the battle below erupted instantly. Anko was very familiar with her teacher's verbal abilities. She didn't want to fall into his verbal traps. It's better to settle this quickly. Her swift figure rushed straight towards Orochimaru. From her streamlined taijutsu, it was evident that her Jonin level was no exaggeration. After just a few moves, Anko pinned Orochimaru against a thick tree trunk. Let's die together, Orochimaru-sensei. A decisive look flashed in Anko's eyes. blood splattered. The kunai in her hand suddenly pierced through her left palm and into Orochimaru's right palm. You once taught me a lethal ninjutsu, the twin snakes' mutual death technique. Anko's right hand faced Orochimaru's left hand, forming the seal of a tiger. Seeing me now, you seem a bit flustered. Orochimaru's voice sounded from behind her. Little Anko, you somewhat disappoint me. Anko's expression changed drastically as she saw Orochimaru in front of her dissolve into mud. Turning around, she found Orochimaru calmly looking at her. She couldn't even distinguish his shadow clone. It seems my past teachings were somewhat in vain. Ugh. Anko suddenly knelt on the ground, tightly clutching her pure white neck. When truly facing Orochimaru, the cursed seal had already activated. She looked at Orochimaru with some resentment, her eyes deepening with a hint of fear. Facing her former teacher, Anko found herself entirely helpless. Hey, Orochimaru-senpai. A somewhat youthful voice rang out above them. Long time no see. Chapter 68. Dialogue with Orochimaru. Chiba's sudden appearance startled both Orochimaru and Mitarashi Anko. Who is this person? Anko looked at the individual in front of her with surprise. He wasn't very tall, perhaps slightly shorter than her. However, the aura he exuded was overwhelmingly oppressive. Judging purely from his presence, this person could easily rival Orochimaru. Just a passerby. Chiba extended his hand in greeting. I just discovered Orochimaru-senpai's whereabouts, so I came specifically to see him. Upon hearing this, Anko gritted her teeth. Is he Orochimaru's lackey? The Konoha police system is getting worse. In response, Chiba denied it. I am not Orochimaru-senpai's subordinate. My purpose for coming this time is to challenge Orochimaru-senpai. The Forest of Death is my territory. A hint of interest flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Initially, he was somewhat confused upon seeing this person, but as he observed further, he ultimately recognized the identity behind the pure white fox mask. Chiba leaped down and landed on a sturdy branch, turning his back to Anko. Anko-senpai, you still need to preside over the central tower. Why don't you leave this side to me? Anko bit her lip, her gaze towards Chiba filled with conflict. But the other party is... Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Orochimaru. Anko, do not disturb my conversation with this person. He has the strength to fight me. Hearing this, Chiba raised his hands in a somewhat helpless gesture. It was almost impossible to hide his identity in front of Orochimaru. In Chiba's view, this legendary Sannin was the wisest person in the entire ninja world. No, don't die. Anko threw down a sentence and turned to leave, her voice echoing in the woods. I will bring people to save you. In Anko's eyes, no one could face Orochimaru head-on. Her former mentor was an S-rank, wanted ninja listed in the ninja handbook. Sensing Anko's chakra gradually dissipating, Orochimaru looked at Chiba. As expected, you are the one with the greatest potential among the young people. Not betting on Sasuke was the right decision. His eyes were filled with a thirst for life. Chiba took off the pure white fox mask on his face. He quite liked this mask and couldn't let it be shattered during the battle. Indeed, I couldn't hide it from Orochimaru-senpai. But can you guess my purpose for coming here? Orochimaru was surprised by the change in Chiba's face, his expression showing a hint of astonishment. For the first time, he realized that things were somewhat beyond his control. As the foremost scientist in the ninja world, his research scope exceeded everyone's imagination. Abundant natural energy, sage mode of Myoboku Mountain. When he first saw Chiba, Orochimaru sensed something was off. Although he had his suspicions, he couldn't be sure because the guess was simply too shocking. It might even surpass his use of the impure world reincarnation technique. You just said the Forest of Death is your territory. Then, Chiba, your goal should be to expel me. Cunning as Orochimaru was, he could guess Chiba's intention just from the wording. Chiba nodded naturally. Orochimaru-senpai, you guessed correctly. My purpose is indeed this. So, for the sake of our mutual peace, will you choose to leave on your own? Or shall I use violence to expel you? As he said this, Chiba's youthful face contrasted sharply with his tone. Upon hearing his words, Orochimaru laughed instead of getting angry. Peace? You're talking about peace with an S-rank, wanted ninja from Konoha? Chiba flipped his hand and threw a kunai, pinning his mask to a distant tree trunk. With exquisite control, the mask suffered not a scratch. If you think about it, we actually have no conflict of interest. Chiba attempted to use the big bluff technique. Perhaps in the future, we could reach some cooperation. So, Orochimaru shook his head, refusing. I need to see your true potential. Not everyone is qualified to cooperate with me. And unfortunately, it seems your body is not destined to be mine. After confirming Chiba's current state, Orochimaru gave up on the idea of seizing his body. After all, the cursed seal energy comes from natural energy. Whether the normal Sage mode would conflict with the cursed seal transformation, Orochimaru couldn't know. Of course, judging by the aura Chiba was currently emitting, it wouldn't be easy to plant a cursed seal on him. Chiba helplessly said, "Since that's the case, then we have no choice but to fight." See, Wei, Shen, I, Wu, Ying. Facing Orochimaru, it's better to take the initiative. Chiba's gaze sharpened. Ready for battle. Fire style, great fireball technique. Chapter 69. Full-scale battle. A massive fireball with a diameter of several meters erupted from Chiba's mouth. In this forest, the damage from fire release was significantly enhanced. The scorching flames instantly charred the tree bark. The fireball flew closely along the branches, heading straight for Orochimaru. In an instant, it arrived right in front of Orochimaru. Facing the fireball, Orochimaru showed no intention of dodging. The roaring flames immediately engulfed him. The smell of charred flesh wafted through the air. As the flames dissipated, only a charred body remained. The terrifying power was evident. A somewhat surprised voice came from his abdomen. Behind that charred body, a massive gash appeared. Orochimaru emerged unscathed from it. However, the unknown slime on his body looked somewhat disgusting and nauseating. To fight you, one really needs to have a certain psychological resilience. Chiba sighed, not overly surprised. It was only natural that Orochimaru was unharmed. If he had been taken down by a C-rank ninjutsu fireball, it would have been truly shocking. Moreover, there was no natural energy mixed into the fireball. It was merely a fireball with an increased amount of chakra. After all, the title of one of the three Sannin is not given lightly. It is earned on the battlefield. If this was all the power he had, it would not be enough for me to leave here. Suddenly, Orochimaru's face twisted menacingly. His pale neck abruptly elongated like a snake, rushing towards Chiba. Having developed the soft body technique, Orochimaru's physical structure was already somewhat different from that of a normal person. The distance of several dozen meters was closed in an instant. With Chiba's keen eyesight, he clearly saw Orochimaru's neck stretching. That somewhat sinister face suddenly appeared right in front of him. The upper and lower jaws, reminiscent of Snake's kiss, snapped open violently, as if they could swallow a person whole. His target seemed to be Chiba's neck. Although he knew the hope was slim, he still wanted to give it a try. It had been a long time since he had seen such a quality young man. At the moment when his sharp teeth were about to touch Chiba's neck, a loud clap sounded. "Senior Orochimaru, didn't I tell you?" A dangerous smile appeared on Chiba's face. "Don't set your sights on me." His jade-like white hand firmly grasped Orochimaru's elongated neck. A creaking sound, nauseating to the ears, emanated from Chiba's palm. Bang! A shower of blood splattered everywhere. In an explosive display of violence, Chiba had directly crushed Orochimaru's neck. The head, unable to be retracted, fell helplessly from air. The disbelief in Orochimaru's eyes was forever frozen in those snake-like pupils. "Orochimaru, don't play around anymore. This kind of trick is fine to use once or twice," Chiba said, looking at the body lying on a thick branch. "Using it too many times will make me look down on you." No sooner had he spoken than a sinister laugh came from the body. "As expected of Chiba, my realistic acting actually didn't fool you." Chiba replied expressionlessly. "Perhaps you forgot that in Sage mode, I can clearly perceive any subtle fluctuations of chakra." Orochimaru emerged once again from the body. His unique snake substitution technique allowed him to evade most of the damage. Of course, Chiba had his own countermeasures. Konoha Whirlwind. Just as Orochimaru had just emerged from the body and had yet to stabilize himself, Chiba's attack was already closing in on his vital points. A powerful gust of wind surged from his legs. The taijutsu infused with sage chakra exerted immense pressure. Faced with such an attack, Orochimaru dared not underestimate it any longer. He raised his arm, attempting to block Chiba's attack. However, this strike was somewhat beyond Orochimaru's expectations. Boom! The violent force erupted at the moment of contact. Orochimaru was sent flying like a rolling ball, landing dozens of meters away. Boom! 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 The subsequent force impacted the trees, causing their thick trunks to crack open. Orochimaru crashed to the ground, and the surrounding earth formed a spiderweb pattern. A massive cloud of dust rose, obscuring Chiba's line of sight. However, the cold chakra sensed within kept Chiba on high alert. Just as the dust was about to settle, a foul wind surged. The hiss of snakes reached Chiba's ears in an instant. Ninjutsu, hidden shadow, snake hands. Dense giant snakes opened their mouths, a heavy stench wafting from them. Just the initial chakra fluctuations were enough to unleash this ninjutsu. On these giant snakes, Chiba sensed not a trace of chakra. Sometimes, perception can be deceiving. Orochimaru's sinister smile was filled with danger. The foul wind was not only coming from the front. Unbeknownst to him, sunlight was blocked, and pythons were coiled above the treetops. There was no escape in any direction. Chapter 70. Forcing back Orochimaru, one of the three legendary ninjas, Orochimaru, finally revealed his true strength at this moment. Chinya didn't even notice when he summoned the giant snakes. Apart from the approaching shadow multi-snake hand in front of him, there were giant snakes everywhere else as well. Faced with such an attack, Orochimaru's interest grew even stronger. He wanted to see what kind of ninjutsu Chinya would use to counter his attacks. In this situation, even a J-nin would find it hard to escape death. Only true strong warriors could find a way out. However, Chinya's next move exceeded Orochimaru's imagination. Chinya's right hand formed seals at an incredible speed, reaching a pace of 5 seals per second. Rat, ox, dog, monkey, rooster, water. 23 hand seals took just a little over 4 seconds. His left hand was not idle either, although its sealing speed was not as fast as the right. It required far fewer seals for another jutsu. Rat, horse, snake, dragon, rat, ox, tiger. Wind style, vacuum, great sphere. Fire style, fire, dragon, flame, bullet. The two ninjutsu were released almost simultaneously. The fire borrowed the wind's momentum, burning more fiercely. The roaring, ferocious fire dragon seemed ready to evaporate all the moisture in the air. The air bullets formed by the vacuum great sphere merged into the fire dragon, adding to its swift momentum. Wherever it passed, everything turned to char. The shadow multi-snake hand that confronted it head-on was directly turned into charcoal. A smell of roasted meat spread through the forest. The scent seemed quite good when Chinya smelled the charred aroma. The first thought that popped into his mind was whether it was edible. However, judging by the appearance of those giant snakes, it seemed unlikely. Their flesh had turned to charcoal. What a pity. He leaped to avoid the giant python descending from above. The sturdy branch he had been on was directly shattered. Countless fragments flew and pierced through other tree trunks, also blocking Orochimaru's line of sight. Orochimaru senpai. Chinya's voice rang in his ears. It's my turn now. Orochimaru's expression changed drastically as he tried to evade. However, at the moment he reacted, a powerful force struck his chin. Shadow Dance Leaf. Chinya crouched slightly, unleashing a violent force from his legs that struck Orochimaru's chin. He was sent flying into the air. Crack! The trees beneath Chinya's feet made a sound of being unable to bear the weight. When he truly unleashed all his strength in battle, he had little regard for the destruction he caused. Trees collapsed and the ground shattered. It was as if a disaster had erupted, and the destructive power made Orochimaru's eyes twitch. This kid, is he a humanoid beast? Orochimaru was flustered as he attempted to evade. Although he was in midair, he could avoid Chinya's attacks in an extreme manner due to his soft body transformation. However, this time, the taijutsu was not part of Might Guy's Lotus series. Brutal, continuous strikes. Chinya's maximum speed erupted, instantly catching up to Orochimaru and even surpassing him from above. He raised his right leg and struck down fiercely. Caught off guard, Orochimaru could only block with both hands. Crack! A crisp sound of bones cracking came from his arms. Taking advantage of the rotational force, Chinya twisted his body in midair. Using his waist as a pivot, he performed a full 360-degree spin. His right leg, like a heavy hammer, struck down again on Orochimaru's already fractured arm. Boom! Orochimaru was sent crashing into the ground like a cannonball. Dust filled the air, obscuring him from view. This was a taijutsu developed by Chinya himself. Its difficulty only reached the level of a C-rank taijutsu. However, it required his body to reach a very high level to execute it. The initial move still borrowed from Shadow Dance Leaf, which was considered a versatile opener, sending the opponent flying into the air and allowing for better execution of the following taijutsu. Brutal continuous strikes had nothing particularly unique about it. Its greatest feature was its terrifying destructive power. 2 consecutive heavy strikes were enough to crush everything. Even Orochimaru could not remain unscathed under such intense attacks. Moreover, with a boost of Sage Chakra, Chinya could even unleash a 3rd heavy strike. However, due to Orochimaru's timely evasion, he did not complete the Shadow Dance Leaf. This caused Orochimaru to fall from the air after being hit by the 2nd strike. Cough cough. Severe coughing emerged from the dust. The astonishing taijutsu bore a faint resemblance to Might Guy's techniques. Orochimaru emerged from the dust, his figure somewhat hunched, with his right hand tightly clutching his chest. A streak of blood hung at the corner of his mouth, contrasting sharply with his pale skin. The attack from the Sage Chakra had hindered his ability to perform the substitution technique. The incomplete, brutal, continuous strikes had dealt full damage. I admit your talent. The Death Forest is your territory, and I will leave. A hint of appreciation appeared in Orochimaru's eyes as his body gradually melted into the ground, leaving behind nothing but devastation. Detected that the host has forced back Orochimaru. Task evaluation in progress. Chapter 71. Beginner Sage Body. Chinya's face was filled with excitement. This sign-in task had been on his mind for a long time. He had put in a lot of effort to drive Orochimaru away. Without the hard work and training during this time, it would have been as difficult as climbing to the sky to make him leave the Death Forest. Perhaps he could even have been marked with a curse seal by Orochimaru. But now, the task had been successfully completed. Although some of his potential had been exposed, Chinya felt it was worth it. Task reward distribution in progress. Task reward distribution successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Beginner Sage Body. As the mechanical voice of the system fell, Chinya felt changes in his body. A warm current surged from within, flowing to his limbs and bones. The Sage Body was different from ordinary bloodline limits. To be precise, it had transcended the existence of bloodline limits. The Beginner Sage Body did not immediately grant Chinya immense power. From what he knew, the Sage Body was more like a potential existence. Ashura, the son of Otsutsuki Kagaya, inherited the Sage Body. However, compared to his brother Indra, Ashura appeared somewhat mediocre in his childhood. Yet, through his own hard work and training, his strength reached a terrifying level. The Senju and Uzumaki clans, as their descendants, also inherited the Sage Body. However, it varied from person to person. The Senju clan produced Hashirama and Tobirama Senju, while the Uzumaki clan had Naruto Uzumaki. Of course, there were others who also possessed the Sage Body. Their vast chakra reserves and rapid recovery abilities were clear representations. This also proved one thing. The Sage Body merely provided potential for future development. In the early stages, it might not be as fast as the power granted by a pair of Sharingan. The warm current within his body nourished every cell of Chinya's being. He vaguely felt that the potential he had consumed due to high-intensity training was gradually recovering. Moreover, his potential was also showing a slow upward trend. Once everything settled, Chinya felt significantly lighter. He attempted to form hand seals and unexpectedly discovered that his seal speed had broken through the limit of 5 seals per second. 6 seals per second put him on par with the genius of the Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha, whom Sasuke Uchiha always wanted to kill. However, Chinya's 6 seals per second were not just one hand. He could achieve 6 seals per second with both hands separately. This meant that without interfering with his chakra flow, Chinya could instantly perform 2 different jutsu simultaneously. Of course, this required being in Sage Mode to achieve. Sage Mode provided him with extremely refined control. Under normal circumstances, directly performing 2 jutsu would lead to chakra chaos. The 2 different chakra operation modes would conflict within the body, causing internal injuries at best and death at worst. After quickly adapting to the changes in his state, Chinya was very satisfied with the Beginner Sage Body. He tried to use a kunai to cut a small wound on his arm. With the activation of chakra, the wound healed at a visible speed. Within just a few breaths, his arm became smooth again, completely showing no signs of injury. If it weren't for the blood on the kunai, even Chinya himself would find it hard to believe. Wow, he was almost catching up to Naruto. A look of surprise flickered in Chinya's eyes. In addition, his physical quality had also seen some enhancement. He had now roughly reached the talent level of the Senju and Uzumaki clan members. Furthermore, with gradual development, he would show even more powerful performance. However, a new question soon arose. What would the next sign-in task be? Chinya looked at the system in his mind with some confusion. After all, this was the fastest way for him to become stronger. New sign-in task generating. However, the system's response left Chinya somewhat disappointed. He had thought that the next sign-in task would appear soon, but it seemed he would have to wait a while longer. Chinya shook his head, dismissing this unpleasant thought from his mind. Completing the last sign-in task had already brought him significant gains. One shouldn't be too greedy. At least he had some buffer time. It was a pity that the cat hadn't learned the reverse summoning technique yet. Chinya hurried toward the central tower. There was still a large business waiting for him to take over. Relying solely on those two and the cat, Chinya couldn't be sure that nothing would go wrong. The nearly 10 kilometers distance took him only half an hour to cover while moving at high speed, and that was when Chinya slowed down. At the edge of the central tower, Naruto Uzumaki had set up a stall using a few branches, selling scrolls, 10,000 ryo each. We have both heaven and earth scrolls. Purchase them, and you can pass. Sasuke Uchiha was quite resistant to this kind of hawking. However, looking at Naruto and the cat, they seemed very enthusiastic about it. Yet, certain malicious gazes from the surrounding forest indicated that things were not going smoothly. Chapter 72. 9 out and 13 back TSK. There are at least more than 10 hidden teams. Although Chiba has already released Sage Mode, the hidden abilities of the other candidates are, in his view, quite clumsy. Just the fluctuating chakra completely exposes their hidden positions. Compared to Zabuza, they are far from being on the same level. Having witnessed the true methods of a master assassin, Chiba genuinely looks down on the hidden abilities of other candidates, including some of the newcomers from Konoha. For instance, members of Team 10 like Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji, and from Team 3, Rock Lee, Niji Hyuga, and 1010. As for the outdoor survival team, Kiba Inuzuka and the others should have successfully passed the exam. After all, the second exam is quite advantageous for them. Speaking of which, the desperate robbers rumored to be in the Forest of Death couldn't possibly be Naruto and the others, right? Nara Shikamaru, with his pineapple head, looked incredulous. In terms of overall strength, their Team 10 could only rank in the middle among the more than 10 teams. There are many stronger teams than them. It seems likely. That big cat nearby looks quite fierce. Yamanaka Ino hesitated and spoke up, by the way, whereas that other Chiba from their team, as the top rookie of our class, Hishun T, have been eliminated, right? Hearing this, Nara Shikamaru replied impatiently, who knows? This situation is truly unwise. What a hassle. Naruto, Uzumaki, and the cat were still energetically trying to sell their wares. Clearly, they also sensed the other hidden candidates around. Finally, someone couldn't hold back any longer and stepped out from their hiding place. With a forehead protector, it seemed to be a ninja from Sunagakure. How much for the Book of Earth? The leader, who was wrapped tightly in cloth, asked. This is also a major feature of Sunagakure's attire, as their environment is harsh and often filled with sandstorms. Naruto's eyes lit up when he saw a customer. All scrolls are 10,000 Ryo each. In fact, the price of 10,000 Ryo is not too exorbitant. After all, a D-rank mission can yield up to 10,000 Ryo in rewards. And C-rank missions would be even higher. Any ninja participating in the Chunin exams has more or less taken part in C-rank missions. And some have even participated in B-rank missions. Gaara from Sunagakure is one of the standout examples. Upon hearing this price, the other party showed some hesitation. Can it be a little cheaper? We don't have that much cash on us. Naruto wiped his nose and said, no problem. Big brother Chiba anticipated this. You can trade valuable items like ninja tools, soldier pills, ninjutsu, or even information. Chiba, who was crouched behind the dense leaves, nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Naruto, remembering this point, was quite an improvement. However, the group of Sunagakure ninjas seemed unwilling to trade. I think robbing you is also a good option. A fierce glint appeared in his eyes as his right hand reached for the ninja tool pouch at his waist. Bang! A gust of wind surged. Before the three Sunagakure ninjas could even draw their weapons, they were directly slapped away by the cat. The three flew dozens of meters away, leaving a deep mark on the ground as they crashed into a tree trunk. The sturdy trunk was instantly dented and splintered with flew in the wind, much like the shattered dignity of the Sunagakure ninjas. One hit, and they were taken down without any resistance. Other teams that had thoughts of taking action were immediately quelled by this scene. This big cat not only looked terrifying, but also had incredible strength. Everyone's expressions turned serious as they contemplated their strategies. Naruto, Team 10, emerged from the bushes, with Nara Shikamaru at the forefront. As one of Naruto's few friends from the same year, Shikamaru usually had a good relationship with him. We want to buy a copy of the Book of Heaven. However, at this point, Shikamaru's expression turned a bit helpless. We don't have cash, and as for ninja tools, they aren't worth 10,000 Ryo either. Hearing this, Naruto's face showed a conflicted expression. What to do? Big brother Chiba, didn't he cover the situation? It's okay. With the credibility of the three clans, we can write an IOU. Chiba's voice came from above. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. They saw a tattered boy jumping down from the trees. However, his fair skin showed no signs of injury, and a sunny smile adorned his handsome face. Just this appearance made others feel more at ease. Isn't this just a harmless boy? But I have a rule of 9 out and 13 back. Chiba's words sounded like a devil's temptation. Chapter 73. Chiba's reluctant compromise. What does 9 out, 13 back mean? Nara Shikamaru had never heard of such a thing. However, with his instinctive wisdom. He felt a slight sense of foreboding. It's simple. 9 out, 13 back means an interest rate of 10%. Chiba didn't elaborate too much and directly stated the interest. Shikamaru thought for a moment and compared the gains and losses. It's acceptable. As soon as he finished speaking, Chiba took out paper and pen from his ninja tool pouch. Seeing this, Shikamaru's mouth twitched. With his intellect, how could he not realize that this was all part of Chiba's long-term plan? Otherwise, who would still bring paper and pen to such an exam? Ino, Choji, what do you think? Shikamaru exchanged glances with his teammates, asking for their opinions. Choji was trying to stuff the last bag of chips in his mouth. This was his last stock. I have no objections. Let us pass the exam quickly. My stomach is already growling. As soon as he finished speaking, his stomach cooperatively growled. Meanwhile, Yamanaka Ino was staring intently at Chiba, seemingly infatuated. Hey, Ino, don't lose your ability to think just because he is handsome. Yamanaka Ino, shaken repeatedly, came back to her senses. Huh, what is wrong, Shikamaru? Yamanaka Ino seemed unaware of the odd situation, seeing his teammate in such a trance. Shikamaru helplessly covered his face with his hand. Forget it, looking at your state. You probably have no objections. Anyway, none of our 3 families lacks money. Saying this, Shikamaru wrote up the IOU on the paper and pricked his finger to stamp it with his seal. Chiba smiled and tucked the IOU away, while handing each of them a copy of the Book of Earth. To show our sincerity, this first transaction comes with a gift. You 3 can go straight to the central tower. No one will stop you. Shikamaru was skeptical. Is it really okay? Hearing his words, Chiba patted the head of the cat spirit and said, the cat will take you there. This is my summoning beast. You can trust it completely. The cat spirit obediently showed a well-behaved appearance, completely unlike the cat that attacked the Sand Village ninja at that time. Well, okay. Shikamaru initially thought about refusing, but seeing his 2 teammates, he agreed. Given their current state, they had no intention of fighting. Chiba quickly grabbed Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji by their collars and, before they could react, tossed them onto the cat's back. Finally, it was Yamanaka Ino's turn. Yamanaka Ino had already snapped out of her infatuation, although she didn't deny that Chiba was indeed good-looking at a level that could be considered #1 among newcomers. That didn't mean she wanted to be thrown onto the cat's back. Chiba noticed her fearful and pitiful expression and thought for a moment. All right, just this once. He patted the fluffy cat's leg. Crouch down a bit. The cat understood Chiba's command without any hesitation. At the same time, it realized what Chiba meant. The cat lowered its body, waiting for Yamanaka Ino to climb up. Please, Miss Ino. Yamanaka Ino's beautiful eyes sparkled, as if a light was flickering within them. Thank you. As she leaped up, Yamanaka Ino whispered in Chiba's ear. The cat then turned and ran towards the central tower. Chiba watched them go, vaguely noticing Yamanaka Ino's slightly flushed ears. Why does this feel a bit off? He muttered to himself. With the success of the first transaction, soon other teams came looking for Chiba. To Chiba's surprise, there were indeed teams that could offer valuables worth 1,000 ryo. Of course, among the candidates participating in the Chunin exam, there were also some ruthless individuals. Realizing they couldn't pass the exam, they directly brought out ninjutsu scrolls, such as the Rain Village's Black Rain technique. With 3 consecutive successful transactions, the remaining ninjas could no longer hold back. Considering that terrifying big cat had already left, some people started to have some restless thoughts again. Attack! A loud shout suddenly rang out while Chiba was counting his gains. In the next moment, countless shuriken flew towards him. Wind release, great breakthrough. In the face of the attack, Chiba didn't even raise his head, his right hand still counting the spoils. However, his left hand formed hand signs in an instant. Immediately, a fierce wind erupted from Chiba's mouth, directly enveloping all the incoming shuriken. The wind didn't diminish, and it sent the 3 attackers flying into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. 3 heavy impacts echoed, raising countless dust clouds. The onlookers felt a twinge of discomfort watching the attacker's miserable state. Was that just one ninjutsu? Moreover, it seemed to be a one-handed hand sign. One move defeated 3 ninjas of mid-level strength. The boy in front of them seemed even more terrifying than that big cat. Chapter 74. The deceptive pharmacist. Without even glancing at the 3 people, Chiba organized all his gains. Everyone, we don't have many scrolls left. He smiled at the crowd, still very friendly. You all should seize the opportunity. The crowd looked at the seemingly harmless young man, swallowing hard. Expressions of shock appeared on everyone's faces. Those who initially had the thought of making a move now buried that idea deep within their hearts. They must not act against this young man. This was a shared understanding among everyone. Little Lee, aren't you going to get one? Chiba tossed the scroll in his hand, his words full of temptation. I don't have that much money, Rock Lee said awkwardly, his face slightly flushed, seemingly feeling ashamed. Even though he usually had the support of Might Guy, all that money was used for training. So, he really couldn't bring himself to speak about finances. It's fine, some people have money. Chiba shifted his gaze to the other two in Class 3. Neither Hyuga Niji nor Tenten were short on funds. Although Niji was a branch family member, his treatment was only slightly less than that of the main family. In other aspects, he had not been mistreated. As for Tenten, she was a hidden wealthy person in Konoha. At a young age, she already owned her own ninja tool shop. Economically, she had achieved independence long ago. However, what surprised Chiba was that Tenten's expression was not very good. Umph. She snorted and stepped forward. This scroll contains ninja tools worth 30,000 ryu. Find the money. Looking at the handsome young man in front of her, the inexplicable anger she felt earlier had mostly dissipated. But her stubborn nature made her unwilling to easily reveal her vulnerable side, even if it meant that someone she cared about might be taken away by others. Chiba seemed to sense something was off. Wait, is it because of Ino? A hint of surprise flashed through his mind as he carefully observed Tenten. There was some dust on her delicate face, and her bright eyes were filled with stubbornness. However, she was also hiding her inner anxiety and tension. I was just joking. Chiba smiled, revealing his white teeth, and said, Tenten, you helped me so much before. I haven't had the chance to thank you. Here, the Book of Heaven or the Book of Earth? Which one do you want? Looking at Chiba's smiling face, Tenten's previously furrowed brows suddenly relaxed. The Book of Earth. After receiving the Book of Earth from his hand, all the new Konoha ninjas passed the second exam. Watching the three from Class 3 leave, Chiba ignored Rock Lee's words about challenging him. Without opening the 8 gates, Rock Lee was not his opponent. As for Hyuga Niji, he also wore a gloomy expression, resembling a white-eyed version of Naruto. Everyone, there aren't many spots left, so make sure to seize the chance. Chiba waved the scroll in his hand, encouraging the crowd. At that moment, a ninja he found somewhat unexpected stepped forward. Chiba, I want a copy of the Book of Heaven. The newcomer, wearing round glasses and a Konoha forehead protector, gave a very reassuring impression. Oh, it's you, Senior Do. I didn't expect you guys didn't get the scroll either. Hearing Chiba's words, Yakushi Do smiled bitterly and explained, Isn't it because you all acted too quickly? There isn't a single easy target left among the remaining teams. To pass the exam, I can only seek your help, Chiba. After hearing this, Chiba played with the scroll in his hand and smiled. No problem. Since it's Senior Do who needs it, I'll give you a 20% discount. Chiba had more plans regarding this master of dreams in the ninja world. Selling a personal favor in advance was also a good choice. Yakushi Do handed over 3 ninja tool packs, which contained some of his spoils. It should be enough, he thought. Chiba took the ninja tool packs without even looking. Pleasure doing business, Senior Do. For some reason, as Yakushi Do looked at the expression on the young man's face, he felt a strange sensation in his heart. With years of experience as a spy, he sensed a hint of unease from Chiba. Is it convenient for you to accompany me? Yakushi Do adjusted his round glasses on his nose and said hesitantly, I've temporarily separated from my teammates. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Chiba. No problem. Just in time for you to help me count my gains. I can't trust Naruto, that math idiot. Naruto's face immediately fell. This was not a good evaluation. After selling off all the remaining scrolls, only a few candidates were left on site. Ninja teams without enough funds set their sights on those who had purchased scrolls. To this, Chiba couldn't be bothered with much. After all, as long as his goals were achieved, that was enough. The 4 of them moved towards the central tower. They were only about 1,000 meters away from it. Chapter 75. An abundance of candidates Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha were leading the way ahead. After a night's rest, they were obviously still very energetic. As for Chiba, he was lagging behind with Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto, I have a piece of advice for you. Chiba suddenly spoke. Before Kabuto could respond, he heard something that sent chills down his spine. I suggest you add my specific information to the ninja identification card. That way, Orochimaru will pay more attention to you. As soon as he finished speaking, cold sweat began to slide down Kabuto's forehead, and his pupils constricted sharply, clearly in a state of extreme tension. As a spy, the worst thing he feared had happened. Kabuto didn't know where he had gone wrong, but there was no doubt that his identity had indeed been exposed. Fortunately, from Chiba's expression, He also seemed to know Orochimaru. For now, there was no immediate danger. However, Kabuto had made up his mind. Once they passed the second exam, he would leave this place immediately. Chiba was unaware that his words had a significant impact on Kabuto. The central tower was now in sight. Finally here, Kabuto sighed, looking at Chiba with a hint of wariness. Chiba, you guys go ahead. I still need to wait here for my companions. Chiba nodded and entered with Naruto and Sasuke. The empty room felt somewhat desolate. Where did everyone go? Naruto placed his hand on his forehead, looking around. There seemed to be a phrase on the wall. Without the heavens, one must rely on wisdom to prepare for opportunities. Without the earth, one must pursue gains to seek profit. With the abilities of heaven and earth, the dangerous path returns to the right path. This is the ultimate meaning of a ninja. Chiba had already read out the completed content. This thing means we should open the Book of Heaven and Earth. Sasuke pulled out the Book of Heaven and Earth from his ninja tool pouch, and at the moment he opened it, faint smoke began to rise. He instinctively threw the book out and quickly drew his kunai, ready for anything. However, as the white mist dissipated, Ichiraku Ramen was seen standing on the Book of Heaven and Earth. Congratulations to the three of you for successfully passing the second exam. Ichiraku's eyes were filled with smiles. He was very pleased with his former students. Although Chiba hadn't received much of his guidance, both Sasuke and Naruto had once been his proudest students. After explaining the purpose of the second exam, Sasuke's face showed a look of realization. Naruto, on the other hand, still appeared somewhat confused. Don't dwell on that, Chiba advised. The exam is over, and I'll treat you to ramen. We've gained a lot this time. Ichiraku looked at the large and small bags behind the three, his mouth twitching slightly. By the way, where did you get all these things? Chiba smiled. These are trophies, everything we captured. Hearing this, Ichiraku scratched his head, somewhat puzzled, but he didn't pursue the matter further. Since Chiba and the others had successfully graduated, there was no need for further oversight. Let's go. I'll take you to meet up with the other candidates who passed the exam. Ichiraku led the way, saying, but it seems there are quite a few candidates who passed this year. So far, you're already the 7th team. Chiba chuckled awkwardly, but didn't respond. This was just the beginning. According to the scrolls he had sold, at least 5 more teams could pass the exam. However, unexpected events could always occur, and Chiba didn't dare guarantee anything. After all, the teams outside had varying levels of strength. Ichiraku brought the 3 into a spacious hall. Several teams that had passed the exam early were already waiting there. The sibling trio from Sunagakure, new candidates from Konoha, and some of Chiba's previous clients were present. However, there seemed to be a team Chiba didn't recognize. It was likely one of the 3 teams that had made a deal earlier but were intercepted along the way. Chiba felt deep regret for their situation, hoping they would have better luck next time. At this moment, there were still nearly 3 days left until the 5-day exam period ended. So many candidates passing the second exam had already given the higher-ups in Konoha a headache. The final exam would require many important figures to come and watch. If the strength was not up to standard, it could affect the overall impression. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, rubbed his forehead, clearly feeling troubled. Let us add a preliminary round. Eliminating half of the candidates might help a bit. Clearly, Chiba's actions had allowed the preliminary round to proceed normally. Candidates who passed the exam could rest first, and arrangements would be made after the second exam ended. The person in charge here was one of Konoha's special J-nin, Tetsutek. It seemed that Anko Mitarashi was not present. Chiba scanned the crowd, his eyes filled with excitement. He wondered who he would draw as his opponent. Chapter 76. The preliminary round begins. The second assessment did not extend to the 5th day. By the night of the 3rd day, all the books of heaven and earth had already been collected in the central tower. Therefore, even though some teams were still wandering in the Death Forest, they had no chance to pass the second exam. This situation was indeed unexpected for the examiners. Of course, there was one more thing that surprised them even more. How could there be so many people passing the assessment set by Hongdo? Sarutobi Hizashi frowned as he looked at the names on the list. The pipe in his hand occasionally released pungent smoke. A total of 12 teams passed the second exam, so it seemed necessary to conduct the preliminary round immediately. Sarutobi Hizashi handed the list in his hand to the ninja beside him, having made up his mind. Shinya and the others had only rested for a few hours before they were called back to the spacious hall. The one in charge of this preliminary round was the special jonin Tsukiyakari Kaze from Konoha. He had a life that others envied, balanced and stable strength, and a beautiful girlfriend who liked him. Unfortunately, he had poor health and was too short-lived. In Shinya's memory, the Chunin exams were the time when Tsukiyakari Kaze lost his life. Shinya didn't have much thought about this special jonin he wasn't very familiar with. As for whether to save him or not, it all depended on fate. Shinya shook his head and settled his thoughts. The upcoming preliminary round was what he was concerned about. Since many important figures would come to watch the third assessment, we needed to eliminate some people beforehand. Tsukiyakari Kaze clenched his fist to his mouth and coughed continuously. The heavy dark circles under his eyes and his pale complexion indicated that his health had deteriorated to the edge. Shinya frowned, examining Tsukiyakari Kaze. This physical condition. He shook his head. As far as Shinya knew, there weren't many ninjas with such poor health. Because chakra itself is a combination of physical cell energy and mental energy. Both are indispensable. Could a ninja like Tsukiyakari Kaze, who had such poor health, really exert the power of ninjutsu? Hence, a decision was made to hold an additional preliminary round. The rules were very simple, based on what the electronic screen behind me displayed. The names that appeared were the combatants, and the winners would advance to the next exam. As the conversation increased, Tsukiyakari Kaze's coughing became more intense. However, it seemed that he himself did not mind this matter. Before the preliminary round began, you could choose to withdraw. There would be another Chunin exam in the second half of the year, and those who withdrew could still participate. His words plunged the candidates present into deep thought. 5 minutes of contemplation led to several injured individuals changing their expressions. I withdraw. Me too. Count me in. My body can't hold on anymore. After the time was up, 6 people withdrew from the preliminary assessment. The number of candidates present immediately decreased by 1/6. In fact, Shinya had also thought about withdrawing. But unfortunately, his performance in the previous exam was too outstanding. If he withdrew now, he would be putting himself in the spotlight. Not to mention Sarutobi Hizashi's attention. Just the roots hidden in the dark made him wary. Shinya did not believe that just because he had fought with Orochimaru, he had gained enough strength. Orochimaru definitely did not use all his strength. Shinya could be sure of that. His various achievements also indicated that Orochimaru still had many hidden powers. However, Shinya's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. Moreover, erupting into intense battles in the Death Forest did not align with his subsequent plans. Although it did not conform to Shinya's low-key nature, it was still better to participate in the preliminary round. However, Shinya had a feeling that he seemed to be drifting away from his low-key nature. Some people were already paying more attention to him. For example, an old man who was smoking. Shinya met Sarutobi Hizashi's gaze and threw him a harmless sunny smile. However, Sarutobi Hizashi's eyes were deep, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Is no one withdrawing? Tsukiyakari Kaze asked again in the spirit of responsibility. No one responded. Among the 6 who chose to withdraw, there was also one Shinya recognized, and that was the deeply hidden Yakushi Kabuto. Unlike before, the look he cast at Shinya before leaving was filled with deep caution. Clearly, Orochimaru had already encountered him during the previous exam. Everyone is restless, Shinya sighed softly. The Chunin exam was a fuse that could ignite Konoha. Since everyone has made their decisions, I will no longer persuade you further. Tsukiyakari Kaze pointed at several ninjas dressed, especially not far away, and introduced. Those are our Konoha medical ninjas, who possess exceptional medical ninjutsu. So you can participate in the preliminary round with confidence. Now, let's move on to the first round of combatants. As his words fell, the text on the electronic screen rolled and finally fixed on 2 names. Uchiha Sasuke versus Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 77. The premature Destiny Showdown. Looking at the names on the electronic screen, Chiba rubbed his brow hard, feeling a bit of a headache. Something seemed off. How could these 2 rivals face each other in the first match? He originally thought there might be some underhandedness involved, but now it seemed that Konoha was as fair as it could be. They started off by sending out 2 top candidates. The best outcome now would be for one of them to advance, while the worst would be for both to be eliminated. Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha's reactions were also somewhat unusual. Wait, hold on. Naruto raised his hand and said, Sasuke and I are on the same team, right? Why? Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Moonlight Breeze, who said, the preliminaries, including the subsequent third exam, are individual matches. Now, please follow me to the competition venue at the back. Under Moonlight Breeze's guidance, everyone moved to a more spacious area. There were audience stands on both sides for other candidates to watch. At Moonlight Breeze's gesture, everyone climbed onto the stands, leaving only Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha in the center of the arena. Chiba, what do you think about this match? Rock Lee came to Chiba's side, looking serious. Among the new Konoha ninjas, apart from Naruto and Sasuke, Lee had a relatively good relationship with Chiba. Recently, the 2 had often trained together in what they called youthful training. After multiple failed challenges, Lee had set Chiba as his target to catch up to. What else can I think? Just watch, Chiba replied helplessly. The railing in front of the audience stands was a bit too high, and sitting down would obstruct his view. Lee was a bit reluctant and wanted to ask more. Just relax and watch the match, Chiba said, not taking the matter to heart. After all, even without this preliminary round, they were both still low-level ninjas. This didn't have much to do with their strength. It was inconsequential. Lee wanted to say something else, but was pressed down by Chiba. With no other option, he had to focus his attention on the competition arena. Below the stands, the atmosphere between Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha was tense. Sasuke, I won't lose this time, Naruto declared with an unusually firm gaze. Idiot, I don't think you can surpass me, Sasuke replied darkly, his brows furrowed. However, the tightness of his fists indicated that he was not at peace inside. Under Chiba's arrangement, both of them were currently at their peak condition. Although they had experienced quite a few battles in the Forest of Death, they had passed the exam quickly and had ample time to rest. Therefore, their stamina had mostly recovered. As for their injuries, most were just superficial and wouldn't affect their combat. Competitors, prepare. The match begins. With Moonlight Breeze's command, both of their figures disappeared from their original spots. Naruto threw a kunai that flew straight toward Sasuke's face. In response to the attack, Sasuke sidestepped and raised his arm to deflect Naruto's assault. Clang! The two kunai made a crisp clashing sound that echoed throughout the arena. Sasuke felt the strength behind the attack and was momentarily shocked. Is this Naruto's current strength? It's indeed much stronger than before. Though Naruto's attack was blocked, he didn't show much surprise. Even though he often pretended to be unconvinced, he knew deep down that Sasuke was still stronger than him. However, after Chiba's special training, Naruto was confident he could advance through this preliminary round. The two were in a stalemate for a moment, but with Sasuke's sudden burst of energy, the tense situation shifted. The kunai flew through the air, dropping straight to the ground. Clang! At the moment of the crisp sound of landing, their figures clashed once again. In the exchange of fists and palms, faint afterimages appeared. Although both were newly graduated ninjas, in terms of physical combat, they were not inferior to those veteran low-level ninjas. The brief testing phase left both sides at a stalemate, with neither able to gain an advantage. Sasuke began to take Naruto's strength seriously, viewing him as a true rival. Sasuke, I'm going to use my full strength now, Naruto said, his expression serious. Don't waste time, keep going. The moment Sasuke's words fell, his eyes suddenly turned blood red, the tomo spinning within. Clearly, he no longer underestimated Naruto. Naruto brought his index and middle fingers together, crossing his hands to form a cross seal. Shadow Clone Jutsu. In an instant, smoke erupted in the competition arena, obscuring everyone's view. Naruto's figures instantly filled the entire arena in a matter of moments. Looking around, it was all orange figures. This wave was a tactic of overwhelming numbers. Chapter 78. A battle of equals. The scene of the battle between the two exceeded everyone's expectations. Whether it was the appearance of the Sharingan or Naruto Uzumaki's unusually large number of shadow clones, or the astonishing speed that left everyone in awe, it was clear that both had moved beyond the level of newcomers. Many graduates from the same ninja academy could not reach the level of Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha. Who would have thought that the previous underdog would be this strong? Naruto is also a formidable rival on my path to becoming Hokage. Go for it, Naruto! What a hassle! How could there be so many monsters in this year's exam? Sasuke Uchiha, be extra cautious. In the audience, discussions were incessant. People weren't making an effort to lower their voices. Chinya, who do you think is stronger, Sasuke or Naruto? The same question was asked by different people. At some point, Tenten had also stood next to Chinya. Chinya noticed this and felt a hint of helplessness in his eyes. It wasn't just Tenten. Ino Yamanaka was also standing not far away, her gaze occasionally sweeping this way. To be honest, I can't say for sure. Chinya thought for a moment and gave his explanation. There are too many unpredictable factors with both of them, making it hard to gauge the direction of the match. However, I have a guess. What guess? Tenten, who had initially just wanted to strike up a conversation with Chinya, suddenly felt a hint of confusion. They probably won't be able to continue in the Chunin exam. Upon hearing this, Tenten looked towards the center of the arena. At this moment, the battle had intensified. Naruto Uzumaki's shadow clones were continuously lunging at Sasuke Uchiha. The sheer number allowed Naruto to treat his shadow clones as expendable. Chinya had once created a battle plan specifically for the current stage of Naruto during his 7-day special training. In fact, Naruto had used it before, but more often he chose to confront his opponents head-on. Sometimes a flanking strategy is also necessary. Naruto always kept Shinya's teachings in mind. His real body was hidden among the shadow clones, constantly changing positions while the clones were sent in one by one to wear down Sasuke's stamina. Faced with the relentless shadow clones, a hint of impatience flashed in Sasuke's eyes. Although each shadow clone could be dispelled with just one hit, after a few minutes, their numbers had not decreased. This couldn't continue. Sasuke was feeling extremely irritated. Naruto's battle plan was already having some effect, and his mindset was no longer the same as before. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke destroyed the two shadow clones in front of him and took the opportunity to leap into the air. He executed the fireball technique that ended with the tiger seal in an instant. Thanks to Shinya's presence, Sasuke had been stimulated to a certain extent. His rate of strength growth was much faster than before. His right hand formed a trumpet shape in front of his mouth, and flames erupted from it. The scalding flames hit the ground, splattering everywhere. Countless shadow clones were directly dispelled into thin air due to the flames. The alternative use of the fireball technique cleared a significant portion of the arena. And because Naruto did not have time to change positions, he was locked onto by Sasuke. Found you. The crimson eyes rolled in their sockets. The moment Sasuke descended from the air, he began to form hand seals again. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. The intense heat raised the temperature of the entire arena. A massive fireball erupted from his mouth, covering 1/10 of the competition area. Naruto's pupils constricted, and a determined look flashed in his eyes. In an instant, he had made a decision. Dozens of shadow clones, determined to buy time, rushed towards the great fireball. Although it only delayed for a brief moment, it was enough. Naruto's hand seals looked somewhat familiar. Sarutobi Hiruzen, surrounded by smoke, looked a bit dazed. Wind style, vacuum wave. A highly condensed wind bullet shot out from Naruto's mouth. The collision between the wind bullet and the fireball created an extremely strong shockwave. The air waves expanded at the point of impact, forming a strange arc above and below. Seeing the power of the vacuum wave he had used, a hint of excitement flashed in Naruto's eyes. This was also something Shinya had taught him in his spare time. Sasuke would not miss the opportunity to take advantage of Naruto's momentary distraction. The moment he landed, he lowered his body slightly, and his legs exploded with incredible speed, charging straight at Naruto. Boom! An unreserved punch struck Naruto's abdomen directly. The immense force sent him flying. Blood could be faintly seen scattering in the air. Naruto flew several meters away, collapsing weakly to the ground. It seemed that the outcome of this battle had been decided. Chapter 79. The Confrontation of Wind and Fire. Did Naruto lose? Kakashi Hatake stared at the fallen Naruto Uzumaki, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Although it was somewhat unfortunate, Kakashi, sometimes one cannot look at things only from the surface. Hiruzen Sarutobi interrupted him, gently tapping his pipe on the back of his hand. Ash fell down in a flurry. The battle had just entered a fierce stage. Sasuke Uchiha's body was tense as he walked towards Naruto Uzumaki, saying, "Naruto, admit defeat. You're not my match." His tone was flat, as if stating a fact. In the eyes of most people, this was indeed the case. Only a few did not think so. I can't possibly admit defeat. Naruto Uzumaki struggled to rise from the ground, a streak of bright red blood at the corner of his mouth. In his azure eyes, there was a resolute look. Brother Chiyo is still watching me. How could I admit defeat? Multiple shadow, clone, jutsu. With sheer willpower, Naruto Uzumaki stood up again and cast the A-rank forbidden technique. Orange figures once again filled the entire arena. However, the number of shadow clones this time was much less than the last. Sasuke Uchiha noticed this. Your chakra is insufficient to support the upcoming battle. Naruto Uzumaki wore a confident smile. Then let's settle it with one move. As his voice echoed, the shadow clones of Naruto Uzumaki, standing opposite Sasuke, began to form hand seals. The familiar hand seal gestures did not bode well in Sasuke Uchiha's eyes. His complexion darkened, but he had no choice but to respond, because Naruto's next ninjutsu left no possibility for evasion. Wind release, great breakthrough. Dozens of shadow clones placed their right hands in a trumpet shape in front of them, and a fierce wind erupted from their mouths. A single great breakthrough might not be taken seriously by Sasuke Uchiha. However, wind itself is characterized by its vast range. When dozens of shadow clones used this ninjutsu simultaneously, the prerequisite for a qualitative change had already been met with a quantitative increase. In an instant, the fierce wind covered the entire arena. Even the candidates in the audience were affected to some extent. The sound of the wind drowned out all other noises. Facing such an attack, Sasuke Uchiha no longer held any underestimation. He pulled out several shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. Is Sasuke crazy? Shikamaru Nara looked surprised. Did he intend to use shuriken to block the onslaught of the fierce wind? Just as he finished speaking, Sasuke Uchiha threw the kunai in all directions. Seicha Mauin, fire release, dragon fire technique. Chaotic flames erupted from his mouth, scattering in all directions. To the astonishment of everyone, the raging flames actually formed a curtain of fire. The fierce wind crashed against the fire curtain, causing countless sparks to explode, looking extremely dangerous. However, Sasuke Uchiha stood behind the fire curtain, calm and motionless. However, for those with keen observation, they could see that Sasuke Uchiha was covered in cold sweat. What's happening? The audience was filled with doubt. Is this a new ninjutsu developed by Sasuke? Using fire release for defense is simply. Hearing some people's remarks, Chiyo shook his head and explained, look closely. Sasuke has a bundle of metal wire in his hand. This is not a new ninjutsu, but rather the dragon fire technique. Chiyo's words provided the audience with a direction for understanding. However, some who were not very sharp still couldn't grasp the principle behind it. On the other hand, the clever Shikamaru Nara quickly provided the answer. I see. Sasuke input chakra into the metal wire, giving it a certain stability. As the shuriken flew in all directions, it formed a simple protective prototype. The characteristic of the dragon fire technique is that it can change the shape of the flames using the metal wire. Shikamaru Nara's explanation made the candidates watching in the audience suddenly understand the principle behind the fire curtain's appearance. However, some candidates looked at Sasuke Uchiha with even more vigilance. To come up with a countermeasure in such a short time, Sasuke Uchiha's combat talent was stronger than we imagined. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been noticed by the adults. Chiyo noticed the wary gazes of the Sound Ninja Trio, a unique and creative idea, with a unique understanding of fire release ninjutsu. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not hesitate to praise. When looking at Sasuke Uchiha, his eyes were filled with admiration. Naruto's understanding of wind release ninjutsu was also very accurate. Both had their merits, but it was just that their luck was a bit poor. Hiruzen Sarutobi expressed that he was also quite troubled by the situation where the two drew the same group. Such a battle, in the third exam, would definitely be a beautiful scenery. Alas, what a pity. As the wind and fire dissipated, only the two of them remained. Staring at each other, Naruto, Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha were both panting heavily, sweat soaking their clothes. Clearly, both had reached their limits. Chapter 80. Both eliminated indeed. Chiba sighed, watching the two people who fell to the ground simultaneously, shaking his head with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Both Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto had extremely resolute personalities. Not to mention their battle with each other. Even in ordinary fights, they would never admit defeat. Unless they truly lost consciousness, the battle would absolutely not stop. When they were nearing their limits in every aspect, the two engaged in physical combat. After a few minutes of fighting, both were left unable to get up. They were ruthless against their enemies, and it seemed they were no gentler towards each other. Whether it was Naruto or Sasuke, when they struck at one another, there was not a hint of mercy. At the moment they fell, both had already become bruised and battered, with dark red blood staining the area around them. Upon realizing that both had lost consciousness, Tsukikari Hate stepped forward to check. After a moment, he raised his hand and announced, "Cough cough, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke have lost consciousness. The match is over." The appearance of this situation had been considered by the examiners from Konoha. The normal judgment should be that both were eliminated. However, due to the unexpected nature of their battle, they decided to discuss it internally before making a decision. After Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto were carried away by the medical team, there was a brief silence in the arena. Many examiners gathered to discuss. I believe we should grant both of them the qualification for the third exam. Based on their true abilities, they have already reached the level of Chunin. Tsukikari Hate stated from the most objective standpoint. Morinoa Biki frowned, his expression becoming more sinister as he shook his head, saying, "Rules are rules, and they must not be disregarded. Just because they are Konoha's candidates, should they be given another chance? How would other candidates from different ninja villages view us?" He was looking at the matter from a broader perspective. There were various opinions, each with their own reasons. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched them discuss, smoke swirling from the pipe in his hand. All right, both are eliminated. As the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave the final verdict. With Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto's abilities, passing the exams in the second half of the year wouldn't be a troublesome matter. He provided his reasoning. Sometimes, young people still need a bit of tempering. And so it was settled. Tsukikari Hate scanned the crowd and announced, due to Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto losing consciousness simultaneously, both are eliminated. As soon as the words fell, it caused an uproar. Wasn't this decision a bit excessive? Couldn't they be given a chance? Eliminating both would reduce the competition significantly. Everyone held different attitudes toward this. Of course, Chiba didn't take this to heart at all. It was just a Chunin exam. If it weren't for the sign-in task, he would have chosen to remain a low-ranking ninja for years. Keeping a low profile was his nature. Although the development of the situation had gradually deviated from his true nature, Chiba personally still hoped to return to his original self. Sign-in task has been confirmed. New sign-in task is being released. Task content: sign in at the Chunin exam venue and successfully advance to Chunin. Hiss. Chiba gasped. So even the system is working against me? His expression stiffened. It was just a system reward, right? At worst, I won't take it. Task reward: lightning attribute chakra. Chiba's mouth twitched, wanting to take back his earlier thoughts. The task reward didn't matter. What mattered most was that he wanted to participate in the Chunin exam. Initially, he thought about directly admitting defeat in the preliminaries. But with this sudden sign-in task, Chiba had to change his plans. Advancing to Chunin, what a hassle. With increased contact with the Pineapple Head clan, Chiba had also picked up their catchphrases. Nara Shikamaru was momentarily stunned, somewhat taken aback. Chiba, what did you just say? Hearing his words, Chiba waved his hand and said, It's nothing, just made a resolution. For some reason, Nara Shikamaru felt an ominous premonition upon hearing this. Tsukikari Hate coughed continuously, but still performed his duties diligently. Next group of combatants. As his voice rang out, the names on the electronic screen behind him began to roll again. After a dazzling array of names, it finally fixed on 2 names. I didn't expect it would be my turn so soon. Chiba was somewhat surprised. As for his opponent, he didn't take him seriously. Aside from a certain overpowered individual who often went berserk, he wouldn't care about anyone else. Tsukikari Hate called out, Konoha Ninja Chiba vs. Sound Ninja Akagane. Chiba's gaze swept towards the Sound Ninja wearing a black mask. His nonchalant gaze caused the opponent to stiffen, cold sweat continuously seeping from his pores.